We'll go ahead and get started. Sorry, we're a few minutes late, but welcome to our Wyoming Spring Workshop for 2025. A few notes, the restrooms are out these doors in the hall. You should be able to see them once you go out the doors.
On the trespass, it says.
We have permission to use them. So we also, just outside this door here, we have on the wall, we have two categories for the city and county discussion topics, and there's sticky notes and pens. So if you have any ideas, if you can do that on the breaks, we would appreciate it. And we would like to thank our sponsors for this workshop. Last night's social was sponsored by Logan Simpson. Lunch today is sponsored by Y2 Consultants. Our breaks and snacks are sponsored by Staley Engineering, and our CM credits are sponsored by the Western Central chapter of APA. So let's thank them. Our fall conference will be September 17th through the 19th. So save those dates, and it will be in Sheridan. So we're excited about that. Later today, we will have a planning commissioner training, and we do have an updated planning commissioner handbook that we will send to all the emails that we have. So if we don't have your email, please give it to us, and we will send that out probably sometime next week because we're just finalizing it right now. We are affiliated with Western Planner. If you haven't heard of that, you can come up and ask us about it at the breaks, but they have conferences. Last year's conference was in Cheyenne. We partnered with them for that. This year, they are going to be in Bend, Oregon, October 15th through the 17th. And you can find more information about that on their website, westernplanner.org. And then we are also affiliated with Western Central Chapter. It's in coordination with North and South Dakota. So those are good resources to have as well. And then you can go to our website and we have links to those. If you're interested in our WyoPass board, we have Zoom meetings on the second Thursday of every month at noon. And if you want to get in on those, they're open to anyone. So feel free to ask us for the information on those and how to get on the Zoom, and we'll get that to you. Our first session of the day is going to be What's New and How Does It Affect You? Legislative Process and Updates by Tess Saul and Melissa Ruth. So we will give it to them.
I mean, these. You click the button at the bottom, right? Oh. Hey. Oh. Oh.
You're fancy this year.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so I'm Tess. This is Melissa. So we're gonna do a little legislative update today. I know you guys are all very excited to talk about politics first thing in the morning. So we're gonna do importance of legislation, impacts, some foundational court cases, which we won't go over because there's quite a few, what WyoPass's role is this past session of 2025, and then at the end we will workshop a bill. So we already went over that. That's me and that's her. Okay, so let's wait.
Oh, they're not gonna work.
Oh. Importance of legislation. So we have some key resources, just like as preliminary, where you can find good information. The APA, AICP, the Wyoming legislature website has some really good information. It's pretty easy to use. Thanks. Justia, US law. I don't know. Has anybody used that? Yep, it's a good one. Westlaw. So Westlaw, usually you have to pay for the service and perhaps coordinate with maybe your attorney. But it's probably the best, but there is a fee. It kind of like gives you super insider information. It's super helpful. Your attorney, and then your local legislators and elected officials. So building good relationships with whoever your representatives are and senators are, and even your commissioners or town council members. They will have really good information because they're tied to the lobbying organizations. Does everybody know who their representatives and senators are in their areas? Yeah? Okay, I'm sure you guys do. Okay, so how are land use laws made? They're made in two ways: the legislative action and Wyoming state statutes. So a couple of those are through like the Endangered Species Act, Clean Water Act, NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act, Fair Housing Act, the Telecommunications Act, and Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act. Oh, is it your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
And these are just some of them. We didn't list all of the things that affect you. This is just to kind of give you an idea of when we're talking about laws or land use laws or things that affect us as planners. This is kind of the big six. And for those of you that have an AICP, this should be familiar. If not, these should be familiar. And we will post this presentation afterwards. There's a lot of information here, so don't worry about taking notes. We're going to post it on the WyoPass website under our little legislative tab, so you can go back and reference this because there's a lot of things as we get into this next section. Like this, Wyoming state statutes. So these are kind of a quick and dirty of the state statutes that affect planning. For municipalities, you're primarily looking at Title 15, urban renewal, downtown development authority, if you have one, and municipal planning. For counties, you're looking primarily at Title 18, but we do have Title 16, the Administrative Procedures Act, and then we have Title 34, which talks about conveyances, property securities, your subdivision type things. There's other pieces of state statutes that do affect planning. There's definitions in random places. There's use things in random places. There's all sorts of other things. But when we're talking about state statute, this is primarily kind of the places you're going to look. So one of the things that state statutes do is they regulate uses. So there's a couple specific uses in the state that are regulated by state statute. Wind and solar energy facilities were regulated by Title 18.5.501, specifically describes wind and solar energy facilities for a commercial use. Private schools, Title 18, and then daycares are regulated by a different statute, so Title 9 and Title 14, and they're related to Department of Family Services. So there's kind of all of these pieces and parts that affect when you're looking at your regulations, your comprehensive plans, all of your guiding and policy documents that you kind of have to think about. But the good news is that's what WyoPass is here to help you navigate, is what are those things that we have to think about and look at. On the federal level, you also have uses that are regulated, and these are everyone's favorite ones to talk about. Adult business uses. There's like 15 court cases that I will not list out that relate to adult business uses.
And you'd be surprised how many, what the variety is for adult businesses.
And these have been in court since I think the let's see, what's the earliest one? 70s. And then we keep confirming it. It's a First Amendment issue. Group homes are related to the Federal Fair Housing Act, and they prohibit discrimination on the basis of disability in all types of housing transactions. So these are kind of anything that's related to what used to be called halfway houses, things like that, are all group homes. Religious land uses, First Amendment case law, and then also that Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, or RLUIPA, as you may hear it called. Signs have these two court cases, Metro Media Inc. and San Diego versus San Diego, and Reed versus Gilbert. There's also another one that's not in here that relates to billboards. So this tells you kind of your content neutral versus non-content sign regulations. And if you've updated your sign regulations since 2011, this should be familiar. If not, come talk to me later. And then wireless telecommunication. the Telecommunications Act of 96 has been updated a couple times. Federal court cases. I don't pretend to know everything about this one because it's super technical and my eyes kind of glaze over when I look at it. I will preface, actually, all of this, I am not an attorney. Tess is not an attorney. None of this is legal advice. If you have legal questions, ask your attorney. But we're here to be a resource for information or questions you might have about maybe state statute questions, uses questions, federal court cases, things like that. We're here to help. So, land use laws are made in two ways. The first was through legislative actions, kind of. The next one is court cases. I am not going to read all of these court cases on this slide, but this is a list of kind of your big ones that relate to why we can do land use and zoning, kind of the powers that we have as planners, and why we're, if everyone who's ever been said that, or if you're in a public meeting, who's been accused of a taking? Raise your hand. A taking in a public meeting.
All the time.
Yeah, I was like, I only see 4 people raise their hand, and that shocks me. These are some of the court cases where, we have the guidance to say it's not a taking, or to even develop land use and zoning. That QR code is going to take you to the American Planning Association Planning and Law Division resource that has a summary of all of these court cases. You can also speak with your county attorney. They should know these court cases. You can also, all those websites that, why are you giving me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, your attorneys should know that, but I mean, at least I'm in a county jurisdiction, so I mean, they have other duties, right? And land use is pretty technical and always changing and very fluid. So I wouldn't be surprised if your attorney was not a land use law expert. Does that make sense?
This is true. They should be able to help you find the information that you need, though, if you have a question. In a nutshell, this is what these Supreme Court cases deal with. This is a great meme. It says, why is it always, when something happens, it's always one of you 3? It's speech, takings, and due process. Charles.
I thought you were talking about communities.
What?
I thought you were talking about communities in Wyoming.
Is this a community in Wyoming? What are you talking about?
3,
Oh,
Cheyenne.
you're not wrong there either. I don't know, though. Park County and Cody have some fun court cases. They're making some history recently. But as it boils down to, these are kind of the things that court cases are going to deal with, and we're going to get into just a little bit of it. Takings. I'm not going to read all these, like I said. This will be posted. But these are 3 of your kind of big court cases that relate to what's called a taking. So that means that you're depriving a property owner of all use of, or valuable use of their land. These 3 all kind of work together. There's additional court cases that reference these. Before I go further, who wants me to read court cases?
Nobody.
Cool. Didn't think so.
Like, it's highly fascinating.
Like I said, these will be posted as a resource for you. We kind of put a lot of this presentation together as some background information. But these are the court cases that give you the ability to develop zoning in the first place. So these are the ones where the Supreme Court has said, yes, that is a valid exercise of what's called the police power. Local governments have the ability to enact laws. This is one of them.
And of course, we all know everything is challengeable.
Correct.
I mean, somebody can challenge anyone, even a Supreme Court ruling, and have it gone through the process again. So,
correct. And these are always changing. You can see the first one is from 1922. We have 92. We have 87. So things are kind of always changing and kind of being reevaluated. These 2 court cases also look at takings, but more specifically, they look at what's called the rough proportionality and the nexus requirement. So if you're developing regulations, you have to be doing it for a specific reason tied to a specific thing. You can't just say, I don't want you to do a coal-fired power plant because I don't want you to. That was a terrible example because it was regulated by the state. But I don't want you to put in a hog farm because I don't want you to. You have to be tied to some form of a a reasoning as to why you're doing it. More takings. This one, 2023, Sheets versus County of El Dorado, most recent court case. And it actually changed things just a little bit. So this came out of California, surprisingly, that looked at a condition of approval for, I believe it was a conditional use permit. County said that the community, or that the property owner had to do a traffic study. They did the traffic study. They said it wasn't sufficient, went all the way to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ruled and said if you have a condition of approval on an application, that can be considered a taking. So we're seeing changes in case law and what we can and can't do even today. So this took about a year to decide. It's heard in 2023, but decided last year.
Yeah, and I think I'll add on this specific case, just in the past legislative session, one of the interim committees invited the law group that, represented this at the Supreme Court level to kind of advise, because we also in Wyoming had some legislation that was geared toward exaction and mitigation fees. And they did come and kind of talk to the committee more in depth on the ruling, how they got there, and sort of your sideboards, how to use it moving forward. It was really only pointed at Teton County. I think, raise your hand, exaction, mitigation in your county for housing, parks, yeah, everybody. So probably kind of limited in most other counties and towns, but heavily relied upon in Teton County. So,
yeah. Zoning and growth management. So these are your court cases that, again, relate back to your ability to zone in general. So that's been challenged at the base level since people have started trying to say we want to think about where housing goes versus where commercial goes versus where industrial goes. These are some of your court cases that relate to how communities can do that. One of them is that second one, Golden versus Planning Board of Ramapo, that you can have a comprehensive plan that can guide your regulations. So that's a federal case law that you can do that. And then the rest of them relate to kind of some different things. I realize that there's a typo in that one. And then back to some regulated uses. These are both the sign codes, and I know there's a newer one that's not up there that relates to off-premise signs, or what's most commonly referred to as billboards. And I did not list out all of the adult business ones. If you want that list, let me know. I have it. So then at the state level, we have state legislation. And fun trivia, which county has not been named in a Wyoming Supreme Court case since 2006?
by a show of hands. Does anybody know?
Does anyone want to guess?
Hot Springs?
County has.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Weston has too.
Yeah, Briar?
Yep.
Yep.
It's probably
You win.
there's not that many people. Yeah. No, right. Come on, guys. It's 9 o'clock in the morning.
This is
We're
very
talking about
interesting
freaking
stuff.
Okay, so state legislation significantly affects local governments in a couple ways. One, it gives you the authority and the powers as a local government, so you get your ability as a local government from state statutes. Local governments also get funding, and that can significantly affect your local services. State legislation also has authority to impose regulation, so it gives you some of those minimum standards or the sideboards, and those do tend to change, sometimes more often than not. And then in some cases, state legislation can preempt or override local jurisdictions. And that's what we're seeing a lot of at the state level, is local governments are doing things. A lot of it's pointed at Teton County. No one's from Teton County, right? Oh, okay.
Okay.
We're going to pick on you just a little bit. Okay, so we got a few. They're hiding in the back.
Well, can I ask, since session has been out and the new legislation is rolling out, has anybody been immediately impacted by new legislation, like as far as land use, funding, those types of things? Like, raise your hand.
Sure.
1, 2, that's it?
There's two of you
Three?
paying attention.
Okay, got it. Just curious.
Okay, and then states also establish a framework for zoning and enforcement. So the state legislation, kind of as we're saying, kind of creates those sideboards by which you can operate within. These are 3 court cases from the state of Wyoming that have affected how we can kind of operate as planners. One of them is from 2021 out of Laramie County. We got one from Albany County out of 2024. And then most recently, as of like a month ago, Teton County Board of County Commissioners versus state Wyoming Land Commissioners. I've gotten a lot of questions on this one, and I will be honest, I don't know that much about it. I pulled this reference from the state clerk's office about what it means. But it essentially identified that when operating under a temporary use permit, state board and its permittees on state land are not subject to the county's land use and development regulations.
So aside from anybody in Teton County, is anybody heard about this with the geodomes and their septic situation? Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
Got a question on, I never did see a definition of what constitutes a temporary use permit for the state. I mean, I didn't see anything that was tied to a timeline or anything else. And so it is regular, but we're going to call it everything or because some of those uses they looked at like, okay, multi short stay rentals, it doesn't sound like a cheaper to me. But I think
Yeah.
it's just me. Do we know anything about that?
No?
Nope. And that's the beauty of court cases and legislation is sometimes they muddy the waters more than they help you.
Yeah, but they didn't clearly define that, and I never read any language about how they got to the conclusion of on a temporary use, right? I think, this is just my opinion, is the Office of State Lands folks got together, looked at it, and basically it was like, said, we're the state, right? And we're gonna trump the local jurisdiction if a party, individual entity comes to us and wants to go through our permitting process. You know what I mean? We're not gonna necessarily, in conjunction with the local jurisdiction is just really my overall, feeling from reading the case and just following some of the actions.
So did they distinguish between whether it's a state activity on state property versus a private entity operating on state property? Was this a case of a private entity? Because I can't remember that part of the case.
Yeah, does anybody from Teton County want to chime in and from your perspective on this?
Great question. I don't know that there was any distinguishment. I think there was, this is definitely a private use. One of the main concerns that we have is that they weren't getting permits from the local jurisdiction. I think they did end up getting an electrical permit. But everything from the beginning is just, we don't need permits. We're not going to deal with you. We've got a permit from the state, so we're good to go. In terms of the court case itself, I don't know that they delved into anything that distinguishes between. Clearly, they said that we don't have jurisdiction even over land use, even though it says in the permit you need to follow the local land use permitting requirement. And zoning literally said that in their own permit.
So how?
I think that was more of a suggestion, right?
Apparently.
We were told, well, that's just template language, like it's template language because everybody has to do it, right? So several things. It's a running,
Are your public lands zoned?
yes,
And what do you zone them? Like, are they all zoned differently? Like,
it's zoned based upon where they are located, but they all have zoning.
so you have zoned them?
Well, I would just say, what other, there's public agencies, at least speaking from my own experience, that are, I guess, provide courtesy to the local jurisdiction, and are usually good to work with and follow guidelines. But I I'm of the belief that they just don't really have to, even with reading the plain language. I really do think it's more suggestive in nature. And when everything is going good, it's good. And then you run into something like this and it goes bad. But
The changing political environment at the federal level. Do you anticipate the permitting process to be bypassed in a lot of different areas?
I will say, because I'm a consultant, just in case anyone doesn't know me. Hi. Some of the folks that I work with that do NEPA permitting, Clean Water Act permitting, stuff like that, have seen, I would say, a change. I wouldn't say that it's the permitting is getting easier. I think it's actually getting harder, and that's actually because of a lack of staff. So we have a number of folks who just can't get a hold of anybody. We have private clients that we work with who trying to get permits on BLM land, and they literally can't get a hold of anyone on BLM. So I think with this change in administration, we're seeing a number of different impacts at the federal level and then at the local level too. I mean, we're seeing political and public kind of perception changes. But I think as far as permitting and procedure, it hasn't necessarily changed as far as the letter of the law. It's actually just stopped in general. So, but that's just kind of what I've seen and what I've heard from some of the folks I've worked with.
and I don't know, are you also maybe referring to like the new ruling on the Chevron deference? Is anybody familiar with that?
There's some really cool and drill, all these different things out there. And it gives you the impression that the normal process is going to be bypassed.
Well, I think they're just going to establish a new process. If that makes sense. I mean, I think the illusion is to simplify it. We'll actually see how that works when somebody wants to utilize the new process. But I think, like Melissa said, you have to have people to administer any process. And if they're not there to guide you through that, it's going to come to a standstill.
I would say my son happens to work jail and permitting tax for that, and I just decimated the staffing office. So, a lot of places just shut the doors. So that's part of your asset. And just there, pick up the phone. So, I mean, they eliminated, and they were starting to reinstitute that they eliminated all purchasing. So some of the BLM firefighters and stuff, they were gonna do burns, correct the burns, and they can't even buy gas for the vehicles.
Nice.
So.
It's always helpful.
Pretty stuff. Revoked all the credit cards, revoked all the accounts. So just a big shakeup going on inside the BLM and all the federal agencies.
Sure.
That sort of stuff. It's slowly starting to come back, and all of a sudden people couldn't, like you say, want to go get, say, a permit to fire those pay. Nobody's at the office. So anyway, some of that stuff will eventually shake out.
So Melissa, because we're doing our regs right now, we found, the state has administrative manuals, administrative rules that actually say that local zoning can apply on certain permitting types. So I guess in part I'm a little confused about this, but I know it may be a specific type of use that falls under track or something, but I think that's something important that I learned during that process is that we probably need to be more aware of what the state's administrative rules are and what they say we're allowed to do. Or in terms of when the state has to comply with zoning, because there are sections that do say that they have to comply with local zoning, so.
Well, and that's, I think, the point Teton County made is this actually muddied the waters significantly. And that's, kind of where we see a lot of things, court cases or new legislation. We saw it with some interesting pieces of legislation that came through this session that they didn't really help anything. They actually raised more questions than they answered. And I think we see that a lot. And on our next kind of section here, we're going to talk about, that's a lot of the role that WyoPass has taken over the past, mostly the past year, but kind of in our whole kind of thing. But more recently is trying to guide some of that legislative process so that we get better information and we try to minimize the number of questions or things that we're adding to. And so, but unfortunately, can't do anything at a court case level or at a judge level. So, okay. So what is our role? Tess, what is our role as WyoPass?
Oh, it's a very exciting role. I know you're gonna hang on every word. Oh, thank you. So there is a legislative committee. If you didn't know, we're standing up here as the committee. If you would like to volunteer for the committee, please see us outside. So we're reviewing planning related legislative proposals. We're making recommendations and modifications to proposed legislation from our professional perspectives, basically like how this legislation, how are we going to administer it in real time, and the practicality aspects, which I think is very important because usually legislation is not being written by the professional in any area that they're writing legislation for. So we are striving to provide all of our members with copies of proposed legislation, what our recommendations are, a summary and analysis. So if you see any of that stuff come across your email, I know everybody's busy, but we really are striving for more participation because, diversity in opinion, I think is a good thing. Full WyoPass membership as its position concerning proposed legislation. I know we are all working in different areas, whether it's town, county, private sector. So many views is a good thing as well. And we want to know our membership that's paying dues where everybody stands. And, if there's a conflict, we can flush it out so we can better represent the organization during session or interim committee or committee meeting while session is going.
You probably saw quite a few of those emails coming through early this year from either myself or from Charles related to specific bills or asking questions about your processes and things like that. And this is where that information is going, is we're trying to get a handle on what kind of how things affect you or questions that are coming up, what is your procedural timeline, things like that maybe I can't find in your regulations or it isn't easy to find, or just, general questions. So I'm not storing that information somewhere weird. We're trying to kind of identify what some of the core issues are and get feedback from people. So if you want to be involved, if you like reading regulation and laws and things, like some of us that are kind of weird, it's really fun. We talk about it randomly, and we try to kind of, again, guide the process in a beneficial way that doesn't cause as much harm as some things. So we're, trying to be not only, we serve a little bit different role than like WHAM and WCCA, which folks should be familiar with if you're from a county or a municipality, in that we don't necessarily lobby for legislation. We try to provide some of that education, and we do work closely with WHAM and WCCA to kind of provide some of that information at more of a technical level. So through the last session, we worked really closely on a couple specific bills to kind of talk about what the impacts might be, staffing wise, budget wise, how this affects other kind of legislation or other state statutes. So we partner with a lot of agencies, but try to kind of.
Yeah, I mean, and I think just to be clear, like we're going to partner with those organizations on things that the planner association aligns on. It's not to further propagate what WCCA is doing or what WHAM is doing. But I think we want to be and have been intentional on what we're partnering with them for, if that makes sense. So if anybody has some thinking that we're just helping WHAM or WCCA or any other organization or NGO like lock, stock, and barrel with their platform. No, I mean, we're going to tie it back to what matters to planners, if that makes sense.
I think we walked through this already.
Did we?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just real quick, I mean, we're trying to create more partnerships. We are further cultivating the partnerships we have. Like we just discussed, the board and the legislative committee of two, and specifically Melissa worked really closely with the executive director of WCCA and testified on the legislation that WyoPass was following. And it did make a difference. Jeremiah presented the legislation with our suggested amendments. So it did do something. And like I said, Melissa testified on bills. Charles did as well. They're located in Cheyenne, so they're right there to do that. Advocacy and monitoring is really some of our main focus.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So where can you find more information on these exciting topics? So the legislative website, you can see wyoledge.gov. They have a great calendar. They'll tell you what all the committees are doing. They'll tell you all their meeting dates, agendas, all the details. I'm fairly certain that you guys are probably familiar with that, and they'll help you find your legislative members' contact information. I know in Sublette County, it's not hard to talk to our representatives and senators. I mean, you can text them. That's at least for us, that's how easy it is. And if you can't, I would make your relationship so you could. So just a few more resources. All of our events, we provide information.
This is WCCA.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I missed that one.
You're looking at the next one.
Am I? Oh, okay.
So
Go
with the
ahead.
WCCA, again, if you're a municipality or a county, and your community is a member, you'll have access to this information. I am not a member, but I was able to pull up their pages and kind of click through events that they're having, legislative priorities and policies. They always post them, and they track way more legislation than WyoPass does. So if you have additional questions on things that are not planning related, like budgeting things or staffing or the fund legislation that's related to if you can even be a member of these organizations. WyoPass kind of knows about them, but we don't actively monitor and track that legislation or testify really on it. So these are going to be organizations for additional kind of things related to your communities. And then,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Then to everybody, so make sure before you personally reach out with your opinion on things, check your mayor or your board, because if they don't know what you're communicating on behalf of your jurisdiction, they may not agree if they hear something down the pipeline. So, always do a check-in with your higher ups before you decide to start going out and making an opinion. They may disagree, and they might not want you to be forming a voice for your particular jurisdiction without their blessing. So it's always important to, I always go to my commissioners first and say, hey, this is what I'm thinking. Do you have any problem with me, working with these folks? And I do that first just to cover my butt. So
great point. Go ahead.
I think that's a great idea, and that's why we don't, like, Wyoming doesn't get the support or oppose legislation. WyoPass doesn't say that we're not going to do that just because and people representing the county and the city, like, they know how to use on certain legislations. So we just want to be more, you guys are very good at informing, but I don't think we'll take it.
I mean, this past session we did say what we supported.
It's always like being careful about.
Sure. Yeah, and I think my intent was my comment about how easy it is to talk to the legislator isn't to necessarily give my opinion on what their legislation they're supporting or making. It's more for questions like, you know, about current legislation or a process, or questions about a legislation that they're building for the next session. It's not to say either way. I mean, in my opinion, to build good relationships is probably like less on giving the opinion and more asking questions like in good faith, and like, let me know what you're thinking. Like, this is what I'm thinking. You know what I mean? Not to, I'm taking this stand on X, Y, and Z without talking to your, you know, whoever you have to answer to. Go ahead.
I am volunteer planning commission. I'm new, but I think in Teton County, I'm comfortable with, I think the other commissioners, if they have a point of view, talking to the people who are appointed, that's kind of not, you know, professionals. But I think the relationship, at least I believe, is pretty close in our county with the staff. Get a good sense about what works, what doesn't. So just on the legislation that just passed on tax reduction, it's going to have an impact. I can say that, you know, my boss, Chris, is in, I believe that the citizens going to adversely impact the planning department for trips and education and things. And I think that's important. If you do a survey of the association with each planning department's impact as the assessments have come out, and counties and towns are doing their budgets, there's going to be some impact of which has got passed. And departments that I think that the planning commissioners are really interested in knowing about, and that is politics in the best sense of the word, that something passes, there's a reaction. And I think that for services, actually have people go through.
Sure. And so to your point, I think the main takeaway is, you know, use your intuitive thinking skills and discernment, and recognize the current political climate wherever you are at that time when you approach any elected official, right? I mean, if you want something, you got to go the best route to get it, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's just important to know what everybody's temperature is on legislation in general, and specifically land use, because it's really the thing that's going to touch their constituents the most outside of EMS services, in my opinion, like land use, their property, you know. So I would say it's like the third most important thing in most places. That's why it's highly political, as we all know.
And one of the things we did as a board, that's a little newer this past year, and we're still kind of workshopping all of it. We are a work in progress as we updated this website that you see the snippet of, and we are kind of in the process of adding additional information to it, as we did a bill watch. So if any of you are members of other states or have worked in other states as a professional planner, their state organization sends out some level of kind of update on legislative things as they go through. And so we kind of are in the beginnings of doing that, and we did take a position as a board on a couple, not all legislation, but on some of the legislation that was directly in conflict with other statutes or was referenced by other things, or in, you know, in Charles' case, and he's going to come talk about it in just a second, actually proposed legislation and brought it through. So we position or track everything, but we try to kind of, again, shepherd the process in a way that's going to cause the least amount of damage. And some of those are, you know, bills that might be poorly written or are overlapping with 4 other sections of state statute or are covered by somewhere else. That's kind of where our position as a board has really been, or again, providing some of that technical information. So I did testify on the housing exaction bill that came through to provide information on kind of what is an exaction, which is some of that slide stuff that I didn't read through. So I actually testified on and read through some of those court cases. So that's kind of, again, where we try to be more of a resource, and where our role is a little different than the lobbying agencies. These aren't working. I had really fun questions in here, and they're not working. So
Okay, so legislative timeline. I have received questions about what is the legislative timeline, even specifically during session. So we'll just run through it right quick. So right now there's the interim meetings. And interim topics are set through the management committee, prior for meetings to start. So the committee chairman comes with their ideas, their topics, whatever is most important at that time. And then they present them to the management committee, and they provide the final say and sign off on what those topics will be. And they will add things and take things out on the fly right at that meeting through a vote. So does everybody know that? That's where they get set. So they'll have several meetings on all of their topics throughout the year. There's always opportunity to testify and be present during the interim and to provide testimony on topics. Then we get to our regular session. Oh, there, yay. So the legislature meets in a regular session for 40 days, and those are on even years. So we just had one, and now we're going to go into a budget session. So on odd years, that's what happens, and it's only 20 days. And history says the Wyoming legislature has been pretty good with keeping it to fiscal matters. I think we're seeing perhaps a departure from that, maybe some bills that people didn't get to go through in general session. I bet we'll see it this go around in a budget session. People are going to try to run through. Okay, yeah, thanks. Committee hearings. Okay, so committee hearings are formed during session. And that's when they're gonna work the legislation basically for the last time. They're gonna hear from lobbying agencies, state agencies, and the public during those committee meetings during session. And then from those committee meetings, they are going to then, introduce the bill. They're going to bring it back to committee. They may do amendments. So I just want to go through this because there's been some specific questions. So the LSO, the Legislative Service Office, drafts legislation for our legislators. Nobody has personal staff. I'm sure you guys know that. Then during session, there's a bill introduction. The bill gets a number and a title. There's not really a debate at that point. It's just the formal introduction. Then they will have a first reading, and then the bill will be assigned to the committee. So there's no debate or vote at that stage. Then the committee will start to review that. So they'll have hearings on the bill where they, like I just said, they'll invite people to testify, experts, stakeholders, and the general public. And then they go to second reading. So the bill is brought back to the full chamber on the House or the Senate side. And the members then will debate and propose amendments. So from the first reading to the second reading is a good time, like when WyoPass or an NGO or a public agency can provide an amendment. Like that's a good time. And I know, Joy, you asked me about that. So this is all for you. So those are your opportunities. That's one opportunity right there to provide amendment to like real-time legislation. Then they have a third reading. So at this point, additional amendments are generally not allowed. It's really the discretion of who is running that chamber. I saw some, usually they'll allow it. It really depends on the legislation. You have something that's super hot topic and it truly does need to be worked more, they'll allow it. So between second and third reading, you still have a small window to provide amendments, to WyoPass, whoever your elected officials are working with, it's still a good time, but the window is shorter. Usually they're gonna have stuff pretty much cleaned up and ready for prime time, as they like to say. And then, as you guys all know, once the House is finished, it's all gonna go to the Senate and vice versa, and they start all over again. So there is half a dozen times, to provide amendment, comment, and feedback. If you don't get it to go in the House, providing testimony and amendments, you can take your shot on the Senate side.
And I will note, as an organization, we can only provide testimony at that committee review. So once it gets into the full chamber, if we want to propose an amendment, it has to come through a member of that chamber. So that's where it's important to have that kind of relationship with, and in general, just know who your legislators are. Because if it doesn't make it out, if it makes it out of committee, and is approved, and we didn't, we still think that there's an issue with it or the bill needs to be reworked, we then have to work with legislators. So if any of you got calls or texts from me about, hey, I need you to call, here's your senator, I need you to call them and try to propose an amendment. It's because it's something we've kind of talked about, but we are not able to testify anymore. WHAM does the same thing, WGCCA does the same thing. So it's limited to, those second and third readings are limited specifically to the members of the House or the members of the Senate. So they can bring amendments, but we can't do that, and we can't provide public comment. You can watch them, but it's just kind of being there. And that's where you have kind of really two big opportunities for us to provide feedback. Or if you have a major concern, we kind of need to hear about it sooner rather than later. So when I send out those emails with questions, they're not super time consuming or like time sensitive. But if you have a big thing, let me know. Also, I'm really easy to contact. I pick up the phone all the time. And I'm always on my email. You can ask Joy. We text all the time. So if you have questions or you have a big issue or something, or any members of the board are happy to kind of take that feedback and pull it in so that we can again try to do the best that we can for everybody.
Does anybody have any questions about the timeline? Did you know everything? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, can you talk a little bit about the difference between House bills and Senate bills? Are any of them introduce any type of legislation?
Yeah, so either body can introduce legislation. They do have to go through both. So if a bill is introduced in the House, it starts in the House and it goes through the House stuff. Their committee, their second, their third reading, and then it goes to the Senate. And if the Senate makes amendments to the bill, it then has to go back to the House for confirmation. So we did see a couple of those bills that got amended, or they made it all the way through the House. I can't remember. Maybe, no, it made it all the way through the Senate, got approved by the Senate, went to the House. The House said absolutely not. Actually, I think it was the other way around. I can't remember. But if it's not approved by both bodies as the same bill, it doesn't get approved.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, but can like,
You're talking about like topic wise, like
Oh.
the nature of whatever the legislation is on?
right, like a taxing bill, does that start in the Senate or House? I mean, it doesn't.
I don't
No.
I don't think it does.
It does not. Nope. I mean, there's also the aspect of what we've all heard about the speaker or the president keeping bills in the drawer, right? That's the thing. Your legislation may never see the light of day. That's the discretion of the presiding legislator, whether it's the Speaker of the House or the President of the Senate. They have discretion, especially with keeping their schedule, what they're going to allow for introduction and what they're not. So if they think it's a crap topic, they're not going to take it out of their drawer.
Or, we saw this last session that certain members proposed half a dozen bills or more.
Yeah.
And they were told you have to pick.
Yeah.
You can't bring through this many. I think we saw, do we have the numbers here? No, we don't.
500 was.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we saw 300 and something House bills and 200 and something Senate bills. Typically, we do see more out of the House because there's more people. But yeah, so there were over 500 pieces of legislation proposed. everybody kind of knew walking into that session that they were not going to get through even a quarter of those. And I think we saw that.
Yeah.
So we've got a kind of a list here of the bills some of the bills that we tracked, and you can see out of these are House bills.
Yeah.
One of them passed. The others failed. Some of them failed out of committee. And if you have questions about a specific bill, when it failed, we have that information on our website.
Yeah, most of these, weren't even introduced. The 18 on the House site, I mean, truly just failed at introduction.
Yeah. So I think the ones listed here did make it out of introduction and made it to committee at some extent. And one of them we're going to talk about. But the one that did kind of pass through was county and municipal roads on state land easements. So House Bill 219. And it relates to setting perpetual easements over state and local land. So we see another, state, local government kind of discussion bill. And then on the Senate side, we saw a few more pass than typical.
5 out of the 8 that we were tracking passed.
And there was one related to kind of recreational safety and agritourism, industrial wind and solar projects. Hearing deadline got extended. The moratorium one did not make it out though. And then the bill that our wonderful friend, Mr. Charles Bloom, brought through related to survey language. So those were kind of the 3 big ones that made it out of, or that were actually approved in this past session as far as the Senate goes.
Hey Tess, can you talk to us about the timing of these steps? Like I kind of follows a season, right? So like right now, we're in which part of this process?
So we're in the interim portion where the interim committees have been formed. Their topics have, passed muster by the management committee, and they will go through those topics throughout the year at their meetings. And they're really limited in how many meetings they have during the year because, their top priority seemingly is being fiscally responsible and not having, 24 meetings, a year because there's a cost to it, right? There's a cost to the taxpayers. So they really try to do a lot of work in their, I think, four, maybe 5 on with some of these interim committees. That's the time frame they meet throughout the year to discuss. Sometimes it's 5 or 6 topics, and sometimes they're not all discussed. They have to choose, prioritize. And if you feel like something's super important, I encourage you to go to those interim committees or meetings and say, hey, we really need to take this up. It's their discretion, really. So yes, that's the time frame we're in right now. We're in the interim portion leading up to session. And they'll do meetings into, I think their last one is usually in December, like end of November.
Then session starts in January.
Yeah. And it's a 20-day session. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of bills. Also, I'm sure you guys all know, there's a cost figure to those 500 plus bills. It costs money, and that can cost anywhere from like $4,000 for a simple bill to pushing over 10 for complex legislation. And on some of these legislators will, to make a point in a statement, they'll run through a bill that they know is never going to see the light of day, but that's what it costs to do it.
And we did see, so that the hearing timeline for this process can be really fast. Or if a bill doesn't get introduced or it gets pushed back or laid back or things like that. But we kind of have to track bills every day, every other day, and see kind of what the timeline is. We saw bills that made it through in like 3 days. So they did their introduction, and then it went to committee that afternoon, and then they did second reading the next day, and then third reading, and then it was done. So you had like 3 days. Other bills take a long time, or they get pushed back, or they never make it to a second reading. So the timelines for this process really vary depending on what the bill is and who the proposer is of the bill and what body it's in. So keep that in mind. I know we've tried to track stuff and we missed it. And it just
really,
happens.
I mean, it's super fluid. It either goes fast or slow, and you know, it does take it's like an onerous process to keep up because we're not in the mix, right? We're not. Nobody's calling us to tell us what they're going to be doing day to day.
And unlike, WHAM and WCCA, we don't do this full time. So all of your members of the Wirepass board do have a day job. So like I work full time, Tess works full time. So we're kind of doing this either as a small piece of that or kind of on the off hours. So if you kind of think about that, we're not doing this all the time. So we're not tracking all the things. So if you're interested in being a part of that, just kind of think about that. But also we would love your help if you are interested in a specific topic or you want to be part of the process or even just learn more about kind of how it goes. We're not experts, but we are trying to learn more as we go and figure out the best way to kind of work through the process. This is our contact information. And this is Wyopass's mission. So I'm just throwing it up here. So again, kind of everything we've talked about, that we were formed as a board, as a Wyopass organization for the purpose of advocating for planning programs, preserving the quality of life in Wyoming, facilitating coordination and cooperation between planners, and providing continuing education opportunities. So it's kind of what we're trying to do, just even at like a legislative level. So
yeah, and like I get it. None of this stuff kind of matters until it does, right? Until you are in the middle of some sort of legal dispute, legislative thing that's really important to your community. And then obviously, it's like, oh yeah, where can I find information on this? So, like a lot of things in planning, sometimes it's not a big deal until it is a big deal.
yeah.
How some of these bills can go through really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any discussion or concern about, like, at the state level, not about having more transparency and more opportunity for the public to say what's going on, to give them time to read the bill and to comment, as opposed to pushing things back through as quickly as possible and nobody really knows unless you're sitting in that chamber, so.
That's a question I asked when I first really got into this, being in Cheyenne, because I was like, oh, it should be easy. I'm in Cheyenne. I can get the information. Incorrect. It was really hard to find information. And so I reached out to my legislators and they said, yeah, you just have to know. And some of it's intentional. I will say that some of the bills that we saw go through were intentionally difficult to find information on. Amendments were proposed, like a whole new draft was proposed. And I remember going to session, I was going to testify, I had all my notes, I'd done all the things, and I showed up to the committee hearing and the proponent of the bill had a new draft. So, and that was submitted an hour before. So it didn't even make it online. It was sent out to all the committee members an hour before the meeting. And that happens a lot. So some of it's intentional, some of it is kind of work behind the scenes of trying to kind of remove weird things or questions or, work of bills. And what we kind of learned this session, and Charles will talk about it a little bit more, is that what happens like in the public facing realm is only like scratching the surface of how legislation is made. If you don't know that bills are being proposed or coming through in January, and that's the first time you're hearing of them, you're probably late to the process.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to backpedal from a lot of that. And we learned that. But if you're like Charles and you're ahead of the game, then it's really easy to get your bill through and kind of get easy amendments made. But a lot of stuff happens behind the scenes. And it's intentional. And that's why it's hard as a public member to go to a session and why they meet, from 9 a.m. to noon on a Tuesday in February. So it's tough. I think at the surface, there's been conversations of we should make it easy for people to be involved. And I don't think I'm cynical enough to think that is probably not actually ever really going to happen.
Questions? No, I'm teasing. No more questions.
But seriously, any other questions before we talk about
I was gonna do the
specific legislation?
topic and then the specific.
Taking.
So two things. Number one, Chelsea's passing out some printouts of the fast track permits bill. We'll get to that in just a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the legislative session and how walk through and just introduced a piece of legislation and it quietly slid through the process, which was pretty nice. It all started back in January. I was sitting down with one of our consultants that we utilize, and I had asked them to prepare a proposal for an annexation. It was pretty simple. We knew it was surveyed and monumented, and everyone here knows what monuments are, the metal posts that go in the corner of the ground. It was all in place. But as part of their proposal, due to legislation that occurred back in 2007, they were required to put in an estimate to actually go in and re-monument and resurvey and send somebody out into the field to double check and verify this person's survey. Essentially, what is it? They are, if someone was annexing a property, annexing an area, they had to go out and resurvey and re-monument it. So I said, wow, that's a little frustrating. And jokingly, I said, let's just go ahead and undo that piece of legislation. Let's just change it. And he's like, yeah, sure, right. Okay. So I went online, downloaded copied took a PDF of a past bill, saved it as a Word document, doctored it up, and the day before the legislature convened on January 13th, I sent it over to a group that we've been working with through the Wyoming Business Council, and they forwarded on to the governor's office, and their staff looked at it and said, this looks good. And then out of the blue one Thursday afternoon, I get a phone call from the governor's office, one of their staffers, and they said, Senator Nethercott really likes your bill. We've titled it Regulatory Reduction because that's a trendy catchword for a lot of our folks. And they said, be at the whatever committee tomorrow at 8. I'm like, oh, great. It's a Friday. I don't get dressed casual. I thought I was already on the way to work. Actually, no, they called me on that Friday morning. I said I needed to come in. So I just was ready to roll. Anyway, this bill was quite interesting, the way it all worked. We quickly, after it got picked up, I worked with others to quickly get it out to WCCA because we wanted the Wyoming County Commissioners Association's buy off on it. Also WAM, the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. And then we sent it out to some of the other communities and cities out there, as well as engineers. Some of the key things there, and surveyors. The key things there, we involved surveyors, we involved all the folks in the practice and the trade, and it was good. In the end, it went through the process. It started in the Senate, which I like starting in the Senate because they're a little bit easier to work with right now. But as they mentioned in their process, you have to have both bodies. You have to have the Senate and the House approve the bill, and they have to approve the exact same thing. So what happens is this bill on annexation survey monument requirements, it went through the House as drafted, no amendments, and then it went to the Senate as drafted, no amendments. Then the House got a hold of it, and they didn't make any amendments, but there were some more that were major. They made one political amendment where someone changed the name of the bill. They didn't want it to say regulatory reduction. It was more of a stab at the Freedom Caucus. We don't want to call it that. So they changed the name, which probably was appropriate. But since that name was changed, then the Senate again had to hear it and concur with the changes. Overall, that was done. It comes into effect on July 1st. So that'll be nice. But what have I learned lesson-wise with running a bill through? Melissa really summed it up quite well. You never know when your items are going to be heard. You don't see the information that's proposed. For those of you who may have been following the zoning protest amendments, that one was dealt a poison pill at the very end. It went through the process. It had a lot of different amendments, and then it was dealt a poison pill. What do I mean by that? It was dealt amendments that were certain to get it killed. And basically, some members, I believe it was from the House, went ahead and tried to amend the bill to add like 3 other bills into the text that were completely unrelated. Very much against the legislative rules, but whatever. It was just to kill the bill. But it happens. But the biggest thing I noticed is when you start to talk to these legislators, you just need to communicate with them and explain what the issues are and where the issues, how we're resolving the issues. Because most of these folks, they don't know anything about what they're voting for. They're just voting because Joe said, you need to vote for this. Jim said this, Kelly said this. This is what we need to do. There's a perceived problem. But you really just need to help educate folks and let them know what is going on with the legislation. I remember talking with Senator Nethercott, on this item. She didn't know what it was. She just knew it sounded good. She had heard from a whole bunch of constituents that it was good. And together we tag teamed our presentation in front of a couple of the subcommittees, and we received unanimous votes of support. The only concern we heard from one of the committee members was one of the representatives from, can't remember his name, he's out, is it Uinta County is out west, adjacent to the state of Utah? That was the Uinta County. Oh, it was a House Member Wharf. That was his name. And his only comment was, well, this is titled a regulatory reduction. He goes, however, it's only 1 page long. I would expect to see more regulatory reductions in the future years. So I'll reach out to him just for fun this next, like during the interim, and maybe we can see if we can get him to sponsor something with a little bit more regulatory reduction. And as planners, I wouldn't, they may call things regulatory reduction or other items, other catchy terms, but really what I like to say we're trying to do is introduce common sense into the legislation. And by introducing common sense, you're essentially reducing regulation, speeding up processes. Right now, we're working on a piece of legislation which we've drafted, and we're about to send to engineers, which will be fun. It's one regarding speed study requirements when you change residential speed limits. Right now in the state of Wyoming, if you wish to change the speed limit in a residential neighborhood, you're required to adhere to the DOT's rules of procedure. And one of those rules is this very loose advisory statement. It's advisory. Everything in the engineer's books are advisory, but they're taken as Bible. It says that that the community must do a speed study on a residential street to change the speed limit. Back in the day, the city of Cheyenne got slapped because they changed all their speed limits to 25 in the neighborhoods for safety. They got slapped because they didn't have a speed study. So when they changed it, they quickly had to change it back. And that kind of sat there as an issue. We all know that if a child in a neighborhood is walking across the street, they get hit by a car doing 30 miles per hour. It's a lot different than 25. Granted, not everyone's going to do the speed, but we're really trying to find a way to allow cities to apply common sense to lower speed limits in areas that are sensitive. One of the funny things with that bill, we're actually working with it's the mayor, our city engineer, our traffic engineer, some of our planners. We have an internal group right now. We're about to move it out to others. But we've been joking about what should the title be. At first, I was like, we can throw a reduction in there, regulatory reduction. That'd be kind of fun. But we think it needs to be something spicier, like the Speed Limit Freedom Act. Something like that. We're trying to think of catchy names, but that'll be something that we'll throw out of the Wildpass group as it grows legs and moves forward. Yes.
So couldn't this actually work the opposite way though? It would also give the city the freedom to increase the speed limit without doing a speed study. Is that correct? Like we could go both ways?
No, the way it's drafted, it shouldn't do that. It's set in a way that it would establish the maximum speed limit. Oh no, that's a good. Take a look at that. I'm pretty sure the way it's set is it's not set that way.
Well, and Charles, you know me, like, there are some places that can use common sense and make good decisions based on good information, and then you got communities that don't make good common sense decisions.
All the time.
They don't use information to make it, so that's why just be careful not to maybe set yourself up for a two-way street there.
Yeah. Do we want to talk about fast track permits?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point that Joy brought up. So as we look at legislation and specifically what, you know, we get involved in as a board, are we doing more harm than good? Is a bill really gonna cause an impact? Like, why wouldn't you want to be required to do a survey? These communities know where the problems are. Well, yeah, but if you already know where they are, you should have the option to do the survey instead of being required. So there's some questions you kind of have to think about, you know, level of effort, but also bills that as they come through, how impact. One of the fast track permits bill, it was House Bill 202. Got an email from me through the Wildpass list server about House Bill 202. This is the bill. We worked really hard. I worked over Christmas with Jeremiah, the executive director of WCCA, to redraft this bill because on its face, so this bill initially related to, it's called Fast Track Permits Bill, was a misleading title to say the least. It essentially said that that communities had 30 days to approve anything. It said building permits, but then it defined building permits as variances, special use permits, site plans, all sorts of stuff. And when we got this bill, we said, well, variances are something totally different. That's covered by something that's not even related. And a conditional use permit's going to have a public hearing. So we kind of sat down as a board and actually marked up the whole bill and said, what are the key issues that we want to try to address? And we wanted to remove a couple specific things, add in a requirement or extension if you had some sort of third party review that didn't affect your 30 days. Because if you're waiting for DEQ to review something, you're lucky if you're going to get it in 30 days. Same with if you have an engineer reviewing something. You might get it in 30 days, you might not. So we worked to kind of revise that bill and propose this draft. And then this draft got thrown out by the sponsor of the bill. So that was really fun. But that bill was one of the bills that then came through this past legislative session, made it all the way through the first, was introduced in the House. We testified actually against it in the House because of those reasons, tried to say, here's the amendments that we tried to propose and work with you on. It went through anyway, and then it came to the Senate and it failed out of committee in the Senate. So it was not approved. It didn't even make it out of the committee. And then it was really fun watching that hearing, if you have time to listen to that hearing. But this is the bill that we think is probably going to come back, and we'd like to get kind of some feedback from you all on what you think. And then also it's a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what we as a board kind of do, looking at a bill of, you know, what are the places where we want to suggest changes versus make some compromises, because that's a lot of what legislation is compromising.
Yeah, and one of the issues with this bill is this had worked its way through processes and changed in a lot of ways, and the people that are making these decisions weren't involved. And this applied to county jurisdictions, city jurisdictions, municipal jurisdictions. It applied to residential permits and commercial permits. In 30 days, it can vary in different communities. A small town or even a smaller county, they could get overwhelmed quickly with a large commercial permit. Granted, there's other agencies that have to review, but they could get overwhelmed quickly. In addition, it also added a financial penalty to that jurisdiction if they didn't meet the deadlines. And that first initial draft that they proposed, it didn't account for the time that the applicant sat on it. How many times do you review a project and say, hey, you need to submit A, B, and C. This is an incomplete application. And they sit on it for 3, 4, 5 weeks. They come back and resubmit it. And then they tell the county commissioner or the city council member, oh, the planners are so slow. I've been waiting for, they're going to round up 14 weeks now, for this project to go through. But they didn't note that most of the delay was on them. So something that came out of that we were able to muster through this was, did we actually get in or it didn't go in and it failed? The shot clock? We're looking at trying to get a shot clock provision that only counted the time when they like we had it in our hands. So when it's out for review, you didn't have them. But what was very interesting here is at the very beginning, we were able to reach out to the representative who was sponsoring this, Representative Filer. He was one of them, and said, hey, variances are actually called out in a whole different state statute. There's a direct conflict. So I really have questions with the competence of the LSO's office. They're all attorneys if they're going to introduce direct conflict into legislation. But we're able to get the variance provisions hammered out and gone. But through this whole process, we were able to talk with them and try to provide them information to help make better amendments. And in the end, it wasn't happening. But Melissa did mention what was really a pretty awesome testimony in front of one of the committees. One of our big concerns in Cheyenne is how can you compare a residential building permit for a 2,000 square foot house to a data center that might be 300,000 square feet and very technical. 30 days, even 60 days, how it ended up in the draft that failed. That's not the same. So in working with WHAM, we brought a pair of dollies and for 2 days walked around the Capitol with all the plans for a Microsoft data center complex all rolled up. I mean, it was huge. And testified from the committee and said, okay, we'll review this. Because we wanted to really limit it down to just the residential permits. That's really where it is. Well, since that failed, we in Cheyenne have invited Representative Filer to the table to come to us because he was ticked. He was really mad. The show that was put on there, he didn't like it. This isn't being recorded, is it?
Oh, it is.
No, he wasn't. He did not enjoy that. No, he didn't enjoy that. But it was frustrating. He had put all this hard work and all this energy into putting this bill together. So what we had ended up doing is inviting him to the table and saying, where are your concerns? Where are the concerns in the state? And how can we make something that works for everybody? Because none of us want to work harder or longer. We all want to work more efficiently. None of us out here are here to make someone's day a living nightmare. I hope not. That's not our role as public stewards. So we invited him. We've working with our chief of staff. We're also working with other legislators. We have a member of the WHAM legislative committee, and then the director of WHAM, Ashley Harpstreet. She is there as well. And we've all sat around the table, and right now, with our building official as well, and right now we've all agreed upon, well, let's take this to the planning professionals and see what their thoughts are. Let's take it to the building officials, see what their thoughts are. And also, this affects engineers as well. So we need to take it to the engineers as well to see what their thoughts are as well. And we're in that early stage right now of putting that together. Just recently, we had a survey that was sent out back in March by WHAM, and that went out to all of the municipalities that are members of WHAM. And it just got access to it this morning. There's 44 responses that are pretty timely that talked about their permit review processes. And just looking at the raw data unfiltered, it appeared that there were a few outliers when it came to residential permits where they might be more than 7 days or 21 days. There's a few that actually have like 1 day reviews. I'm like, wow, I don't know who that is, but congrats to whoever's doing that. But there are others for single family, like a few outliers that were 4 to 6 months. Those are the ones that are concerns. When you submit a residential permit, it's going to take 4 to 6 months to review. That's not gonna be well. And then they also looked at commercial permits with valuations of 2.5 million or more, or 2.5 million or less. And just the data there is very wild because you have a whole bunch of different timelines with different jurisdictions. And no one really knows, well, what's the problem? What's the holdup? Is it staff? Is it technical expertise? What is it? What is it? And one thing that was also noted pretty heavily that I noted was the lack of quality applications coming in and the what I call the niceness factor, where we're like, oh yeah, we'll take page 3 of this 10-page packet and we'll hold on to it for you. And then they're like, here's page 7, here's page 1, and you get a piecemeal application. So you're seeing a lot of those concerns coming in where people are just submitting piecemeal or lower quality applications. So those are things that WAM, WyoPass, the building groups, I probably need to reach out to some of their communities and evaluate, well, what are we doing wrong and what is this community doing right to try to make sure we're all kind of on the same page. But really, what we want to talk about a little bit today is, first of all, who's familiar with this? Who is? And who's not familiar with it? Let's make sure everyone's paying attention. Who has read?
Expected.
Who has read this? Right. Who's a planning commissioner? Okay, so you're like, what? Huh? You don't even. Hopefully, you don't see permits.
But that begs the question, something like that for the day is, so basically a professional association, do you have points of view of giving more power to plan commissions that then don't have to send decisions up to elected to move the process along, then working on the margins of, forget this, forget that, forget that. It's the regulatory issue for the plan itself, is the legislation that regulates the commission, not just the work of the.
That's a really good comment there. Trying to downward delegate items to the planning commission. Typically, planning commissions are recommending bodies to, or they're recommenders to the governing body. Some of the things that they review, they are required to review under state statute to make a recommendation. Subdivisions, number 1, that has to be signed off by the mayor and all of that. So it has to go to that level. Zoning, zoning's by ordinance, so that would also have to go to the planning commission, and then to the council, because the planning commission's role is to review and provide recommendations on the zoning based on the land use plan, comprehensive plan. They call it the master plan in state statute. But yes, there are items that you could send to the planning commission for final review. That would have to be a regulatory change in your development regulations, and possibly a change in your bylaws. But also, is it necessary to send it to the planning commission? They're a volunteer board. They're not getting paid for the headaches that they could be about to have. Is it something that could be taken care of at the administrative level? Is something internal, so it's even quicker, and then you're not having those additional delays. Common things we're dealing with are like multifamily developments, where people talk about front loading the public hearing. What does that mean? Front loading the public hearing means your public hearing essentially was when we established the zoning, and it said, you're going to have multifamily here, possibly. That was your time to comment. We don't need to comment on it every time a new fourplex is built or every time a new apartment complex is built. So I guess with that, Has everybody at least started to thumb through this that hasn't read it? So I just want to volunteer for someone who read this for the very first time. What are their thoughts? What are your thoughts? Don't be shy. There we go. Yes.
State farmland. Yeah, we did that plan through the state farmland.
Oh, for the permits?
Yeah.
There is a provision in this that if it has a state agency review, the draft at least, that it has a longer a timeline, and it counts for that. But that's another problem. This is penalizing a jurisdiction for review time. But what if we are having a delay because of DEQ or state engineer, state fire marshal, those folks? Yes.
Question about that, get the 10 initial ratings, if you don't get the information back, is that a reason for denial?
That was
You haven't submitted the application forward, this is the document. We'll do that.
It's a very good point. That's one thing we noted during the process is the only two options under this bill are to approve or deny. There's nothing saying that you are able to approve subject to conditions. And if a building department really wanted to really create problems, they could deny the project, keep those review fees, and make him reapply again and continue to add costs up. Those are comments that were brought up. Those are comments we're going to continue to work through as we prepare a draft in the event it does make it to the next session. Remember, the next session is a budget session, so it would take 2/3 of one of the House or the Senate to introduce it. And so it has a higher bar to climb, unless somehow it can get classified as a budget related item because it has a financial implication, because it has some fines to the city.
What they're putting forward right now, is this what we ended with last time? What is this draft specifically?
Joy, this is what was this is the engrossed version. This includes amendments through the process last session until it died.
This is what it was when it died.
When it died, yes. Has not been changed. We're using it as a base with the Representative Filer, to work together to propose something that will work for communities, city and county communities. Yes.
I see, DEP was so backlogged. Septic system that they commit versus what the county commits. I mean, there's a alternate deadline in there, but seems like that's not very much time.
So back quick question. Who's bold enough to say, I read this for the first time and this is my initial reaction? Like, we're having one of those like YouTube reaction videos that all of our kids and stuff and grandkids look at. Like, any comments on that?
This is the first time I've read this version,
Oh, okay.
when it was much different.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts?
I like how it's changed. I still think that there needs to be some, what you're saying, block language in there about that 60 days stop once, you know, the city or county sends it back to the applicant and then restart when they get resubmitted documents, or is it 60 days from late submittal?
Okay.
But I could foresee that being a gray area.
And what about you in the back? In the maroon, I thought you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, there's two different questions came up. One was in several areas, or a couple areas mentioned you can do a agreed upon extension of a deadline, but you almost build that in the front end of the process, that some of the other agencies take forever. So to speak, you almost have part of your application say, yeah, this is going to take 120 days out of the fake to have the development sign off on it. When you end up with those types of workarounds with perfect, I think, but that happen in the bill. But some of the other things, we do a lot of stuff, I think, we can kick back right on the front end, otherwise we do if it's not can't accept it yet, so we can maybe just turn around and go, it's not a good application. Seems like it's governed up the process.
It does, and I feel it does, and the agreed upon process extension, that is a interesting concept, but we all know that in planning and development that we have to plan for the what I call the lowest common denominator, the worst case scenario, the most stubborn person that you will see, and they walk in and say, yeah, I know that it has to take X amount of days to do this and that. I'm not going to agree to an extension. You have to meet this deadline. So how do we figure? I don't know if we can legislate at our local level around that state legislation that says we have to do it unless they agree. So it could be hard to compel them to agreement. Yes.
That the local jurisdiction may require them to hire more people to accommodate their timeline. Or they may farm out and reduce to a third party private sector company doing the reviews has capacity. So that's gonna add costs to the local jurisdiction. And last I remember, we all just got our budgets slashed by the state. So we all just lost a lot of revenue, and now we're being told to move things faster. So what I would see happening is local jurisdictions saying, okay, this is the case, we're gonna farm this out, we're gonna charge the applicant whatever it costs. So, and maybe many applicants would probably be fine with that, because getting things done quicker is sometimes better than getting them done slower. But I could see local jurisdictions saying, okay, now we need to add more staff. That's gonna be hard, or we're gonna farm this out, they have more costs, and then we're gonna raise rates.
And you raise permit fees to capture revenue that we're losing. I think everyone if you own a home or a property, you recently received your statement from your local assessor, and you may have noticed that that 4% cap is now in effect on your residential principal structure only, not your barn or your accessory building. It's just your principal. So we lost some revenue. I think City of Cheyenne, we lost, it was about 2.1 million is what, no, it was 1.7 million around that we lost in the revenue from property taxes. And then I believe that this upcoming election in 2026, there'll be a voter, be a vote on just a 50% reduction in all property taxes, which that has a pretty disastrous effect on a lot of communities. And then there is another piece of legislation that was filed last year and is going to come back, which is regarding taxation of electricity, where they want to exempt electricity from sales tax. Now, this is a little bit more complicated because I think they want to tax the energy that we sell to make up, to basically offset that, but mathematically it's not adding up. This state would still be in a deficit, but there are a lot of communities in Wyoming that depend on that sales tax that's generated from electricity, like a large refinery in your community. That's a good chunk of revenue that comes in. A data center, a Bitcoin mine, those types of items. Those are all generators. If the intent is to lower taxes for electricity on residential users, you'll still have an impact in communities, but if you actually tie it to what is a expected and typical residential bill, maybe exemptions the first, $100 or however they want to measure it of electricity usage, that could be something more palatable. So those are different bills. One of the biggest struggles I think we're going to see in the next few years is our funding sources and where they're coming from. Any other comments? Yes.
Charles, I missed this. Why did this bill die in the Senate? Is that what I heard? It died in the Senate, or it didn't even get out of committee in the Senate?
It died in committee in the Senate. Which committee was it? I forgot what committee. I'd have to look at the stuff online.
I think it was joint corporation. So this was a weird bill. It came through the House where it was introduced through like education or something super weird. So this is another thing where trying to track legislation is really, really hard because things move. So this bill, land use related, you'd think it would go through, there's a set number of kind of standing committees for each body of the legislature. And you would think that this one would come through something related to corporations or political subdivisions or something related to kind of communities. And it came through education because education only had like 3 bills that came through the House. So they offered to take additional legislation. And this was one of them. It was an interesting process. Again, it made it all the way through the House. There were a number of amendments that were proposed by various representatives at the committee of the whole meetings, and they all died. But then when it made it to the Senate, it went to, I think it was management committee. Who does Nethercott lead? Because it was Nethercott's.
I don't recall.
Either. It came through a committee that was more, I should say, more familiar with land use legislation. And they had a lot of questions with the city of Cheyenne having building permits. And this was specifically tied to the conditional use piece. So the statements that were made were that this bill only affects easy uses that are quick permits that folks should be able to turn around easily because they're by right uses in your community. And that was the point that was kind of made, was that by right, and we as planners kind of know, by right doesn't mean that it's easy or simple. It just means that it's something that aligns with your goals for that area. A data center is a by right use in like 3 zone districts in Cheyenne. So that was kind of the point that was made for this bill. And that's ultimately part of why it died, was because there was a kind of a misunderstanding, I should say, of some of the terms that were used between the legislators and the kind of planners and building officials. It also died because there wasn't any discussion with the local governments about the impact. And that was kind of the final straw, I would say, is why the bill didn't make it through, is because there was concern from representatives that their own communities were against this bill, and WAM stood in opposition and WCCA stood in opposition. And there was questions of, well, then how did this, how did you get to this bill? And I think there wasn't a strong enough answer. So that's why we're doing this process now, is trying to get being able to pull something forward that everyone can say, this is going to work. It's going to address the issue of, a building permit. I think the comment was that a building permit took someone 6 months to get through. There's a question about whether that was actually a building permit or if it was something else. But trying to address some of these core issues, but as more of an organization or as a group.
The applicants sit on the,
Exactly.
not completing or not submitting a complete application, or
Yeah.
give everything in for 5 months and then.
Those are the questions we don't know the answer to, but that was the kind of the stated reason for the legislation, was to address those issues.
There's a lot of misinformation that occurs at the legislature. Folks will just say, hey, this is what's happening in my community, and there's no time to fact check it. There's no one there that wants to fact check it. So everyone's going to take it as a fact. And as what Melissa was indicating, there's a statement made that said, like data centers are conditional uses in all industrial districts. So you're not going to, this won't affect it. And that's not correct. They're permitted uses, and they vary from community to community. What's a conditional use in Cheyenne might be a permitted use in Laramie. It might be a prohibited use in Casper. So it could change from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But the biggest thing is the goal really is to identify something that if we have to have this legislation, that we have something that works for all the communities, and it addresses the concerns of the legislature. Yes, Kelly.
Looking through this, sign permits, most of them are pretty straightforward. In Sheridan, we do require electronic message centers within 300 feet of a residential district to go through a public hearing process. So I don't know how that would be affected by that.
As a follow-up, how long does that process take? And there's always the ability of a postponement, which
it would go to planning commission and then city council, so probably 30 to 45 days, just depending on how you hit the schedule.
Just for the public hearing process.
In Douglas, anything that requires a public hearing can be up to 60 days because of our noticing requirements. And our newspaper only publishes once a week. So if you don't make that deadline for the newspaper, then it takes another week to get it in the paper. And if it has to be noticed 20 days out or 15 days out from the meeting, then
That's a really good point. Right now, under state statute, it says for a public hearing notices, they have to be published in a newspaper with daily circulation in your city and then every year your governing body has to designate what that is. And it can't be like tidbits or coffee news or the thrifty nickel. It could be, I guess, but yeah, that's definitely something that is interesting when you only have a once a week newspaper and your deadlines might be hard to hit. That's going to be a problem and that can create delays.
Charles, these numbers that you're coming in with 60 days, 30 days, I mean, are these people that somehow may have like building code inspections that affect the timeline of those issuances? Because like, I mean, many of us don't have building code, right? So we don't have to worry about going and inspecting something. That means we can whip these permits out like right now. But for those, is that in the timeline or is it like, okay, we'll issue the permit, but then you still have to go through all of these steps to finish it? You know, like what does that mean?
It's a good question. Yeah, so this bill, it doesn't establish a timeline for the entirety of the process from when it's filed to when the permit is issued to the inspections and that final approval. This is just till they get the permission to pass go. So this is the initial intake, the review to make sure you have the right codes. It's, structurally sound, like electrical makes sense, is to get that permit in hand. There was other legislation that was floating around that I don't think it got introduced, no, that was involved in this, that basically said if it wasn't approved, it would be deemed automatically approved. Yeah, that was in here. That was this one. It was automatically approved. And if it were automatically approved, how do you send the building official or the fire marshal out to look at something and be like, oh, wow, you use steel wool as your exterior treatment on your house. That's going to be wonderful. Yep, we missed that in our review, but I guess it's cool. Little house, little flame on the prairie. I mean, what do you want to call it? So, but you have those types of issues that pop up. Like, how do you deal with it if something gets approved that's wrong?
That was my question. So it can differentiate between initial permits to construct and because it said for occupancy. So like on septic, we have okay, you can go, yes, we're gonna come back and check it. Does this timeline still matter to the second inspection of my office? Or is it just the very first permit I issue to say, okay, you can go dig your dirt? Is there gonna be a differentiation between those two, which will help offset the right or maintain our rights to inspect stuff?
So the question was on a septic permit where it sounds like this, which county are you with?
I'm Lincoln County.
Lincoln County. It sounds like they have like a graduated type of permit where you have a permit to construct a septic system and your first permit is the digging of the hole for the septic, what is it, chamber? I forgot what is, leach field, but then you have that. And then they have the inspections out there, but those are all treated as different permits. Yeah, that's a good point to bring up is how do you look at a permit that might be a two-step permit? Where you have one permit and then you have another permit to proceed. How do those all marry up? These are good comments and I'm planning on bringing these to this little group that we have put together, where we'll continue to share this as it evolves and goes forward. Yes.
This House Bill 203, so they're gonna try to keep continuing on and get a version of this gonna pass. I mean,
That's the goal. They would like to continue.
have a way of this.
Mm-hmm.
I made comments too, and I appreciate you guys keep following up because it did generate some good conversations through our department, my office. Had an opportunity to weigh in and give feedback to some of our legislators, and we did the same thing. pull out and 200 pounds worth of plan. And so, you know, do something with this.
And what community are you in?
Do all that. But anyway, it's just kidding.
And what community are you with? Campbell County.
Hey, Charles, so this bill talks about other political subdivision. Does everybody realize that that's actually defined in statute? I mean, that could include water districts, I mean, all kinds of people that's not the same, you know, they don't issue this kind of permit, but that's a broad audience.
No, that's a great point. That was brought up. Other political subdivisions are everything. It could be a downtown development authority, it could be an urban renewal authority, special districts, those type of items. So this really did have a pretty broad brush approach. So what is an application? But they're really specifically related to that change of use application, and they define what change of use is, which there were some concerns. Yes.
But driving like feels like a one size fits all. So like if you're part of a smaller, you know, group, we might only have committees that meet once a month. So that also might really impact timelines of deadlines that need to be done.
That's fair. And those are points that were brought up with how do you, that was one of the big concerns with variances. That's one with site plans. If site plans have to go to a review by a planning commission or a governing body. Yes.
Automatic approval, if we don't, we give you the answer within 60 days, automatically issued. You're gonna have contractors who are building off a set of plans, but you said, who knows what's going to say. They're gonna get through the building, maybe get to the end or halfway through the project. The inspector is gonna see something and say, you need to redo this, because they do have to, legally says it has to pass all safety and code compliance inspections. So now they're building off a set of plans that there you may or may not be compliant, they have to rip out the work that was done 6 months ago. Start over. So it's gonna put really bad light on the inspector who's telling them, you need to plan code and point out further, this is what the plans say, well, sorry, that plan was issued because of some state law, not because it actually met the code.
That's another good point there. And then how do you address that from say you get the point where like, well, I guess I have to do a CO, a certificate of occupancy on this property. It was built off a crummy plan set that doesn't meet building code, doesn't meet fire code, electrical code, whatever. Do you note that in big bold letters on the thing?
Deny the permit, say we're not issuing the CO until we fix it.
Right. Well, if in the end somehow it got through the process or at the end, how do you note that that doesn't comply? And then what happens when, say, the house burns down and the insurance company does a FOIA to pull the permit data and say, wow, well, this wasn't approved because of the state statute. So, well, we're not going to cover this loss because of this. Is that a issue with the state because they forced that unsafe condition? Is the issue with the jurisdiction? The homeowner is going to be out money. There's a lot of concerns with how that whole relationship works. Yes.
Think the state has to ensure the structure then as a no fault of their own. If you're gonna require this, then you're gonna have to insure it. Regardless of what the insurance company does, because just to what you said. If you're gonna override, you know, fire and safety regulations, then you have the ability to reimburse loss.
So the state should assume the liability for the public safety, health, and welfare of the community.
Yeah.
There's another potential if someone were to build a house under that circumstance where their permit got automatically approved. And then they go to sell later on. A lot of times a mortgage company won't approve a mortgage on something like that.
That doesn't pass the home inspections, that doesn't.
So looking for your certificate of occupancy, that's what we get a lot is mortgage companies and insurance companies asking for permits and certificate of occupancy. If they don't have that, they're going around trying to figure out how to
put the mortgage financial aspect to that building.
You know what you're bringing, this is a really good discussion, and that's a really good point, is a group that was not involved in any discussions was the insurance industry and the mortgage companies and lenders. That's a really good point, and they will be brought in. We're gonna make sure we bring them to the table, and it would be really nice to have a statement from them as to exactly how this relates to their liability and what does that mean to increase costs for insurance for everybody. So, well, this could lead to increased costs if now we have the potential for uncertainty in our building stock. That's a good one. Thank you very much.
Another thought is, in Teton County, we try to do all of the reviews at the same time. We're doing the zoning review, the engineering review, the grading permit, and building permit all at the same time. I can see jurisdictions saying, you need to do reviews in sequence, and we're not gonna do them all at the same time, because the building permit, you know, it is not much. Worse, they probably end up changing the rules to say, well, the zoning permit is separate, a site plan or maybe a grading permit, depending upon the wording and what gets adopted here. And instead of doing it all concurrently, you can say, well, go get this permit, then get that permit, and then apply for your building permit.
We do that now at the city. If it's commercial review, they can't submit their permit till they go before the planning and zoning board. That's just our practice. We've done it for years. And after they get approval from planning and zoning and they meet their conditions from public works, the fire marshal and the P&Z board, and they've met all the conditions that the P&Z board has put, then there can be issued the building permit. That's just a condition that we put on in our staff report.
Which jurisdiction are you with?
City of Cody.
Cody. And so what goes to the planning commission for Cody when it comes to a commercial development?
Site plan, drainage report, the landscape and architectural view, and any of their utilities, the civil plans basically goes before the commission.
Wow. Does anyone else do that? In Douglas? Okay. I knew you were in Douglas. That's a lot. So that's an interesting conversation there. This is sort of on a sidetrack is typically when you have a drainage plan that's put together or a civil plan, those are signed or stamped by professional engineers. And now you have a volunteer board with no expertise generally with limited expertise that not everyone has. I mean, not all of the, I don't know of a planning commission that has all members have their PEs. That'd be scary, by the way.
Our community members. Our council just passed that all of this has to be in an ordinance for them, for their site plan, drainage report, and elevation views. They just passed that and put it into our building department before a building permit is issued. It has to go before the planning and zoning board.
So we have a development application that has all of that has to be approved. It's internally reviewed by our city engineer and our public works department and all of that. And then their recommendations are given to planning and zoning.
That's how I see this. He just front loaded everything.
Yeah.
All the stuff has to be, for the developer, all of that has to be done up front, which is encumbering upon them because then they're spending a crap load of money up front to try and figure out whether or not they're gonna pass muster at the planning board.
That's a lot of comments that we've got back from developers. We put all this time and money into it, and then you go before the planning commission and they set a lot of regulations that they want approvals on. So staff is trying to get all of that done and work with the developers before they go before the planning commission to make sure they are okay with what the requirements are.
But even if you're doing a large subdivision out of the county, if you're in critical habitat for sage grouse and you've got irrigated land, so it's got to go before the state engineer's office. They've got to sign off on it.
So if you front load the state engineer's office and you front load the requirement that you have to have permits in place for the cost offsets for safe grouse habitat. I mean, that guy, we had one of these locally, and that guy was a year and a half into the process before he even got to the point where he could come before the planning.
You still not,
And
but if they recommend to not approve and the governing body says no,
yeah, he gave
I mean, you could almost say that in, you know, it's grounds for some sort of resolution, like that. Why would, you know, why would I mean, safe ground practice costs just. Safe ground EO funds.
This seems to be trying to solve an itch around timing. When they were developing the bill, has anyone put forth, whoever's supporting this, the cost and delays, what's the aggregate cost that someone's put forth to generate this legislation? What's the financial argument to do?
The only argument, only financial argument that I'm aware of is the classic time is money for the developer side. So they're like, oh, we have carrying costs, but no one has quantified that.
This is a hit that someone's trying to scratch, but they won't reveal the cost, that it's the cost of the problem. I just find that as a layperson interesting.
That's fair. That's
Always
good.
want to do things quickly. You know, volunteers don't know enough. You know, these are old arguments, but the problem is when you introduce a bill like this without understanding the itch that someone's trying to scratch here, it has, as people identify, multiple problems that aren't easily addressed in a piece of legislation. I think that deal more whoever's doing this, what the cost is in order to get the public benefit.
So something that we've talked about just with Cheyenne and the other folks is if this were to go forward in a manner, what would we accept as something? And our thoughts at this time are residential permits only, because commercial ones can vary completely. And residential ones are usually pretty quick. So if something were to go through and it's a residential permit, 60 days, we can do approval, denial, approval with conditions, and even the ability to still have that agreement. Is that something palatable, or is there something else we'd want to see? Code,
That's what development for the same.
correct.
Like you said earlier,
Sorry.
you cookie cutter subdivision, that's fine. An 8,000, 10,000 square foot home with an indoor elevator, with a bowling alley, with movie theater, with swimming pool. How am I in there? That's not doesn't take the same amount of time as a single family in a cookie cutter subdivision. And you're not, that would fall into residential, but where I come from, there's a lot of those ridiculous homes. Man, it's got maybe this will be done in 60 days. I'm not even doing a regular house in 60 days necessarily. That's gonna be the 2,000 square foot house.
That's a good point. Maybe valuation could be a factor, but how do you deal with valuation as it changes? I look at our annexation statute, say you need consent of any property owner for annexation of a 40-acre parcel with an assessed value of $40,000. That was a lot when that was written. Now it's nothing. Yes.
So one of the issues I would have with that, and I'm sure Clara's brought this up to the board because she's on it, but we have one plan reviewing. He's also our building official. And he works on a first in, first out system. So if he's got 3 commercial plans ahead of that residential plan that came in, it may sit on his desk for 30 days before he even looks at it, or 60 days before he even looks at it. And so, you know, and this has happened recently. We just had come in within a week of each other. We had all the buildings at the state fairgrounds are being renovated. So he's plan reviewing that. The Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy is being renovated. He's plan reviewing that. 2 of the schools are having major remodels done. And then a single family residence comes in. That single family residence is the last thing that came in. So it's gonna sit until everything else is done. All those commercial plan reviews are done. And then on top of that, you gotta now do inspecting. Yeah. And so at that point, if this goes through, we're gonna have to look at charging for plan review, and we're gonna have to send it out to external companies for plan review. Which is going to raise the cost for the developer, because they're gonna pay for that plan review. We don't have that in our budget roots.
And Charles, I think everybody understand that these bills were born with the intent to reduce regulation. And that intent to reduce regulation came from the literal elementary thought that we have too many words in our state law. And just look at how many words you might be adding to state law to reduce regulations. That was the whole intent, was to reduce the rule and make it easier.
That's definitely true. Angela, you ready to kick me out?
Yep.
Nice. Well, if you have anything, there's an email. There was one sent out with a Excel spreadsheet with just a detail. If your processes, I think we had about 7 or 8 people that responded. Was good. This is very valuable feedback. We're the first of the groups, the builders, the building officials, the engineers, and planners that have really looked at this and had this discussion. We're all having them within the week. And there is a legislative subcommittee meeting in Lander right now too.
Right.
Joint appropriations right now. So
You don't know, get up there.
walk on in there. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That information was really good. So we're gonna take about a 7-minute break till 11 o'clock. And then you have your choice. So we get to decide, do you want to continue talking about regulation and have Melissa do her presentation on public engagement for regulation updates? Or do we want to go over to planning commissioner training?
Where is?
Well, they're here. We're staying here in this room. It's just which presentation. So everybody who wants planning commissioner training, raise your hand.
Planning commissioner training.
And then everyone who wants public engagement for regulation updates. Okay, I would say public engagement wins by a hair. So, Melissa, you'll be up next. We will continue. So Melissa Ruth will now present on public engagement for regulation updates. So.
Let people take their seats. Nah. Could be worse. Alrighty. Promise I'm not going to talk as long as I just did. You're probably sick of hearing my voice. But I do want to do kind of a brief overview of a land use code. What is it? Why do you have it? What does it do? How do you update it? And then a recent topic that's really been circulating around for me personally, professionally, and most of the work that I do. For those that don't know me, again, I work for a consulting firm called Logan Simpson. I'm based out of Cheyenne. I do comprehensive plan updates, master plans as they're called, subdivisions, all the things, kind of land use plan related guiding policy. But most of what I do is actually land use code updates. So I work with communities across the West to update your regulations that guide development. So one of the things I've been doing recently is working with a number of different communities on updating their codes. And one of the questions that always comes up is, how do we engage the public? What does that look like? How is it different? And, you know, we've seen different levels of engagement across different communities. And it's different than like updating your land use plan or your comprehensive plan if you've done that. So I actually wanted to do more of a brainstorm than talk at you for a while, but I want to provide a brief foundation. And I have fun questions that don't show up here, so I'm just going to ask them. Who has updated your land use code? Like done a full code update process, or attempted to, or is in the process of doing so?
Talking about code or plan?
Code, your land use code, your regulations, your subdivision zoning, any other things.
Pieces of it.
Okay, handful.
Recently.
Okay,
Was it?
how'd that go? Scale of 1 to 5, and you can hold up your hands.
Which is good, which is bad.
5 is amazing. 5 is I would do it again. Okay. Megan, did you hold up a 5? Oh, you're a 4.
Update the middle code has been cited by some of the legislators for updating the code and making it more streamlined, and I'll let you get to your things, and I got some, I think about after adoption and what you have, your expectations and what.
I love it. For those of you that held up a 0 or a 1 or hid your face in your hands, what made that process really painful or hard? You know, in 2 words, 3 words, 1 sentence, what was the worst part of it, or why was it so hard?
It's the political climate became present in the county.
Okay. Anybody else? Charles? Yeah.
No public involvement in process, but then criticism as soon as it's done. Can't stop now.
Or when you publish the draft.
Yep. Okay. So all that being said, you know, what is the land use code? And this is a really fun. I was pulling images and memes at 10:30 last night, so they're a little weird. But this one kind of made me giggle, where you need a permit to build a patio cover, but not to store a boat. This one just made me smile. Does anyone have anything like this in their community? Does this look like something that yeah, okay. Yeah.
In Little Rock, our historic preservation board made them get a certificate of appropriateness to put a boat over their door. So we went through that once.
Okay.
There are some regulations.
This is really small, as I'm discovering. I can read it, but y'all probably can't read it. So I wanted to just highlight a little bit of the difference real quick between a future land use or your comprehensive plan and zoning or your regulations. So future land use is categorical. So it's a general guiding kind of illustration of what the community wants to see. It's that 30,000 foot view of what you want to see. Whereas your zoning is parcel specific, defines specific uses, heights, setbacks for communities that have those. So it defines all of your kind of metrics. Whereas your future land use is more of that kind of broad brush approach of where you want to see commercial versus residential development. Future land use establishes the development pattern, and zoning or regulations implements that pattern. So, not too far. Why is it important to update your code? A lot of communities, a lot of folks have updated your comprehensive plan or your master plan. That seems to be a little bit more common is updating that guiding vision. But what we find is that there's a lot of codes out there, especially in Wyoming, from like 1940 or earlier. Working on a code right now in Colorado that's from the early 30s, and that's really fun. So the first reason why it's really important to update your code is terminology. Words change. These are 2 examples that I've pulled. I didn't have any really good ones from Wyoming recently, but livestock. There's a really fun hidden use in that definition of livestock. Does anyone see it? What is it? Shout it out if you see it. And none of these are the ones I was thinking, but these are all good.
Mink farms.
Mink farms. Who has a mink farm? Who even knows what a mink farm is? Wow, that was more people than I thought. This is from a code that we're working on for a large metropolitan city in Utah, and they have livestock defined as a mink farm. They've not seen a mink farm in like 60 years, but they never updated their code. And this is also defined as a specific use. So that is interesting. The next one, stable, private. Beasts of burden. It's a weird word. I had to Google it because I wasn't quite sure what it was referring to. It essentially means anything other than a horse that you could ride or carry something with.
Or pull your wagon.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't, but I will send these out. We'll post. Yeah. These are just examples of kind of some terms of things that, you know, you might not think about, but if you're going through and someone comes in with a proposal for something and you're trying to look at a definition, if you have to Google your definition might need to be updated. And that was kind of the point here. And one of the other examples that we see a lot is references to like boarding houses or halfway house or things like that aren't really the correct term anymore. And so words like that, kind of removing those words or updating those words and making sure you're referencing something that people kind of know what you mean is really important. Also, as the last 2 hours discussed, state and federal law changes. So if your code's from the 40s and you haven't updated it, you're probably missing key references to state or federal legislation or even just things that change, you know, a reference to a document that's been updated 4 times since you last looked at it. And last but not least, new and emerging topics. And this is typically where your public comes in. So if you've got a use coming in and Charles stole my thunder, cryptocurrency mining was a new use as of like a handful of years ago. That wasn't really a thing that people really were doing. How many of your codes anticipate cryptocurrency mining or data storage or just large, heavy electric users?
They anticipated, but they need to be realigned because we didn't anticipate what we bit off.
Yeah. So a couple. So there's a hole there as far as, you know, new uses, or agritourism is a kind of market that's growing rapidly, and we're seeing a lot of really innovative uses in agricultural industries that may or may not have an impact. And a lot of I would say a lot of jurisdictions that I work with have questions about, you know, what do I do with this use? We want to look at something, we don't necessarily want to disallow it, but you know, what do we do? How do we define it? And that's a code update. Oh, I already asked. So typically the process that we follow for a code update, a regulation update, a code update, is starting with assessing your code. Taking a hard look at what does your code say? Where are the issues that you've had, you know, as staff? Where have you struggled to identify different types of uses, permitting procedures? What are your issues? Do you have questions? Are your rules just really long and they're just written in paragraphs that don't need to be paragraphs? Questions like that of identifying kind of where are you going to focus your efforts? And then you do public engagement and ask the public what they have issues on and where they want to see. And then you kind of come back and identify, based off of that public engagement and your assessment, what do you want to start? What do you want to tackle? What do you want to do? And it's okay to not do everything. It's okay to say, I want to just update the formatting of our document because it's awful. And we can just and you can do that and start there. Or you can choose to do what some communities do and do the entire update and go through about a 2.5-year process to update your code. Sometimes it's longer than that. And then once you've identified those priority updates, you talk to the public about them. You say, here's what we want to do. Is that okay? What other things do you think we need to consider in this process before we get started? So before you even start drafting, we typically do about 2 rounds of public engagement, whether that's sending out a questionnaire, looking back at some of the issues you've had, going back through different things, talking with your commission, and then putting it out to the general public and giving them a notice that, hey, we're going to do this process. We're going to talk about it. We want you to be involved. Your input is valid. We don't know everything. And then we draft your code. And that's about year and a half, 2-year process done in modules or sections or pieces. It's a long process. You can either engage your public intermittently as you put out sections of your regulations that are updated. That has some ramifications and is a choice, or you can wait and do the whole thing and put out an entirely new code at one time. And that has some ramifications and is a choice. And I won't say one's better than the other. It's just different depending on your community and how you're doing it. Yeah.
Is there a state statute that regulates public engagement during this process? Like how many times you need to
No.
publish it or involve?
No, the only state statute that relates to your public involvement is the final when you put out a draft. If you're going to adopt regulations, it has to be put out for public comment for, I believe it's 45 days. That's it. Yeah.
The discussion of that 45 days and then if you make amendments, what constitutes a substantial change to restart the 45-day clock?
I'm not an attorney. I don't want to be an attorney. I just like to read legislation because I'm weird. But this is a question that has come up. I mean, it's come up in what, 2 different communities that I've worked in the state doing their code update is, you know, if we make a change, if you get all the way through the process, you get the regulation or the draft regulations to planning commission. And after they've gone through that 30-day comment and they make a bunch of changes, does that then have to go back out to the public? Ask your attorney. I don't know. I've seen different opinions from different communities. So, but through that process, you know, there's no requirement for you to talk to the public about updating your code until the end. That being said, that's typically not a great way to get something through unless it's easy and small. You know, you're fixing typographical errors, you're adding small things. I haven't seen that go super well for a lot of communities for a large scale effort. After that public engagement, similar to, you know, if you've done a full kind of large scale planning effort, put out the draft to the public, let them kind of sit with it, kind of look through it, and they're going to try to read the whole thing, and maybe that's great and maybe it's not. A lot of this depends on your community and your level of kind of engagement. I've put whole codes out to the public and I have sat there and had not a single person show up to the public meeting. I've just sat there. Or I've had, Megan, how many do we have in Natrona County at that open house? Was it like 300 people showed up or something like that? Yeah, we had like 300 people come to an open house and they just filed through and it was wild. So you can really see either side. And then you go through the adoption process, which is kind of the final stage for the formal public process of the 3 minutes to give your comment and the commissioner meetings and all those things. So the 3 things bolded and italicized earlier are those extra steps that you're not required to do, but they probably will help you through the process. So what does that look like? It's both similar and different to a comprehensive plan update. It's similar in the sense that you're engaging the public at a broad scale and asking them some kind of general questions that are going to help you define things more specifically. But it's also really different because what you're asking the public to provide you feedback on is regulation. You're asking them to help you define specific standards and what become laws. In some communities have a really easy time doing that, and some people at the public know exactly what they want, and others, it's really hard. And we've seen, you know, communities stand up and give really great ideas for really specific uses that they have problems with. You know, we really want to fix storage and shipping containers, and here's the standards we kind of want to see, and we're already approving them this way, and we just want to put it in our code. Great, easy. I have others that have no idea what they want, or there's things that come up and they're like, I've never thought of that. So how do we ask the public about that? And it's different than if you've done kind of a comprehensive plan, because at that comprehensive plan level, you're just looking for general guidance. Whereas at the regulatory level, you're writing specific rules for how big that thing can be, where it can go, and that's a tough process. It's also an iterative process. So that's kind of why, at least when I do this process, I really like to start with that issue identification of what are the things that we want to talk about. Because we probably can't talk about everything. But what are those things we want to talk about? What are the choices? What are our options? You know, do we do a special use permit? Do we do a permitted by right? Do we just not care if it comes through? And that's just it, it'll just be fine. And then you use that to draft your regulations. And those are kind of the 3 stages that we've found that the public are really easy or have an easier time kind of plugging into, is that iterative step down process. Especially if you've never done a code update process. It's really hard to jump right into that. Help me define the specific regulations for this use. And I'm going to walk through just a couple lessons learned, and then I want to hear from you all that have done this process, and specifically from Megan with Mills that had a really great process, which is great to hear. One of the things we learned is cultivating an atmosphere of collaboration is really important from the beginning. As a consultant, it is really hard to come into a community and try to draft regulations on our own. I can give you a base set of something standard, but I really rely on that community, you as planners who know your community and the issues you've gone through, to add context into those regulations and to shape and modify. Because every single community is different, and that's not bad. That is good. But that also means that I need your help drafting things, or your consultant, or whoever you're working with to update your regulations if you're doing it in-house. Make sure that you're thinking about is this specific to my community enough? Because code is a collaborative process, and it's an iterative process. So you're going to go through, say you're updating your use table. You're going to look through your use table probably half a dozen or more times. You're not going to make it through it all in one try and get it right the first time. Probably won't get it right the second time. And it takes time and steps to kind of do that, and going back through and revising, especially because all your pieces and parts work together. So if you change one piece, then you have to think about how that affects another piece and what those kind of cross references are. One of the things I've learned recently a lot is creating an atmosphere for honest conversations and getting to the true kind of core of the issue. And using your planning commission, if you have a steering committee that you use to develop your code, using them as a sounding board, but setting up at the very beginning this expectation that we want to have honest and open conversations, because that helps you draft the regulations that are really gonna work for your community. If you can't quite get to the core of the issue, where you have people that are preventing you from getting to that, it makes it really hard. Yeah.
Each county has probably very influential people. How much does that play into this?
It's a great question. It depends. So it depends on that person, who that person is. So is it but is that person, a commissioner? Are they connected to kind of decision making? What's your relationship between your elected officials and your staff? If your staff if your elected officials have really a lot of trust in your staff to drive this process, that person with the money, that influential person, is going to have a little bit less impact, because there's going to be that trust built between your people making the decisions and ultimately approving the regulations and the people drafting. I would say the people that tend to have the money tend to have a lot of impact. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing. Sometimes they can help draft them, and in some communities, I've seen that person be a champion of the process. It's all about how you speak to them and what, again, cultivating that atmosphere that we're not trying to do this to be a problem. We're trying to help and address issues. So what are the issues that you need us to address? And again, identifying what those, kind of going back to that first, what are the core issues that we want to talk about? And that's where the conversations should gravitate toward what is the end result. So what are we trying to do here? Are we trying to update the entire set of regulations? Or are we just trying to address specific types of uses? Are we just trying to align our regulations with new state and federal standards? Identifying what those goals and priorities are early is really important. If you're working with a consultant, please tell them what words not to use. Yes.
Say the word rec center and does.
Yes, see, that's something coming in, I wouldn't know that. Or if you've got an issue with a specific thing, if you're working with someone who's outside of your community, they're not gonna know that. And they're not gonna be offended or mad or anything if you tell them, hey, here's the like 4 things, don't talk about it. Or like, hey, if this person comes to you and wants to talk about this property, send them to me. Like that, as a consultant, I appreciate that. Because I've been caught in many conversations where I have no idea what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a hot button issue, but I wasn't prepared going into the public meeting as to what that issue would be. So it's an easy way where you as the planner or the planning commission can say, here's where I can help with the process and show some face and be a part of kind of moving forward. And last but not least, dedicated staff on the project is a must. It is really, really hard to update your regulations in any capacity if you don't dedicate staff to do so. If it's kind of a part-time every now and then thing, it probably won't get done. And that's kind of a reality, and it's hard. And it's also why a lot of communities don't update their codes. It's because they don't have the staff capacity to do it. I would say when we work on them, it's probably 20 plus hours a week, every week to update your code, at least for the intensive drafting process. It's a little less sometimes, but if you think about that over a 2-year process, that's a lot of time. But if it's something you kind of plan for and think about it, it makes it a little easier. But it's one of the things that before you embark on this process, I strongly encourage you to think about, do you have the staff capacity to do this? Because hiring a consultant does not mean that you don't have to do it. It might actually mean that you need to spend a little bit more time doing it, because I'm going to have a lot of questions for you. So who, when, how, who do I talk to? What do I do? How do I get them involved? Start with a public engagement plan. At that beginning of that process, sit down and brainstorm who do you want to talk to? How do you want to talk about them? Do you want to have a steering committee or an advisory committee that looks at things as they come out and does kind of a sounding board kind of gut check, or not? Do you want to involve your planning commissioners at a high level and have them review every single draft and be involved in conversations in a formal capacity? How often do you want to engage your commissioners or your city council? Do you want to just do a monthly update? Do you want to have them actually help you draft the regulations? These are all questions to consider before you even start the process and in that interim or that very beginning kind of issue identification phase. Same with the public or key stakeholders. Do you have developers who come in and do applications regularly, who know your rules or know your issues or have complained about your kind of standards? How do you want to engage them? Do you want to engage them regularly? Do you want to send them drafts? Do you want them to be involved at the kind of base level? And then the best advice I could give for general public meetings is to meet people where they are and limit the feeling of a government meeting. Where we've seen the most success and where I've heard of the most success in a public outreach forum for a land use code is making it not feel like someone has to come to town hall and their only opportunity to give feedback is a 3-minute grandstand like you do at a council hearing. Providing enough ways for people to either interact organically or review things kind of on their own time and not being limited to that kind of public forum is a really good way to get additional feedback that you might not hear otherwise. And then last but not least, utilize visuals whenever possible. Picture's worth 1,000 words. It is. If you compare the graphic with the standards, I've seen much greater success than just putting out a set of like a list of things. Especially if you're talking about, if you're in a municipality and you're talking about design standards or historic preservation or setbacks. If you ever tried to put forth a setback change and go from 20 feet to 15 feet, number of communities that end up in arms or people who are like, oh my God, that's going to destroy my community. But if you can give a visualization or show them how big a difference that might be, you might see a different response. So, lessons learned. This is a great example of, how old is the code? This is 42 words to say that the minimum front setback is 25 feet. Does anyone have a code that looks like this where, you just got paragraphs of text that don't, you could say it with one word or two. Lessons learned. I promise this is the last slide, and then I want to ask a bunch of questions. Engagement for the sake of engagement can lead to confusion and public engagement fatigue. So making that plan early in the process of who you want to talk to and how you want to talk to them, and kind of thinking about your process and planning for your process before you start it is really important. Because just sending things out or talking to the people, it doesn't always help, and it can also erode that trust in your community as you're trying to update regulations specifically. Understanding the priorities and the anticipated comments from either the most vocal or most controversial groups of people should be something that you focus on early. So getting back to that question of, what do you do with the really influential person? Understand where their priorities are and how you're addressing them early on, and if that's going to be sufficient. Or, making a decision kind of if that's something that you want to focus on, or if that person's going to hate anything that you put out and they're going to be against the whole process and they're going to say, I want to unzone the whole county. Is it worth focusing on that effort? Making that kind of judgment call of, is that going to be something that we can, as staff with limited capacity, focus on? Or is it not going to move the needle? Providing anonymous or non-governmental focus opportunities. We've found that if you have staff or the commissioners present in feedback sessions, specifically one-on-one feedback sessions, you get a very different response. It's typically not as open. It's not a bad thing, but it's that familiar face and that, oh, you've heard everything that I'm going to say to begin with, so I'm not going to repeat it. Sometimes if you remove that kind of familiar face, it helps to get a little bit more honest, open feedback and start more of a dialogue rather than that back and forth. Providing interviewee questions ahead of time. Who's done focus groups or things where you have questions that you ask people? Did you give them the questions ahead of time? Did you give them the questions ahead of time that you were going to ask?
No.
How'd that go?
Don't get a lot.
Yeah. So if you have questions that you want to ask or you really want feedback on, develop those questions, send them to them ahead of time. A week should be fine because they're probably not going to read them until the day before anyway. But at least you've given them the opportunity to kind of think about what you're talking about before they come into the meeting. And sometimes you're going to get really detailed feedback about something specific that you might want to know. And don't be afraid to use a parking lot or kind of a holding place for ideas that you're not addressing right away. So maybe you're updating just your subdivision regulations and someone's talking about how you need to really think about XYZ use. Make a note of that, come back to it. You don't have to try to address everything all at once if that's not what your process is. So, questions on those lessons learned before I put Megan on the spot and ask her about the lessons that she learned. Yeah, in the back.
How do you deal with public engagement with social media now? Such hot topics and values, which is people's violence. Your process, with social media.
Social media, like everything else, is a tool. And I personally feel that it is best utilized as a tool to inform people that outreach opportunities are available and let them know where resources are. Not every community has a social media page. And some communities have very specific social media policies. And I would say that varies widely between just communities here in this room. I'm willing to bet. You do have to be careful not to have your commissioners or your planning commission having a discussion on social media because that is considered an open meeting. So where we found the best success is using it as a way to push a questionnaire. Hey, we've got a questionnaire open, take it. Hey, come visit our website, or we're doing a public meeting on these dates. But not everyone's on social media. I personally, as a millennial, avoid social media at all costs. So I still read the paper, but it's a tool that should be utilized to help kind of continue to spread information and specifically inform people who may or may not be, on government websites and things like that.
Now, the comments that you received, you don't even know if those are local people making the response. Correct?
Not necessarily. Yeah. So you might recognize a name and you might know that it's a person that's in your community, but you might not. And that's why I suggest not necessarily, if you're putting out a poll on social media, thinking about the fact that anyone can respond to that, anyone can give the feedback. But that's also true of a questionnaire. So it's one of those, again, it's a tool that should be at your disposal to use, but thinking early in the process about how you want to utilize it, if it's just for information, or if you truly want to do social media pushes because you have a really strong social media following and people are really engaged on Facebook or something and you get good feedback on Facebook, it's an option. But I would say it's something to think about specifically how your community is going to use it. Yeah.
A couple thoughts. One is, from what you said about social media, it sounds like you're trying to maybe avoid the conversation of like within the social media project. So because within social media, you can get, you're an idiot, no, you're not, you're stupid, no, you get all that stuff. But you're to say, hey, we're having this meeting, we're having this engagement opportunity or this survey, directing them there, which I like, because then they're not in the social media environment. So that's, I think, a really good point. And about not knowing where people are from, there are some tools that will geocode where people are, their IP address when they took the survey. And that may be valuable in some circumstances to find out, are these comments coming from locals or not from locals? You're right, we've had some issues in Huron County where it's used that, so it's got a lot of second home. So, they may be in California or where they are, where they put the survey, but they own property in towns. But you need to kind of look at, like, why am I getting all of these, comments from Miami, Florida, where it's coming from. If you were in, Lincoln County, you got all these comments coming from Scotland, or excuse me, Teton County, you'd be like, oh, they're trying to spam our, but there are ways that you can do that. Some of these platforms include some bit of geocoding.
Yeah, some of them do. I will say though, they are not awesome. They're only probably 60% accurate because my computer right now says I'm in Chicago because my computer is based through a VPN, which is based out of Chicago. So keep that in mind, that if you're seeing weird responses, it might not be because you've got someone from Chicago taking your questionnaire. And in Cheyenne, the closest cell tower for, at least I've noticed, and I get these questions from my IT department all the time, that's why I know this. My computer says I'm in Denver most of the time, even though I'm in Cheyenne. So something to consider, that it's not always going to tell you exactly where someone's coming from all the time. But it is a good tool and something, as a gut check. We have found, especially in this digital age, if you put out a questionnaire and you have like a reward for it, it'll get picked up by bots and you will get thousands of responses from who knows where that are just bot responses. So it's good for things like that, but I would say don't use it to disqualify specific responses because they're from somewhere else. But it is, like everything else, a tool that's important to kind of keep in your toolbox. Other questions? Or folks who've gone through the land use process update? What have you learned? Yeah.
I haven't gone, because Goshen doesn't have a ordinance. We have a antiquated land use plan. And therefore it will take a while, and I'm part-time, so there's not much staff. You can't do a zoning update without the land use plan update. The land use plan has to be first, because that's what you're supposed to develop. The community's desires, which is what the land use plan is, as to what they want. Therefore, it should transfer to a zoning, or I like to call it development ordinance, I don't use the word zoning if I can avoid it. Just because of its, death to anybody who says it, because I'm in a county that's not real on board with it, but that's what you have to do, and when you get the bad apple that doesn't like to do anything but throw eggs at your process, get them inside the process with some others, so therefore whatever product comes up, either they defend it or they're outvoted, one of the two. And they can't say they didn't input on it. Those who stay outside the process, they're just throwing eggs.
It's a great point. Charles?
I did a land use code update with Clarion back in Laramie in like 2000, I don't know, 12-ish. And we did all our public outreach, we had our steering committee, and then we got to the governing body, which is a whole nother animal. And when we were doing our updates, really good to collect every single topic of concern at one meeting, generate a list, and then check them off as you go. We called it our list, and we would do multiple council meetings and postpone it on second reading, where we would say, all right, we're going to postpone it after we do 2 items. So we would continue down that path. And that was our post-consultant driven experience when we got the adoption. Because the governing body, they can really drive up that price if the consultants are going to be managing that. So think about how you're going to manage the end result and have like rules established to essentially vet out all the concerns and promise each other you're not going to bring them back in the past.
Other lessons learned or questions that folks have? Yeah, Joy.
So I don't recommend it. It's a very difficult political climate in Wyoming right now. And so just know that when you start this process, you could be really in for heavy criticism and a battle. However, a lot of amazing conversations come out of these experiences. You get to interact with your public in ways that you might not do on a daily basis otherwise. You get to hear opinions that you may change your own opinion, right, on what your community should be doing. You can't mention Jackson, Teton County, or Colorado, California. Those are buzzwords that nobody here should use, because people get very upset about those terms. I just think, Park County obviously is very public right now. We've got a lot of angst in every aspect of government. And you just have to prepare yourself for not everything may go the way you hope it goes. We made a very valiant effort to involve the public in our land use plan. And we got hammered because we involved the public. So sometimes you get what you ask for. And, sometimes too much public engagement can happen too, also. So you have to be very careful in how you balance that. And like Melissa said, there's different types of public engagement that can help you with that. We've seen pros and cons to all the different kinds that we've used. So I really couldn't even make a recommendation. It truly depends on your community. And every community is so different. You all have your own political pressures or issues going on, buzz things that, in your community, people get very upset about it. I think it's funny, I was talking to another planner who their fight in their community is almost exactly the opposite of what ours is. We're in the same state, we have the same kind of geography, but the argument is different, and it's because of the political leadership, right? That is driving those important topics. So, always reach out to your friends around the state, right? Because we're all in this together. We need to learn from each other. I'm always writing to the planner. What are you doing about this? What are you doing about that? And I'm just so grateful for the feedback that I receive on those topics. But just know that you're not alone in whatever you're doing. Just gotta try to push through and hopefully do what's best for the community.
Can you give me an example of how it went south when you involved the public?
Yeah, so what happens is, we held tons of meetings, like more than most, I would say, jurisdictions ever.
What county are you?
Park County. So we held literally dozens of public meetings, dozens. Part of it was because the public asked for more, and we were like, okay, but we need more. The problem is that when the people come out sometimes, they turn the messaging into something else after the meeting. So then they take to social media or they take to the newspaper. And what they're communicating is not what was messaged in those public meetings. So they already come in with their opinion, they already come in with, maybe even anger, because they just hate the government, or they hate zoning, or they hate being told what to do, or they hate that their neighbor's allowed to do something, like it can go both ways. So then they turn around and communicate their own messaging about what they think the process is, or what they think is happening. The government's trying to take us over, or, you know, the planner has a motive, or whatever it may be. The planning commission is, you know, they're in somebody's pocket. And so you have a little bit of danger then, and you try in those meetings to be clear with your motives, to be clear about the process. But let's face it, the average public member does not understand planning. They just don't. They don't understand the difference between the city and county even, right? That there is a difference between jurisdictions. That's a huge one. I have people come in yelling at me for Utah's Mormon temple. And it's got nothing to do with it, right? Like, so the people out there yelling at your county, and they don't know, it's got nothing to do with it. So, but people believe it. Then they latch on, and they get angry. So it's like this, it's a wildfire of misinformation that just starts to swirl, and your board or your council or your mayor is going to direct how you are to respond to outcry. And some people have they're allowed to do whatever they want. Hey, go calm the public down, go say whatever it is. And then others are directed to be silent, which can also be damaging. So, you know, it's hard. I feel I obviously have a very negative connotation right now because we are going through, I'm just gonna say it a shit storm in Park County right now. And it's Cody's fault, but anyway. But really, I didn't want the job. Stop saying yes to people, right? But really, I think what comes out of all of this at the end is that we're just stronger, we're thicker skinned, we're better, we better understand our public, we're better or worse, good or bad, whatever the opinions are. I know I learn so much every day. I might make assumptions going in, and then man, I go ask the public and I get a totally different answer. So that's humbling for me to like walk in and think I know the problem and then hear something different. But I think we all need to be prepared for that. So yeah, I just think lean on each other, talk to other people who've been through it, you know, look for ideas on how you can change course if you need to. And just, you know, stay firm in what you need to do for your community. Because truly, what are you charged with? Health, safety, and welfare. That's it. That is your charge as a planner, as a community. That's it. That's what statute says. And go back to that. How is what we're doing here answering to those things? And if you can't answer to those things, then you probably ought to be sitting here saying, why are we even deliberating this? Because that's it. It's all about the health, safety, and welfare of the community. So everybody can interpret that differently. You know, how is wildlife getting health, welfare, and safety? Well, I can talk to you about that over lunch for 5 minutes. So, but anyway, I just wish everybody luck on their endeavors as you drive yourself to the code changes, or regulatory changes, or even just the land plan. Because it is a tough environment right now, and people do not want to get along. That is the bottom line. Everybody's looking for division. They want to fight because they love the feeling of the fight. When people get along and agree, that's almost like foreign, right? It's like, wait, if we get along, then we feel happy about each other. But just prepare yourself that there could be a fight, and it may not end well for you as a planner. So.
And piggyback on Joy's things, in Cook County, they're huge on property rights. And I mean, what are you giving to me? But what you're giving to me may not attribute to the neighbor. So that makes it hard to, as a planning department, give out information to people, because why do they have 4 parking spaces less than what I'm doing the same thing? You gave that to them. Why? Well, they didn't know the process, that they were doing a special exemption. So trying to do those land use plans and some of that history, that's hard to come up with if you don't have somebody in those departments that have that history of why you do some of the steps. So we have that. And like you were saying, is getting
having those buzzwords and information, but having some of that history background is vital to doing a land use plan as well.
Absolutely. Megan, you want to give us a couple highlights on the mills process since it went well and you're not traumatized?
I think that I agree with Roy. I mean, even when you ask people to come in, you give them the information, they'll twist it and turn it into something else. But that was a lesson learned for us too, in not, you're trying to get information out. You think you want to engage people, so we were gonna set up a booth at the county fair. But unless something can be there 24/7, what they're talking about is leaving little postcards or leaving information out. It's not the way to go, because people will pick it up, they don't understand what Joy said, and take it away and turn it into something it's not. So I think that's one thing. But in terms of mills and other things I've seen where the regulations, they adopt them, don't be afraid to say, we're going to find mistakes. We're going to find things that aren't working out or that aren't working the way we intended them to. And so 6 months from now, it's okay that we're going to go through an amendment process. Because I've seen so many places around the state the past few years adopt rules and then people start freaking out. Oh my God, you were telling me I can't do this, you can't do this. Well, this was our best effort. We listened to you. We try to do what we hear you and put the rules that tailor to what the community wants. But there's going to be, we're going to find typos. We're going to find a process that doesn't flow like we thought it would. And that's okay. Making sure your elected officials know that's okay. 6 months from now, we're going to go in there and we'll amend these things that we find. And telling people that they have that opportunity to do that, I think has been the biggest thing in middle. And letting council know, hey, this is a comprehensive rewrite of the whole thing. We're going to find things. And that's okay, and we'll fix it. And we'll address them and not just ignore them or pretend like it doesn't exist and have people come in and scream at you about it.
Teton County and town of Jackson take a lot of heat for a lot of things. And I will say, I lived in Teton County or I lived in Jackson for a couple years and worked as a development consultant. So on the other end, using land use code, and that was
Louder.
How about now? So Teton County and the town of Jackson take a lot of heat for a lot of things. And that is one of the things that I think that they do really well, having worked on the other side. Every 2 years, you guys do a biannual update and cleanup of your code, right? 2-ish?
Yeah, try to.
Yeah. So they updated their regulations comprehensively and then come back and, just keep a running list of things that need to be fixed and chip away at them every year or every couple of years. And it's one of the processes that I think is a really good way to think about things as they change and also continue to improve your regulations. Because like Megan said, they're never going to be perfect. I could spend 15 years writing a land use code and it would probably be awful, to be honest, because I'll overthink it and it'll be rough. But sometimes it's just about getting a better document for you to start from and then continue to kind of make a list of those things that need to be fixed later and chipping away at them as you have time or capacity or things that, come up. And that's okay. Yeah, question?
Do you find the affluent areas more willing to participate in the government process?
No. It really depends by community. So some communities, yes, when you have money tied to your property, absolutely, you will hear from them. Does that mean you hear from them directly and it's actually helpful to your process? No. It's where I'm slightly jaded about social media because I think it's an easy way to make comments and spread things that are not quite accurate and never actually engage in the process or be a part of the solution.
Do you see them lawyer up quickly?
Sometimes, what we've done and what we're currently doing with another community, which shall not be named, is slowing the process way down because we had feedback from a very specific group of residents who made a lot of comments, and we kind of looked at all of the draft. We're pretty far into a draft of that whole regulatory update, and we changed a lot of things, and they said we don't like any of this. And so we kind of pulled back and said, well, let's talk about it. did some focus groups. I'm working on summarizing that feedback, so I don't have a lot of feedback for you there, but that was what we did. We pivoted the process and said we need to spend a little bit more time thinking about these specific things and reworking regulations. I've gone all the way through a code process and put out a draft set of regulations, and had planning commission or the board completely redraft the whole thing. It happens. It happens actually a lot. I have probably 4 examples off the top of my head of that happening. Getting all the way through and, we do the public meetings and we've got all the public comments been out, and then we get to the planning commission and they rework some things, and we get to the board and they go section by section, word by word, and revise it. That's okay. It happens.
Having participated, I think the point is that the public smooth is sour or not, which it can be. It's a political process. And when you start, public engagement kind of masks, gives it a soft touch. But in fact, when it begins, it's a political process that is going to end up in a vote. And some people will run by political campaigns. Some people will mobilize their friends. They'll thwart you on, social media. But I think it's how you frame it. And I always think this kind of soft language, right? Public engagement. I'm an old guy. I have no idea what it means, but for my youth, you organize your point of view, you build a coalition, and you try to get the votes. And in Teton County, great committee, because they have to have 3 votes. And you're always kind of amending stuff. And I think once you frame it as a campaign, if that's what you're trying to change, you know what to expect. And I mean, to me, that's what it is. It's public engagement, it's a political process to achieve an end that requires, depending on, I don't know, every month size of their county commissioners, town council, majority vote to get it across the finish line. And how you build that for those people who vote to get to yes, it's what this was about, in my opinion.
Great point. This is my contact information if y'all have questions. Also, I encourage everybody to use the listserv if you're a member. So you're here, you have access to everybody who is a WyoPass member, their contact information via the listserv. If you have questions, reach out. If you've got weird problems that you want to see how other people are kind of updating things, or if someone's gone through a code process and you want to say, hey, you went through that, or has anyone done this, or tried this, or has this worked? That listserv is great. We've got a lot of great information from it. I see a lot of really good dialogue. Encourage you to use it. Also, I don't bite. So if you have questions, let me know. I'm happy to do this. Like I said, I do a lot of them. And for some reason, I find it really fun. So I'm happy to, give you any feedback or anything, but I encourage you to reach out to each other. Know who your communities are that have done this or have tried, because it's not the same for everybody. But you might be able to learn something from someone who's gone through the process. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes, Charles.
So, I don't know, are there ballpark dollar amounts for code rewrites nowadays? That we should have talked to our electeds?
So, kind of, if you're looking to do a full comprehensive rewrite of your entire zoning and subdivision regulations, including an assessment, a detailed public engagement plan, and staff is going to be involved in the process, and you have a dedicated staff member to, manage the city or the county side, including the commissioners and the planning commissioners and a lot of that conversation, I would say you're probably looking at about 300,000 right now. Somewhere in that ballpark. If you have a more involved public engagement process, so every time you go out to the public, you're going to look at a higher end of that, probably 400,000 or 500,000. If you're a small community looking to do a small update, probably somewhere on the lower end of that. But I would say in order to do a really good public process and really give, if you're hiring a consultant. If you're hiring a consultant and you're going through that process and you're looking for them to kind of rewrite good sections of your code and do a good public engagement, you're probably looking at least 3. If you're smaller, you might be able to get away with it with 2, or if you've got staff that's going to do your public involvement, somewhere on that lower end. But that's just kind of, I would say, when I'm looking at RFPs and I'm looking at communities that have the budgets for that. That's kind of what we're seeing even nationally.
And time frame.
2 years, at least. But it depends on when you start. 2 to 3. If you start, if you're trying to adopt your code at the end of the year, please don't. It's really hard. No one reviews anything in December. So I strongly, if you're gonna go through the hearing process, start it in January. That's what we did with we worked with Charles on the DDA plan of development and we put the document out like before Thanksgiving. And then we started hearings in January. Strongly recommend that. You do run into commissioner or council turnover in some cases. But you're gonna deal with that no matter what, because it's a 2, 3, 4, 7-year process. So you're gonna see some form of turnover, but I strongly encourage you to not try to adopt at the end of the year. Because it's gonna take you about 3 months to adopt a code.
And Melissa, I feel differently because if I know I'm gonna have a board turnover in January, you could have just set yourself up for a disaster because you bring in 1, 2 new members or something, and right now it's been 3. You could have just abandoned your whole process because they come in and they don't know what happened. Like,
Especially if they're elected on land.
Yep.
That way.
That feels like a whole nother topic that we could spend hours on.
Thank you, Marie.
Okay. So we're gonna change it up again. That's why when you look at the agenda, there's no times on anything. So we're gonna have lunch now. Paul's getting it all set up in the back. He's
Not yet.
a few minutes, okay. So, but lunch is sponsored by Y2 Consultants, and just a reminder, our breaks are sponsored by Staley Engineering. So we need to thank them again. And remember, so what we'll do now, if you guys have any ideas for the city and county breakouts outside these doors, there's sticky notes, and just stick them up on the wall under the right topic. And so you can go out and do that now, and then Paul will be set up for lunch in a few minutes. Once lunch is ready, run through the line and then sit down because we have a session during lunch on daycare regulations roundtable. So we'll keep on plugging through, and then we'll do planning commissioner training after lunch.
Where's the mouse?
But, it's just,
Hey, Angela, anybody?
Yes.
Yeah, you got a good. Yeah, we do. It's the mouse.
Anytime.
that's the other stuff.
Girls.
Oh, where's the mouse?
I didn't have one.
I don't know how it works.
No interview, separate maps.
He took it off of here, but then he changed it.
Is that that's your mouse, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's probably his pocket.
You look so familiar. You're from Cheyenne.
Yeah.
All right, Kristen, with the business council.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I probably bumped into you before.
What do you think?
Yes, I was at the A2A. We had the Cheyenne group and the Belvoir Ranch. It was really funny because we did this whole little deal, determined that it was going to be a pain in the ass.
Uh-huh.
We got to deal with 2 railroads, overpasses. Talked to our council members about it. And he's like, okay, I get it. This one who wants to do it. And all of a sudden he's like, let's do it again.
This.
He's like, let's do it again. So he's now, let's do it again. It's all insanity.
Huh.
So,
There we go.
yeah, I think meeting with, Kayla, I think. Is Kayla, not Kayla, who's the new one that just Kaylee? We got a meeting set with her to talk about some of the planning or the grant programs that they have. the Harvard group is like, I think we can do this. And I'm like, let's talk to them. What's in their pipeline? We got till February, so we're good.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Good on
I always go back to when I saw in Jackson.
housing. Do you think would it be housing or would it be other things?
So Eric Protzer, right? Okay, so we were talking earlier this week, and Eric's like we could maybe use that to do a development code update because he's like business council has 100,000 that we could possibly use for that with that 25% match, and I'm like 100,000 is not going to get us a whole code update, but because I said 300, that was my guess. So I was pretty right spot on there. But I said we might be able to look at certain elements, like maybe our lot types and dimensional standards table, and maybe a couple of regulations. So I started having that conversation. So we're just going to talk to her about if there would be an appetite, because I've watched Jackson go down in flames a couple times on some proposals, like their ski lift chair art program. Whatever.
Add to this one. Oh, I put that. Is there anything else?
Joint strike team 4.
Yeah.
Look, I put joint strike team. Yeah.
Join the strike team.
What's the strike team?
Strike team is like a targeted group of people that are like really focused on sprinting toward the goal. Strike team.
I need to get back running again to like start sprinting. It's like a chubby chase. It's kind of fun. It's like
Where do you think that's?
bumbling, stumbling, juggling.
Good. Yeah.
I would.
Can you put a picture of Mr. T right next to it?
We can do that.
I can
Okay.
but don't drive.
Make people smile. Right? It would be entertaining.
Or you can do a GIF. You can do an animated GIF of him going. My Uncle Sam, we went yearly. Yeah. How long you been with the business council for?
Years.
Where were you before?
Adidas,
The shoe people?
the shoe people. Mhm.
That's a
Cody during the Kanye experiment. Yeah. And then
he has it.
I came from the arts world, so I was a nonprofit museum director. So that's why I moved to Cody, was to direct a small art museum. And then COVID happened and it all went away. And so I found myself working for the Kanye crowd. So I did this.
Did you apply for Labor and Public Art Coalition coordinator a long time ago?
No, but I public art committee, and so I was hiring. We consulted with Laura McDermott. Yeah,
I can't. Can I right click? There we go. Can I copy it?
Did you get to hang out with Kanye?
no,
Never got to meet him.
thankful. It's a little bit of a wild card.
Just a little bit.
No, I still.
Yeah. I feel like my anxiety level would have skyrocketed had I actually had in any case, or yeah.
It's fun.
Shoes are cool. I missed my discount. Speaking of running, I do actually, that would have been nice
Really,
to keep longer.
I'm supposed to run a 5K on the 6th.
Why did I?
I was like, yeah, I just gotta go out. No, I am gonna do it. I gotta do it. But
I think Kaylee's great. I mean, I think she's just like,
I don't think they're getting any Mr. T.
she's new. I like her. She emailed me and
optimistic and energetic, and she's got good creative ideas, and hopefully it all goes well for you guys.
we'll see. Army doesn't want to sign up for any more work. Like I'm just like, you know what we're doing in Cheyenne. We're so busy there. And everyone has a shiny object and everyone's going to do this and do that. We're just trying to adopt a home occupation provisions, like for home occupations for housing, like what you can do in your house's businesses. And childcare it's already there. We're not touching that. We did touch it recently because we did an alignment to make it align with the state.
Okay.
Because we had our own set of criteria in our code that required like a separate drop-off area, separate parking. And I'm like, and an outdoor play area? I'm like, why are we doing that? I understand DFS used to have that regulation. They got rid of it. So why do we have to catch up when they change it? Let's have them be licensed. But we could have daycares in like a downtown business. You don't need all that crap. And if the state says it's fine, why are we to say it needs to be more? So we did that, and then I know the legislation changed. There's that legislative change, which is interesting. It was the it's got one nanny, 2 families, right? Is that what it was? Sorry, I call it two families, one. I just, whatever, you can have fun with that one.
Two families with you.
But you can
It has
have,
to be, right? Because you can have one caregiver to many.
you can have one caregiver to up to 4 familial units, the way it's written. So the bill title doesn't match the text a little bit,
Yeah.
but it doesn't affect any of our licensing provisions. So at least I didn't see it.
Okay, eat up, everybody. Sorry.
Surprise.
All right, everybody, we're gonna get started, I think. I'm Megan Nelms. I'm on the Wild Pass board and I work for Y2 Consultants. And I have Kristen Fong here with me from the Business Council. And Business Council kind of put Kristen and I in touch because one of the initiatives, and I'll let her explain more if I don't do a great job, but part of the initiatives of the Business Council and increasing economic development in the state and things that are hindering economic development. And one of those things that has been identified is a lack of childcare. And within that lack of childcare or prohibitors to more childcare opening up in communities has been identified as our zoning regulations. And so we kind of just wanted to talk about the initiative today briefly. The city of Laramie just recently updated their daycare regulations. So we talked to Derek and he gave us some feedback on how that process went. And then we just wanted to kind of get some feedback from you all and get more people involved in perhaps a best practices paper or a model code that communities could use to update their code. But I'm going to start it off with Kristen and let her kind of talk about it.
Thanks, Megan. All right. Hey, everybody, Kristen Fong. Thank you, Megan, for kicking this off and for inviting me to be here with you all. I've never been to a Wild Pass conference, so this is a first, and I'm excited to be with you. So something that's been a passion or an interest of mine, because I'm a working parent for one, is access to childcare. It varies depending on where you live and how easy it is to either even locate a childcare provider and or afford childcare. But what the state has basically figured out with the help of some researchers from the Harvard Growth Lab is that we have about 10,000 workers that would rejoin the workforce if they had access, reliable, affordable, nearby access to childcare. And this probably counts also for like elder care potentially, or even after school age care. So I think we can think a little bit more broadly about who this population is. But basically there's this need for childcare and 10,000 people would be working around the state of Wyoming if they had access to it. So we formed a group with this data and we have about 25 partners that we're working with. Now, excitingly, one of them is Wild Pass. Thank you. Obviously, like the Department of Family Services is very much involved in this. And because it is a workforce issue that we're trying to figure out, how do we get more workers? Department of Workforce Services is very involved too. So the list goes on and on. We also have some private nonprofits that are involved, like the Wyoming Community Foundation, the Wyoming Women's Foundation. And then we have support partners like the Small Business Development Center, because childcare businesses are actually small businesses, even if they don't actually think of themselves as such in many cases. So that's what some of our research has led to, as well as, oh, wow, like childcare providers are not just, a surrogate parent or a friendly neighbor potentially, like we sometimes see them and they see themselves as this too. They're also a small business and oftentimes really struggle to make ends meet as a small business, probably because they're maybe not accessing some of the services that are free to them and available, like the Small Business Development Center. They can get one-on-one coaching, but very few of them actually pursue that as an option. Also, possibly it's because working as a childcare worker is really, really hard and really time intensive. If you've ever raised small children, you can probably relate to that. There is no time at the end of the day for most things. So anyway, we're taking a multi-pronged approach to how can we improve access to childcare in the state.
But what I wanted to share with you today is just some of the data behind why we've identified childcare access as an issue. And then I'll hand it over to Megan to kind of share some, maybe some recommendations or some changes that Laramie has made recently to improve access to childcare in their community specifically. And it's based around some of the zoning and the regulations that they had previously that they were able to change to remove the barrier to entry for new providers to come in or for existing providers to expand their services and open up new slots for more kids. So, this is probably something that you've heard many times over, but we're facing an unusually tight labor market right now. We have what's called the brain drain. Lots of kids that are educated through UW and elsewhere are leaving the state to find jobs that are higher paid elsewhere. And basically we're faced with, oh wow, there are no good workers. There's nobody to show up for these jobs that we have. So, we've seen a decline as well then in childcare providers themselves. So if you look over time, you can see that by 2024, we're actually we're losing more providers than we're gaining, basically. Some of that's retirement. Some of that is due to COVID and all of the closures that were enforced around COVID. And so we haven't ever regained the number that we had previously. But this group is putting our heads together to think about, well, how can we improve the outlook? How can we increase the supply to meet clear demand in the state? So what I'm going to show you next is a map of the state, and that shows you where the deserts are. So you can find yourself on there and find out, do you have enough childcare providers to meet the need in your community? Maybe you do, and that's great. That doesn't mean that we probably shouldn't still help pave the way for new providers to open, because as you've already seen on the previous slides, childcare providers are leaving the field more than they're coming into the field. And so, we're looking at this map, and we have a couple different initiatives that we've undergone to try to improve this scenario. Oh, here's just a cute slide of kids. One of them is my child. And that's why I say they're cute. I'm biased. But basically the supply of childcare services available in the state is lower than what we need. And so this puts Wyoming as a state at a disadvantage, especially when we're looking at the business environment. So when I look at this from the Business Council standpoint too, I look at it as childcare providers are infrastructure, like a road. If you don't have a road, you can't get to work. If you don't have a safe place to leave your child, you can't get to work. And so that's like my philosophy when I look at this. And again, I mean, I'll underscore this with, I am a working mom and it is important to me personally, but I think it's important to employers as well, because if they don't have a reliable workforce to get their jobs done, then they can't get their, then they're going to go out of business too, or they can't hire new people. And this is, it's an ongoing problem. This is nothing new that we haven't heard before. All right. So we have lots of members, like I said, that are participating in this research and our problem solving initiatives. And I just wanted to kind of introduce some of the different initiatives that we're exploring. And so Megan and Strike Team 4 will be the last one here. But we've started offering startup grants with a $10,000 maximum award from a variety of different funding sources. The primary funder was the Department of Family Services General Fund, as well as the L. Bogan Foundation and the Wyoming Women's Foundation. And we recently got another grant from the Wyoming Women's Council as well, a $10,000 grant. So we have about $100,000 left for the round 2 that we're in right now for startup grants. And this is to basically jumpstart providers, specifically in the childcare deserts from that map that I showed you. So we're prioritizing individual providers that are located in those areas. We're prioritizing startups or providers that are looking to add more slots. Basically, so how do we get more kids in a care facility faster, so that workforce can rejoin? The other thing that we're working on is improving the delivery of the business support services. So I think I mentioned earlier that many childcare providers don't think about themselves as business owners, and so they don't access things like the SBDC or the Wyoming Women's Business Center. And those are all free to use, free to access. It looks like one-on-one business mentoring with, on average about 90 minutes of coaching time, one-on-one, and they'll look at your books, they'll look at your business plan, they'll talk to you about, are there some hurdles with licensing that we need to look at? All of these things, all of these questions can be answered, but childcare providers don't generally access them. So we're working on improving the delivery of that and improving the methodology of, it's like a cultural shift, like a mindset shift of, yes, you do care about the children that are under your care, but you also need to make a living while you do it. How do you charge the cost of care, etc.? We're also looking at how do we expand subsidies for childcare workers. Many childcare workers are living below the poverty line as it is and making, very, very low wages. So they would probably already qualify for childcare subsidies so that they could put their own kid in a daycare at a discounted or reduced rate. But a lot of them are not accessing that right now either. So how do we improve that? And then the fourth thing that we're looking at that Megan will delve into here in a moment is zoning and regulations. So we found through the research that a lot of that basically there's just inconsistency depending on where you live and what you're zoned for or where your regulations are at right now. Your community probably looks different than your neighboring community, which looks different from the other one down the road. So how do we create some consistency maybe, or how do we explore the fact that this is a need around the state? How do we pave the way for them a little easier? How do we make it a little simpler to enter the field and operate it in home or a center-based childcare so that you can meet the needs that are present in your community? All right, so here's what we found. Do you want to go into this part? Because you're the expert here. Okay. All right.
So anybody who's on the listserv, hopefully you remember earlier this year, maybe a month or two ago, probably, I sent out a question asking about daycare regulations, who had them. We got about 13 different jurisdictions that responded to us, and the standards regulations range from nothing to others that place restrictions on the operations, where you can have the daycare, the approval process you have to go through. And I'm sure, as most of you know, the most common we found was the different zoning districts that limit where daycares can be located, as well as the approval process that someone has to go through, and then in turn regulations that we're all used to: parking, signage, how many children you can have. And then we also found out that Cheyenne and Laramie have recently looked at their regs, or a few, like Park County, is in the process of updating their regulations. And so wanting to catch those people and those entities as they're going through it, to maybe do some best practices and things that would make it easier to open a daycare or childcare center in the community. So this is just a table. I'll put this on the website too. Different restriction types by entity, operations, number of kids, whether they're licensed through DFS, if it can just be the property owner, or who can work there, the fees, how many inspections they have to have. So if you want to take a look at that, we'll have it on the WildPass website. But what do we really want to talk about today? Derek couldn't be here. He wanted to be, but he sent us some information about their experience just recently updating the childcare regulations in Laramie. I guess who here, by raise of hands, anybody who requires a conditional use permit for a home daycare? And that's what Laramie had required for a number of years. It was limited where they would allow them. They had a high application fee going through the CUP process. They made some changes and still required the CUP for most applications. But they increased the areas where it was allowed. And most importantly, I think how he highlighted that the staff and city recognized that childcare played an important role in economic development, and the CUP process was unnecessarily complicated. And that was kind of an eye opener for me because I think in many places across the state, we all have the kind of antiquated daycare regulations where, they have to either get a CUP or at least go to planning commission where neighbors can submit a protest petition and say, we don't want a daycare next to us. And in all experiences, once the daycare opens, are there really children running around the neighborhood? Is there parking issues, all day constantly, or is it that 5 or 10, minutes or 30 minutes at the beginning and end of every day, that the impacts really are in the neighborhood? They have 4 types of childcare. That's another thing that we identified in going through this exercise too, is making sure that the zoning regs and DFS regs are matching. I've seen a few communities where the DFS definition of a childcare home allows for up to 10 kids, but the zoning regs allowed 8, or maybe it was flipped. The zoning regs allowed 10, but the DFS definition only allowed 8. And so you have contradiction and confusion with providers there. How many of you also know your DFS licensor or talk to them on a regular basis? That's something else that we've identified right now that is going to be important. When I worked as a county planner, I would actually go out the DFS licensor, and I had a good relationship. And if there was facilities that weren't licensed, I would go with her to explain the process for zoning that they needed to go through, as well as her explaining the DFS process. So that communication between the planning office and the DFS office has been identified as something that's important. But back in Laramie, as they went through their code update, they made childcare uses as permitted uses in all residential zones and most commercial zones, except for the large childcare centers. They still need a CUP in some districts. They reduced the fee specifically for childcare center CUPs, so it's not that large fee that most probably more complicated CUP applications require. And then for home childcare centers, they went to no application required, no fees, and no process. They do have standards that still apply. I was talking to Joy right before we started. Somebody's got to check where's the daycare going, what zone district is it in, but can that be done just through a zoning certificate or a basic use permit to verify that there is adequate parking, that they'll be on the property. It's a home that, they can have a small sign. One thing Derek noted is when they required a CUP for all providers that were doing an in-home daycare, how scared those people were to go in front of planning commission. They just want to open a daycare. They've never gone to a city council meeting or a planning commission meeting, and they're nervous. They don't know what to expect. They don't know what they're doing. And so you have them. And then not only that, it takes up your staff time trying to walk them through the process and, help them make application, get ready for the meeting. And my old boss used to say, if it doesn't add value, it adds cost. And thinking about that process and what is that adding to the process by making them go in front of planning commission and go through that process for no one to come in and say anything. And, it was a hindrance. I think Derek stated that for people to try to open a child care center or in-home daycare just because they didn't want to go through that experience.
So I guess just best practices that Derek came up with, that fees are unnecessary or and create a barrier, especially for in-home daycares. Look to make the process as easy as we can, and that large centers are probably the only ones that have major impacts and should be looked at more closely through a CUP process. And do research. Go back and look at all your applications that you've had for childcare requests. They went back 10 years and they found that public comment was low and that the issues that were brought up were mostly unfounded. You know, oh, there's going to be so many kids all over my neighborhood in the traffic. And that once it opened, there was almost no complaints. So I think, having a process there where if an in-home daycare opens, people can make a complaint if there's issues after the fact and it can be addressed. But probably otherwise, we're going to find the majority of people aren't experiencing that. Let all safety issues be addressed through DFS, like the number of kids, all the licensing requirements they have, and working closely with your licensor. And that will just make it easier for somebody to open an in-home daycare, less time and work for you, and it helps your community. So we kind of just wanted to have a discussion. We were going to do roundtable, but I think we can just do group discussion, with the ultimate goal of this exercise hopefully being, a best practices for communities as you're looking to update your regulations and looking at childcare, and possibly even a model code that could just be modified to fit in your numbering scheme and dumped in, that covers what needs to be covered, but also doesn't prohibit entry of new daycares into a community. So
Easy wins.
yes,
Yeah, what are the easy wins?
Robin.
I worked in the grocery business for 46 years, store director, I worked in our main office, I worked for Kroger. I have to tell you, you can't overemphasize how important having daycare available for our employees. A lot of the folks, you're making big money, you're gonna find daycare. You're not making big money, you're gonna be on the boat where I can either work or not work, be under government programs or whatever. So anything that we can do to have the workforce expand and have it be affordable, let's do.
I agree, for sure.
Yeah.
How about, does anybody have suggestions of your own regulations or just regulations you think that would be good candidates to remove or reform? Sam?
Yeah, and regulations don't allow daycare like industrial zones. We paid not this service station, but down Colorado, Richmond, that so that the industrial zone, that's where you need it. People that didn't have to drive around town to get to daycare, so that we could have daycare and industrial zones, so people it's off a block away. That was one thing we did.
That's a good idea, actually.
All right, these people.
People that it was fun, daycares.
Make it more nearby to actual places where people work. Angela?
Login, and I think there should still be an application, even if you don't have a fee, just so that you know that they exist.
Right.
And then you can make sure that they know that they need to go to DFS for their license. Otherwise, it can just pop up all over and you would know what's happening up there.
Right. You still requiring a zoning certificate or a basic use permit that is the review of, do they have parking? How big is their sign gonna be?
Yeah.
But not pushing them all the way through that CUP process in front of planning commission and all of that.
Yeah, but, right, the whole reason it goes before planning commission and the board of adjustment is because it could impact the neighbors. That goes back to that health, safety, welfare. It has to be publicly, it has to be published. You can't leave the public out. Also, if you're taking away the fees, who's gonna be doing the fire inspections and who's gonna be covering the fees for the paperwork that we're processing?
Right. I think DFS requires a fire safety visit and a certification in order to be licensed. So that would have to happen regardless.
So we would still send out our fire inspectors?
Yeah. Oh, they were asking, would they still send the fire inspector? And I guess that's
I would say yes, and I'd say the fees, you'd still have a fee for your zoning certificate, right? They still have to come in and pay for that. That would be part of their process of the of going through DFS. And I guess that's a good discussion question too about it could impact the neighbors. And what Derek talked about is that, as they went through their research and looking back over the last decade and the CUPs that they did do for daycares, how many comments were there? And how founded were they? Just like the NIMBYs who don't want the new subdivision. It's gonna devalue my property. I'm gonna have all these impacts, and then it actually happens and it's not the impact that everybody made it out to be. And so I think on Strike Team 4, we've had that discussion too, of making sure there's a process for somebody to be able to complain after, they're operating and it's causing issues, having that some kind of mechanism or process that people, if there are complaints, to take a elevated review or look, elevate the review and look at it. But otherwise, does everybody need to go through that full public comment meeting process? Oh, Chia?
So Megan, we in Saratoga, our process is the neighbors, they have to sign up. All of your neighbors have, whatever it is, special use variance, within like 300 feet. So that kind of remedies the neighbors.
I wouldn't. Does it though? So we've had that, that's something that we removed.
By the neighbors?
Yeah. So that's something that we removed from Mills regulations of going to the neighbors, because I guess my philosophy on that is, why do we have rules if you just have to go to your neighbors and ask if you can do it? Right. I agree, it could quell the neighbors coming to a meeting, but what if I just moved into the neighborhood and I had a daycare before, but I moved and here I am and I don't know anybody, and how awkward is that, knocking on your neighbor's door that you've never met? Will you sign and say it's okay for me to do a daycare, do this, rezone, what have you? But that's one of the points, because there are many communities out there still that require that. No matter, what it is, a CUP, a variance, a rezoning, go ask the neighbors. If the neighbors are okay with it, it's okay.
Well, what if one neighbor's can't get a hold?
Right. Or or what if you hate your neighbors and they hate you?
Some of them, yeah, exactly. I don't care if they have a daycare, but I hate their barking dogs, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I know.
Back in the back.
I think concerts in lower income areas with home care, it's pitted against licensed childcare center. And the issues of home care are typically underground, and meaning that they're not gonna want to be licensed. It's more formally organized and dealing overlaid with the state childcare rules, and then with your local planning, zoning rules, you'll drive it underground, and the problem comes, how do you get it out, particularly in communities now that are gonna be hesitant for any regulation, given the political environment we're now in. In some communities, I think we might have large populations that are particularly anxious about being regulated and do home care. And so how that is surfaced is, I think, a public policy problem. And the second is just the regulation of safety. Here's what I think: the fire rules for childcare and homes was just kind of modulated, if you will, to make it easier, because the safety issues in a home, safety not zone, are real. But I think the anxiety of any regulation should not be underestimated in this informal home care network that the state is not sanctioned.
Right. And I guess in response to that too, and I know that we did it when we updated our childcare regulations years ago, but making sure that the zoning regs match the DFS regs. And what's the value added by the zoning regulations adding more restrictions on than DFS, and deferring that compliance and unlicensed daycares to DFS. That doesn't have to be a zoning job. Be their licensor's partner, but we're not out there searching out those unlicensed daycares. I guess unless a neighbor came and complained, but they should probably start with I would say start with DFS. Because the safety of the kids is number one. Mitigating your impacts from a daycare, I guess, to me, would be number two, but that's a very good point. But the more we can align our zoning regs with the standards of DFS, then we can hopefully avoid some of that over regulation rhetoric and not confuse people too. Troy or Melissa?
Can you go back to the health facilities?
There we go.
Looking at this, one thing that strikes me is a lot of the communities there that are childcare deserts don't have zoning regulations. So I guess my question, maybe it's more philosophical question, is why don't they have childcare? Because it's not because zoning is limited.
That's a good point.
So it's not zoning.
It's economics.
Yes, definitely.
So then if that's the case.
And range that.
So the part of Fremont County that's included in there is a reservation. That's an absolute desert. In the northern part of the county, there's part of the people, it's all rural and, they're probably doing it, in grandmother's home.
Licensed dads.
So I wonder, like, with that being the case, is that less of a planning conversation and more of an education in a Wyoming business council, what can we do to help you?
Do you mind?
No, go for it.
So that's a really good question. So why, basically, the yellow areas there are also generally unregulated areas because they're highly rural. So this map was put up here to show you like where the deserts are, so that if we receive a startup grant application from an area or from a provider in this orange zone, then we'll give them a priority funding. But they still have to be within their communities, regulations. But I think I don't know, this is almost like steering the conversation in a direction that I feel like today we wanted to just be here to say, can we be aware as we look at our regulations, and can we be open-minded about like making sure that the providers feel ease of access to open their businesses or to expand their businesses, because we need them, right? Sorry, I saw a couple hands. Yeah. Yeah.
Respond right with that.
That's a really good question. I would love to see the overlay of what the OB care looks like around the state as well. Yeah. So one of the partners that we have in this working group is the Maternal and Child Health Unit of the Department of Public Health, or the Department of Health. And so that they've been a really good partner for this project, because there's definitely, yes, it is. I don't have like a good answer for you. I would love to see that overlay too. Yeah.
Regarding grants too, we don't have too many requests, but we have had some requests in the past, and being in the county, their septic system needed to be upsized or septic system and things like that. Would that startup grant cover?
Oh, it would. Yeah. But it's maximum award of $10,000. Yeah. So when you're looking at a full like system, yeah.
Still, just to operate it.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah. And the Department of Family Services has some guidelines around, how many kiddos you can have on a septic system because of just the load and the capacity of what it's capable of. And same with, that's also why there's fire regulations, I think, as well. It's all based around ratios and the number of kids that you're caring for.
But that's a good, I guess I never thought about the septic issue, but that's good to know too. I guess if DFS already has those rules of the number of kids you can have if you're on a septic system. So it goes back to what value are we adding by having those regulations in the zoning when DFS is taking care of it or looking at that. Charles, did you? Or?
I was just noting that we needed Cheyenne, Colorado there right now. Like, we're not part of the state, but no, your map is a little bit off though. So.
Oh yeah, I think it got cut off
the edge of the state. It's just a screenshot.
I have a better map I can share with you all too. It's more recent. That one is actually from last year. So there's a more updated one.
Cool.
Yeah.
Back.
And it has Cheyenne. Yeah, we've welcomed you back. Yeah.
Thanks.
And I guess just any other, we're just looking for any other comments there to that last question, or what do you think are some easy wins that we could improve on to improve access? Joy?
I'm not sure if it's an easy win or not. I more so have a question. Are these childcare facilities covered by the assessor for tax purposes? Is there a tax burden that's being placed on them? You know, once they're determined to be a particular, it's a kind of commercial, you know, whatever. Is that a burden?
Changes the use of the property.
You know, that has nothing to do with zoning, by the way. I'm just gonna educate the group right now. Zoning does not dictate taxes.
Right?
Are you sure? No.
This is the first time hearing of it.
It's the plan.
Hearing back.
She's asking, it doesn't have to do with zoning, but the assessments, does the assessor classify a property under a different type of use once a daycare does it become commercial? Is that inhibitor to opening an in-home daycare? But reemphasizing zoning and taxes are not linked whatsoever.
So I have like a partial answer, Joy, and maybe other people can fill in the blanks here, but my understanding is that it's primarily a residence. And so your property tax is as a resident, and then you can actually qualify for federal tax exemptions if you can mark out, you know, what percentage or square foot of your house is then used for your business. And then the same would go for like your vehicle. Or you know, other improvements that you make to your home and stuff like that too. Yeah. But most childcare providers working in their homes do not currently use those or like, you know, state those.
They don't know about it?
They don't know about it. So that's one of the Strike Team 2 efforts is putting the low income tax education group out of the University of Wyoming in partnership with the Small Business Development Center. They're going to offer a class for all childcare providers, and then they'll record it and then also have like the information on the website so it can be accessed later on. But there are currently no Wyoming, you know, deductions available or anything like that, but federal. Yeah.
Tess, did you?
This has not, I'm sorry, it's not zoning related, but, you said one of your partners was workforce services. So has some of the employment and training programs identified it as a in-demand career and will like retrain, like with people that have been laid off or on,
Yes.
unemployment, can they will the state pay for their licensing and some other ancillary costs?
I don't think the licensing, but the licensing is very, very low. I think it's like $150, $200, which I think is pretty low comparatively. So, but what they will do is they have a whole program called Wyoming Quality Counts, and it's a division of the Workforce Services Department of Training and, you know, business and, you know, internships and apprenticeships that you can also get paid for. But they will sponsor students, give them scholarships essentially to do any of the coursework that they need to do. And then as well, continuing education credits are required. And if you're a licensed or a certified childcare professional, like early childhood educator, you would get all of that for free. Yeah.
That would be a college course that somebody could take to get a license.
Licensing is different than a certification. I think in this case, a license is more so for like a facility or for an in-home place, and the certification follows the person. So
Standard on what they think a person would make per year, so that you say, you're gonna make 80,000 a year doing this.
we have a little bit of research on that, and I don't feel like qualified enough to answer it completely. But if on average, when we were looking at in-home childcare providers, if they were taking a salary, which they should, if they're going to be a sustainable business, it was around $55,000 a year. Yeah, but in a center as an employee, not as like a program director or like a center owner operator, you're looking at like, you know, more on the 13, 15 an hour. Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess thank you everybody for the feedback. And if if you're going through your reg updates or you have questions, certainly get a hold of myself or Kristen. We're also looking if you more interested in this. You can join the Strike Team 4 that's working on this project with us, or if you have feedback, we greatly appreciate it.
Or if you have ideas, or like case studies, if you have interesting scenario where you've got like a great partnership in your community between a business, an employer, and a childcare center, something like that. I'd be interested in learning about that so that we know what's been successful in Wyoming, so that maybe we can replicate it in other areas of the state that are deserts or something like that. So just keep this project kind of in the back of your minds. And then, yeah, like Megan said, we meet whenever we have updates, right? But generally it's been once a month with a large group with all of the partners on it. And then every other week just to share, we got a hold of, a new person with a new idea. And we just meet, half an hour, I guess it's been.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a huge time commitment. So if you are interested in this and this jives with something that you're working on in your community, it'd be great to have more team members.
Thank you. No problem. Believe me.
Pretty right.
So now we will have our planning commissioner
Since I started.
and that is
Right.
Megan and myself.
Yeah.
So we will
Yeah.
get that started right now.
You did some, that was good. I feel like we got
Took
some
a ton
good
of
feedback.
notes. Yeah.
And hopefully we can get,
Yes, good.
yep. I'm learning.
Thanks for letting us have.
Thanks for coming too. Yes.
I need to report back to Tim. He was like, dang, I wish I could be.
It was good feedback, stuff I never thought about. I never thought about like septics and stuff, but and then they have rules, so that just makes me keep going
I'm
back
pretty
to,
sure they do. Yeah.
back to why are we regulating when they already do it?
Ask tests on that. Right, what was your question about the map again? It was really interesting.
Oh, that
To
the places that it showed that there was deserts don't have zoning regs, which part of that is true. So if there's no zoning, then why is there a desert or a lack of childcare inhibitor?
Will these slides be made available on the site?
Yes, I will. Or I can just email to you, Chris.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
You would. We're at Teton County, one of our strategies, just came out from our board to do it, and also the child care in community.
And Natalia just
Yeah,
joined.
Natalia joined our
Oh,
group.
Natalia.
Yeah.
Natalia, yeah.
How she go? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
I'm
from their-
pronouncing it
yes.
wrong.
Yeah.
We have it.
Natalia.
Natalia, that's good to know.
Oh.
Yeah. So she's one of their his commissioners.
Yes, yeah. Let me get you my cards. Just, yeah, so you can stay in touch about it. But DFS has done a needs assessment, I think as of last year. So I wonder if your data will definitely want to advise from that to find out. So maybe, yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
we'd love to get the, the slides, because people are very good. Want to report back
Yes.
on what I heard.
Good.
Helpful.
That'd be perfect. Should we keep it moving along? All right, we'll keep it moving along. Hopefully everyone's really excited for planning commissioner training. I don't know though, because we didn't get a lot of votes before, right? But I have tried to change it up a little this year, not the same old, same old. We're going to talk about some different topics. And I just say, if you got a topic you want to talk about, raise your hand and we'll talk about that instead as best we can. Again, I'm Megan with Y2 and Angela here from Washakie County. So let's get started. Want to do the first one?
Okay. So the planning commission's an appointed board, so everybody's volunteers. So if you have the time, we really appreciate you being on a board. Another important thing to note about that is that they're citizens, they're not necessarily professional planners, so they don't know all the ins and outs. But the elected officials put enough trust in them that they will take their recommendations. So it's good to support your council and talk to them as a commissioner and kind of get a feel for what they're looking for so that when you're looking to make a recommendation, you have an idea of what they're expecting. The commission is also a sounding board for the public, because whenever there's something going on that the public doesn't like, the commission's going to hear about it. So good or bad, and most of the time when the public comes, they're unhappy about something. It's rare you're going to get somebody who's happy and comes to the board or to the commission meeting just to say, hey, we appreciate you. So you get used to hearing the negative, but it's the silent majority that everybody appreciates what the commission does. You just don't hear it.
And I was just going to say, I know I've talked about this with a couple other people this past year about being aware of your role as a commissioner and when you're talking to people and, when you're at the grocery store and talking about the new subdivision going in, or you see the rants and raves page in your town, scroll across on Facebook and somebody's saying something and maybe you want to type out that comment, but you don't hit post. And just remembering your role as a commissioner and as a community volunteer and the effect that can have if you make comments to somebody somewhere that could come back on you. So this one is kind of a follow-up to what Angela just went over, in understanding your roles and responsibilities. Make sure that they give you a copy of your LDRs or your subdivision and zoning regs when you are first appointed, and a copy of your plan, because that's a pretty important thing to have, or at least direct you to where it is. But I always advocate for giving my commissioners a copy of everything when they are first appointed, and read it. Listen to the public and to your staff members, and don't be afraid to make tough recommendations when you have to. Ask questions. We're going to talk a little bit more about that here. And I also put up here about ex parte communication and conflicts, and that's kind of like what we're going to focus on today, and always disclosing those contacts. And most of us are in small communities, and it can definitely be hard to watch out for those talks in the grocery store or at the rec center, and be mindful of who you're talking to and what you're talking to them about. So we'll start with staff.
So the planning commission relies a lot on the staff because they do all the groundwork. They take in the application, they review what's been brought in and make sure it's complete before they even bring it to the commission. And they're usually educated. In small towns or small communities, sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes the planner is the city manager. So they may be learning as they go as well, but hopefully they've been in the job enough that they know what's going on and they know the community as well. And the planning professional, the staff, is the first contact for the public when they submit their application, or if they have a question about an application that's been submitted. They come to the public first, or to the staff first, and then if they feel they still need to be involved, then they'll come to the commission meeting when that application is being presented. The staff is the one that catches mistakes that in the community, finds this something that is unpermitted. And so a lot of times when they're interacting with the citizens, the citizens are already unhappy, but they're the ones that are kind of policing, they're enforcing the rules. And so then they lead them through the process. They know the comprehensive plan or the master plan. They know any of the other plans the communities might have. And so they can guide the public through the process. And then when they're the workhorse that when I worked in Alaska, I worked for Fairbanks North Star Borough. And when I worked there, we did staff reports that had to be very detailed about what the project was, how it complied with the regulations, where it didn't comply with the regulations. And then at the end of that report, we put in the conditions that we thought they might need. We did the findings of fact. And so our commission would hopefully read the report before the meeting, so they had an idea of what to expect when this project was going through. And then they could change the findings of fact if they wanted to. These were just suggestions that we put in the staff report. It wasn't something that they had to abide by. So I'll let Megan talk some more about staff reports.
No problem. I guess I just put this in here and the next slide to talk about, how are they prepared? Staff, is looking at all of the plans and the applicable regulations, sending out applications to internal and external agencies to have them review it, and making sure that the staff report for you all is giving you specific findings supporting the recommendation of approval or disapproval or adding conditions. I have a good story about reading the staff reports, and it was in Mills just like last year, and I would say I got a little lax on my staff reports because I felt like my commissioners weren't reading them anyway. And we got some new commissioners, and one of them called me out and said, there's all these mistakes on my staff report. And, that kind of brought me back to, hey, they're taking a look at it, and it's my responsibility to make sure that I'm getting them all the information that they need and that you all need and want in your report so that you can make an informed, and well thought out recommendation to city council. So it's not only on staff, but also incumbent on the planning commissioners to make sure that you're looking at the staff reports and that they include all the information you need, the background about the project and descriptive information, an analysis if they're meeting all of the standards of your LDRs, and a recommendation with reasons supporting that recommendation. So from a previous presentation, though, we talked about the 3 C's: compliance, consistency, and compatibility. Not only with surrounding properties, with your plans, consistent with your plan, compliant with your regulations. I've seen lots of different staff reports over my career, but those that have maps and photos and graphics, checklists are really good for the staff people, for your commissioners, to be sure that you're meeting all the standards in your analysis. And as a commissioner, like I said, don't be afraid to ask a question or call your staff member out, and don't be afraid to disagree with us. I'll bit respectfully, hopefully, but we can always learn from each other and do better because of feedback from the commission to staff.
And I would just add, if the commissioners want to see something else in the staff report or in the packet that they're not seeing, tell the staff, because they may not realize that information is important to you. Maybe you need to see more graphic information so that you can picture in your head what's going on. So don't be afraid to ask.
All right. So where I decided to go with training this year is making our decisions. And when you're in a meeting and making a recommendation to council or county commissioners, things that you should consider and how you get to that decision. What are they actually asking for? What kind of effects will it have on the property? What kind of effects will it have on the surrounding properties? Does it meet the regulations and the intent of your comprehensive plan? I've seen since I started at Y2 and seeing staff reports from other jurisdictions, a lot of them, the application has to state how it meets certain, the comprehensive plan, listing goals. This meets the goal of this by, and making sure that application has that and it's included in the staff report, so that the commission can review that when you're reviewing the application. And can you make appropriate findings of fact? Some few things you shouldn't be considering probably is who is the applicant? Do they have money? Do they don't have money? That's not really something that should be considered. Unless you have design guidelines, what do the structures look like? those are things we say that shouldn't really play a part in your decision. So now we're going to go into, we haven't talked about this in a few years, I don't think, but legislative versus quasi judicial decisions. Sorry, how's that? Much better? Okay, so this year I decided we'll go into the legislative versus quasi judicial decisions, because I don't think we've talked about that for a few years. So a legislative decision is one that you'd make to council on making policy, enacting rules, updating your rules, amending your zoning regulations or your LDRs, where you're analyzing the amendments that are being made and making a recommendation to council to either approve them, modify them, or not approve the amendments. So that's a legislative decision versus a quasi judicial decision, which is the kind of decisions that planning commissioners are making most. It's when your regulations require an administrative hearing, you take testimony, you apply the standards to individual set of facts for that application, and look at the facts and the items presented in the application and ensuring that they meet your LDRs, rather than making policy decisions as what your LDR should be. So best example is our land use permits. You're getting an application for a subdivision, they're providing you with the layout, all of the information, and you're taking that and making sure that it is meeting the standards of your community's regulations. And so we should always base our decisions on findings of fact, and quasi judicial decisions are the ones that require findings of fact, which are written statements of facts explaining how and why a particular decision was made. So if you ever are taken to court, that's going to be one of the biggest things that they're going to look at first is your administrative findings. Anybody had to go to court recently and take your findings of fact? I know there's some people. Joy. What about, nobody's here from Hot Springs County? Oh, yeah. How about your teepees out there?
Yeah, but that was before my time.
Okay. Way to defer.
Yeah.
Joy, can you share yet anything? Because your guys is over about the telecommunications tower. Do you have anything to share about how you guys went through that process and making your findings of why you denied the tower? And
Yeah, so it's really, really important. The staff report had dozens of findings, I mean, probably over 70 findings. And some of the findings were in favor of the use and some of the findings were not in favor of the use, right? But at the end of the day, what made the most impact was, how did the board finalize their decision? Did they give reasoning? Did they give good solid reasoning for why they denied something? So you can have 100 million findings, but at the end, when you say, well, here's why we deny or if you didn't say why very clearly, you're screwed. Like, because they can say, well, you have plenty of findings here that say this is compatible. Why did you say it wasn't? You didn't say why. All you said was we're denying this because it's not compatible, but you didn't say why it's not compatible, because you have findings that say it's compatible and findings that say it's incompatible. So we try to communicate to our boards, you have to say why. Why are you denying? Why are you approving? Be very specific. If it means another 25 bullets, make 25 bullets. But if you just say we're not approving it because we don't feel like it, you're going to lose.
Right.
So you have to be specific.
And that's that next bullet there. Your findings supported by substantial evidence, and bridging that gap to here's the findings of fact, whether for or against, and show your route traveled from what was presented to how you made your conclusion or your recommendation, either for or against. Don't go leaping from evidence to conclusion without, as Joy said, stating how we got there and which one, which facts we're using. And as Joy just said, you can have findings be made even if a contrary finding would be equally or more reasonable. You can have findings for or against, but you need to travel that path and get to, we're making this recommendation because of this, and this is why. So, always just kind of remember that process as you're going through an application and reviewing everything. I'd say too, the planning commission, you can disagree with staff's findings and recommendations. You're not gonna hurt my feelings by doing that. It'll probably make me happy because I know you're analyzing it and looking at the case and looking at everything, in depth. But also remember that you have to have your facts and evidence stating the support for why you're reaching a different conclusion than what staff made as their recommendation. So the record is clear if it ever has to be elevated.
I just want to relate a little experience that we had. We had an attorney that was always in our meeting with us. So she was the attorney for the commissioners, not for staff. And there was one time where the commission was going against what the staff report recommended, which is fine. You can do that. You may see better reasons than the staff did as to why it should go the other way. But their findings were kind of squirrely, and the attorney said, you might want to reconsider your findings. And the commission chair, nope. He did not like having to listen to the attorney, so he went against, and they still put their findings in. This particular subdivision didn't go to court, but if it did, it probably would get reversed because the findings were just not based, but so they can go against, but you never know what's going to happen.
I'm gonna skip because I found a misspelling on that slide and I don't like it. So just remember, Chris?
I was gonna add on to that. I've been trying to remind my commissioners, and remember myself that, like, if they're gonna vote no,
Say why, yes.
if you're gonna approve it, it's probably less of an issue, but if you're gonna vote no on something, please tell me for the record, which findings can you not make?
Right.
What's the reason you can't make them? Because I think that's very helpful to have that in the record.
In the record, and even if it's not one that's gonna get elevated to court, for somebody who's, whatever their project is, and you're denying it, and maybe they wanna go back and make some modifications and reapply, when you recommend no and say why, then they can take that and perhaps modify their application and try to come into compliance so that the commission and the governing body can make findings of approval for the application.
I would just say it's, one of Chris's commissioners, that was an accurate description of my onboard. The tension in my current volunteer role with what I have previously is that, and pardon this analogy, but kind of like beauty, right? Here's a fact, it appears clear, but I might disagree with how the fact comes to me versus how it might come to Chris instead. And so you're looking at the same data set, but drawing different conclusions and trying to explain that and not be, biblical errancy where it's, chapter 5, verse 4, line 2. And so the tension, I think, is inherent. It's not personal. That's one observation. And then you remind yourself, regardless of your vote within the Senate recommendation, as it happens in the most significant LDR situation in Teton County right now, the Plan Commission voted no, and the Board of County Commissioners voted yes. And so all the fact finding the Planning Commission is just, boom, gone. So, I think this tension is inherent. If you're going to disagree, as you pointed out, if this is very disagree, I can be clear about the explanation. But it's interesting that the same set of facts, you can draw a different conclusion.
Right.
And not worried about getting the.
Right. Mm-hmm. Making that, going from that findings of fact and taking that journey to getting to where you're at and filling that in with the why. Joy?
I would say, don't just care about it when you're saying no to someone. It's almost more important when you're saying yes to someone.
That's true.
Because if there's opposition to that use, and you made a misstep on some administrative procedure, or, you came to your conclusion, but you actually don't have rules that support that yes, that person's gonna go off and start their project And then if someone challenges it in court and the court overturns that yes, that person just made an investment and they may have to erase it. And so
Yeah,
I think the yeses and the no's take equal importance in terms of coming to your conclusion.
right.
I was gonna add on to that, if you think something controversial, tell them, don't start anything until 30 days or whatever,
Right.
or your appeal period.
Yeah.
Don't put a piece of equipment out there, don't piss anybody off until after you get to.
Until you know for sure, right?
And then another thing,
Oh.
another thing, I think it's also staff's role when we're working with our planning commission, just help them. And if they want to deny something, that's okay, but they need to have a reason, and if they say, I just don't like it, that's not a good reason. You can
Right.
probably help them find something in your code. Gear them towards, don't say I don't like it, say it doesn't comply with this, or it doesn't meet this line.
Right.
Staff probably knows that code better, so we can gear them towards what language to use, so that they can vote against something, or that they can support something.
Yeah, we've had to do that many times, when the commission wanted to go a different route than what staff had initially thought, so we helped them craft their findings of fact so that they could support that decision.
If I heard, I think the yes proposition is tough because then your neighbors get you see it in the newspaper. And then how could you possibly have voted yes for that when you think you've done the right thing? And that's been more confounding. It just happened to me.
Invite them to join the planning commission, we're always looking for a new guy.
Maybe after you pass Northern,
Yes, it was gonna catch you.
after Northern South Park is passed.
Yeah. ask me to-
McCall.
Maybe a different answer.
What if members of your planning commission each have a different reason for why they approved or denied? For the final staff report list all those different reasons, or how is that conveyed?
Yeah, I would, the record would reflect everyone's reasoning of why they're saying no. But again, in the official findings of fact, that you give to the applicant afterwards, I think staff would have to take that and root it, as Chris said, in the code. What part of the code are you using to say this, whatever this evidence, this finding of fact does not meet this standard?
Yeah, we just went through the variance process, there's like 8 requirements that you support or deny the variance thing, and this variance was, I feel like, very emotionally triggering to some people, and some people felt that like subsection B was the absolute reason why not, and some people felt that subsection F was the reason why not, so.
You just note,
This would always read.
but you note all of those different reasons, so there can be multiple reasons.
Staff this list,
Yeah,
or like when we vote, we say, I vote against this.
because, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sure.
Just make sure, like seriously, if the staff has to prepare the resolution at the end of this thing or the final document that seals the deal on it, don't say anything that wasn't said. If it wasn't expressly stated by the commission or the board, don't make it up. Because if this goes to court, they're gonna listen to that recording and they're gonna say, well, staff, how did you come up with this line here? That was never even discussed. So you can't go back and look at the reason. It has to have been discussed. And so that's really hard, that step, because the meeting closes, the decision was made, and they're like, hey, go off and make the resolution. And then you're sitting there like, well, you guys didn't say why, but I have to make this say why.
So I'm the chairman, it would be beneficial to my zoning officer who writes up that resolution to be more specific, as in when you vote, make your vote and then justify it so that they can report it.
Yeah.
Yep.
On that, when, in a lot of times, in a meeting, stuff, you sit there and you discuss the project, and you can go the reasons why, and this, and if it had this, we would do this, and then go through and possibly, or the official, you should put conditions on it, or you sit and discuss those conditions, and everybody's talked about it. And then Commissioner, your left, whatever, said, well, I move that we do this, 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 and this. And you don't add, you don't cover all of those things that you said discuss.
in a condition or put it in your motion. That's, all of what you discussed is not the motion, is not the decision that the board made. So it has to be in those motions and included, so.
How many staff planners include sample motions for your boards? Good. I think that's a good practice in planning commissioners. I appreciate that, I assume, yes?
Like in staff, this, here,
Here
here's
a motion for approval, motion for denial, motion for continuance.
And here's what we recommend.
And sample motions that the commissioners can use. Steve?
So we just recently had a variance request where we had two brand new members on our planning commission who did not read the staff report. And we had a call for a motion without any discussion, and the two new members looked at their friend and they said, okay. So we, there was the same deal. If you're uncomfortable or unfamiliar or don't know, stop and ask questions, because that then went to the county commissioners and I had to go to the county commissioner and say, this doesn't meet any of your requirements. So, who's the bad guy there? It's
right.
The dude coming to the county commissioner. So just, and there's nothing you can do in a situation like that, but there's always that undertow, or especially if there's new members, you just gotta really work that system. And the suggestion that came out of that, following up on that, was to make sure, and what we've been doing now is going back and rereading every chapter in our meetings. So we take a extra hour at the end of the meeting and go through a chapter of our regulations, so everybody now knows what the hell they say.
That's a good idea. That's gonna come back to that in a future slide.
Onboarding, I think previous commissioners were concerned that the board of county commissioners, which appointed them, were not able to discern their appointees' point of view as part of the board push forward. So you have official minutes, but they're concise, they're condensed, captures the essence of the decision making. I think was a consent legal test. The problem is, if you're an appointee, you're trying to communicate what your thinking is in a record of some sort at that meeting to the people who are appointed to.
Mm-hmm.
Not a staff problem, that's your political problem, because you want that appointment.
Right.
How do you make that an official part of the record? I think these are kind of trying to do that in this last iteration. Every public comment was put in the staff report, I think, a little bit. And so you want to be heard to the people who appointed you, but you have to play within the rules, so you're not jeopardizing,
the decision. Yeah.
If you disagree, it doesn't quite align with every, first chapter. It's an art form. I know art is not word for the appointee to be able to let the commissioner who appointed you know you're engaged. But that is, here's why you did.
Right. That's definitely important in conveying decisions and recommendations. Tess?
Like as I sit and listen to everybody, I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, know this, but I would heavily consult with your county attorney or your town attorney, because unfortunately, law is interpretive. So what our county attorney interprets Administrative Procedures Act and bylaws that are unique to all of the bodies could be debated amongst everybody's attorneys in here.
Yeah.
So I would say best practice is to understand clearly how your council is interpreting your bylaws and the Administrative Procedures Act.
Yes, that's a good point too, in working in conjunction with your council. And hopefully you have some, because I've run into some entities lately that don't have one, or you're not allowed to have, your client's not allowed to have their attorney there if their county attorney's not there. And so it makes for difficult discussion sometimes, but yes, whoever's going to defend you.
Okay, just an important side note, throwing it out there. If you're ever questioning your procedure during a meeting, or if this is how it should go, chairman, point of commission. Point of order, like there are things that we can do to kind of speak up to
preempt some of those things.
Melissa?
I just wanted to highlight, it's not only important to think about this in the frame of like, could you get sued? But also, you're probably gonna see a similar application again.
Right.
So if you see a daycare application with a CUP and you shoot it one way and you make the findings, you kind of need to think about that the next time you see another daycare application, especially if it's in the same zone. And if you make a different decision, you need to very clearly state why you made a different decision. So it's not just in the case of you're gonna get sued. I feel like the first three presentations, but make people really afraid to be sued anymore.
But yeah, treating everybody in similar situations similarly, for sure.
You know, put a set of conditions on something because you were worried about something. Think about that next time you do something else. So do you have those same concerns, and if it's coming up every time? Is that you fill in your regulations? Like, that's how all of these pieces kind of come together, because it's always, you know, how do all of the parts work and what are your
Right. Or
We,
that were made?
yeah, we did a lot of cell towers when I was working in Alaska. And so we had a standard set of conditions for those towers, and we would adjust them for each application because there might be a little bit of differences, but you know, we just had those standard ones available. So if there's something that you do quite often, you may see the same conditions in those same situations.
Or for variances, if you're getting a lot of variances for the same thing, maybe you need to take a look at your rules, because obviously something's not jiving within your community and you're having to do variances all the time. Moving on, I decided we talk a lot about conflict of interest, but we never really delve into it. So we'll not do a deep dive, but skim the surface of the lake between bias and conflict of interest. So bias is distinguished from conflict of interest, which Wyoming has a statute, and I have that. We'll get to that too. But bias is, impartiality unaffected by personal feelings, embroilment, however you want to say it. And making sure that everyone gets a fair hearing, disclosing your ex parte contacts and communication in sufficient detail so that all parties can respond and everybody has the same information. So if you see the applicant at the grocery store on the Thursday before the meeting, and he talks to you or says something to you, when you are in the meeting, you need to bring it up. Say, I saw Joe Blow at Albertsons this weekend and he told me, well, XYZ. And so that everybody on the planning commission has the same information that you have. Don't make any commitments. Oh yeah, we'll approve that. I hope nobody will ever say that, but don't indicate or say, oh sure, we'll do that or we'll approve this outside of the hearing, and make sure that, as we just talked about for the last 5-10 minutes, making your conclusions and findings based on the evidence and the facts presented to you in your hearing. Versus conflict of interest. Is it reasonably foreseeable that a decision will have a material financial effect on you or any of your economic interests? Or if you cannot overcome bias, if you really hate applicant Joe Blow and you just can't get past it, I would say that's probably a conflict of interest and maybe you should recuse yourself. Again, not communicating with the developer about an application, not making promises. And we go round and round, I think, a lot when commissioners ask me, should I recuse myself? Do I have a conflict? The law is mostly about, do you benefit financially? If you're going to benefit financially, you should definitely recuse yourself from the decision-making. Step off of the dais. Don't sit up there with the commission when they're making the decision. But I always defer to avoiding any appearance of conflict. If it's your neighbor, if it's your friend, if there could be some reason that somebody would say you had a conflict, I would defer to recusing myself.
And one thing we would do is the chairman would ask the commission if anybody felt like they had a conflict of interest. This was at the beginning of the meeting before they got into any of the applications. And then he would ask if somebody said yes, he would ask which application and what was the conflict, and they would discuss it so that it was in the record. And then the chairman would decide if there really was a conflict of interest or not. And he would consult with the attorney if it wasn't the one who disliked the attorney. And then they would figure out, and if there was a conflict, then when that application came up, that commission member would step out of the room. So, that's a good way to do it because then you have it on the record.
That is good. So this is the Wyoming state statute about conflict of interest. It just says, except as provided below, a public servant, which is defined as any public officer, employee of government, or any person participating as juror, witness, advisor, consultant, or otherwise in performing a governmental function. So a public servant commits an offense if he requests or receives any pecuniary benefit other than lawful compensation on any contract or for the letting of any contract or making appointment where the government employing or subject to the discretion or decisions of the public servant is concerned. So again, in Wyoming, the conflict of interest statute is focused on that financial gain. But again, I would say best practices, if it smells funny and looks funny, it probably will come off as funny and you should not participate.
Quick question, has anybody that's on their commission step off because they had a conflict and then actually be a testimony giver at the hearing? So how'd you handle that? How did you handle it?
They have conflict of interest with the project that's going on, with neighboring property. They stepped off of the commission, but it's just testified in the
And
we let it do.
the question was if anybody had ever had someone on their board that had a conflict that stepped off of the decision and then made comment or testimony in the hearing. And he said they did, and that's perfectly fine if you say I'm recusing myself and step away from the rest of the board, and then if you want to participate as a member of the public, then you're free to do so.
Sure. So in Wyoming, the commissioners recuse, I can't read that, they're supposed to leave the room, their situation as a recused by
That's
party to the applicant, if they leave.
It's kind of more like Robert's rules, so it's up to the commission what their requirements are. And in the case, if they are a party to the application, then they should be allowed to participate as a member of the public, or if they have some kind of interest in that application. It depends.
mostly on your bylaws and how your commission operates. So there's nothing in statute that says you have to leave the room. And I'd say that's best practice unless, of course, they are party to the application or they want to make testimony. Michael?
I've seen it where they stay in the room, participate, but don't vote.
I've seen that too.
That's the key one, they can't vote.
Yeah.
Because that's the cliff you go over, if you let someone who's biased or party of it, then that invalidates your process.
Right. And even if they don't vote, I would still say that the appearance of conflict, if they're still sitting up there and participating in the discussion, I would avoid that as well. Sam?
We're actually system running bylaw when there's going to be a conflict of interest or anything like that, the planning commission has to drop away the wrong. A lot of times it's just the uncomfortableness of somebody in the audience or something, maybe the facial expression, the eye contact. We ran into a couple of very uncomfortable meetings here. It's like, I gotta do that again. You got a conflict of interest, especially if it's emotional. That's what really kind of prompted, you're gonna have to
Leave the room, yeah.
So
For everybody. Tess?
Yeah, I have a question to the planning commissioners. I'm curious on the situation and how if it's come up or how planning commissioners care or not care. But if you make a vote and say it's 4-1 to approve a project, goes to the commissioners or the council, and your member that was the nay to the four yays shows up at the decision maker meeting and lobbies the decision makers why to vote it down. I'm just curious, like truly, because I mean
That's a good question.
Yeah.
but I'm not, there's like no statute against that. I've always heard like best practices, once your board has made a recommendation, or you're looking at me, made a recommendation or a decision, even though you were in the minority on the vote, you kind of just support the overall recommendation. So my question is, if you have a member then go lobby for their position as a planning commissioner to the decision maker, is that bad, good? How does anybody
That's
have
a great
experience?
point.
Test, are they lobbying as a, are they going as a planning commission member and trying to advocate against the majority recommendation from the planning commission, or are they going as a citizen against the project?
That's a great question, and that's a fair question. And from my observing is that it always starts off as a member of the public, but then it's we, our, us, they, them, and the language departs from I'm, a citizen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because the commissioners know who they are. They know that they're,
Whole stuff.
yeah, they know they're a planning commissioner because they appointed them. So
Well, yeah.
it's kind of hard to be a citizen in that case.
And if they start referencing the rest of the group, has anybody ever experienced that? What did you do? I agree.
I disagree.
I do too.
As a citizen, as an individual, you should have the right to be able to go in front of your county commissioners or your city council and either support something that you voted for, or, make your recommendation against something that you may have voted against. I don't know.
I think
Just because I volunteered and I serve on a planning and zoning board does not eliminate my rights as an individual citizen. And I should still have the right to be able to go and present my viewpoint.
I agree.
I don't think so. Give up your First Amendment rights.
Yeah.
You may have just given up your right to be a planning commissioner.
Yeah.
There you go.
They decide that's not appropriate.
For plan, right? I think it ends up being more of an ethical dilemma versus a law or.
This is regional. We approved something, but we omitted conditions because I got outmaneuvered from my drivers in a parliamentary tantalum. So at the Board of County Commissioners, I wanted to add a couple of conditions I didn't have a chance to discuss it. It's on the record. Chris put my comments in the whole public record. I started off who I was, where I live. I'm a plan commissioner. You appointed me, and I'm here representing myself. The rest of my remarks were in the first person. I had no problem. I didn't think I was conflicted. Now I had voted for approval, so that helped a little bit, but in my mind, I was dealing with an omission, not a correction. But I think you have to clearly disclose. And I never felt I was giving up my right to address the commissioners as long as it was really clear and then offer a political contribution. I don't know if I'll be appointed, but and my thoughts that would not be even issue. But I think disclosure. Sound talking to the first person.
Right. That's probably a key point of it.
Are you like void of comment, like go across the line into meetings and hours and.
Then I think comments will be recorded, and then that's up to the board of county commissioners, they'll call the chair, whatever discipline, including removal. So I do think you have to be cautious how you do that, or there is an inappropriate blending, yeah. But I think you can use in a way that it's ethical, not a conflict.
And won't have your rest of your planning commissioners mad at you at the next meeting too?
That you're gonna do that, or do you feel that you don't?
It was not a group decision, I decided I wanted to join, I was representing myself, so I did it, the county commissioners ignored it for 3 weeks.
I don't know, I kind of feel like that's a slippery slope. And
It is.
I feel like
maybe I'm just twitching from sitting through so many legislative meetings. But that feels like the planning commission trying to take another bite at the apple, as has been said, that the applicant then gets stuck in this wheel of these conditions and not having a chance to respond to them. And if it's something that, and this is my personal opinion, and I don't work for a local government. And maybe this is why, but I don't feel like if you have the chance to make that point at your planning commission meeting and you are appointed, you're appointed for a reason. If you don't mention something, to me, I would want that to go to staff, and staff can mention that. And staff can say, hey, this was omitted, or this could be brought up for another consideration from the planning commission. But to speak,
I guess
To speak separately is kind of, so the staff represents the commission
It is.
at the
but I
county
see that.
commissioners or.
I
city
see their
council.
side too, because you're coming as an individual citizen, as long as you, but that's that fine line. Are you speaking for the planning commission and stuff that should have happened at P and Z, or are you doing it on your own free will?
You're right. I mean, so planning and zoning, in our case, city of Cody, we voted for something and I voted for it as well. So when that comes before the council doesn't necessarily go back and watch the video.
Right.
The council looks at the report that's presented. The report that's presented says that the P and Z board voted in favor of this. So when I went and I spoke as an individual, I explained my reasons and what I thought were justifications for being for that particular item. So that I think is the important thing that sometimes is not conveyed by just a report being presented to the people who are going to make that decision.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely a fine line and an ethical choice, and the repercussions that could come from it.
Okay, from my aspect as planning director of that whole, when the planning board, if you have comments, and we've always asked for this and never, rarely do I ever receive it. If you want to, put together reasons why it's supported or vice versa, if it's done during the motion process or whatever, that I support this because, X, Y, Z, or turn in, comment for that then staff can pass along with that. The going to the county commissioner meeting and supporting what you did, and this is why I did that. A lot of times they appreciate that. They'll take it in writing also. Going from the planning and zoning board made this recommendation, you going to the county commissioners and saying, yeah, I know the board made this recommendation, but I don't agree with it because of this. If you're taking yourself from a board and then going into a different situation as an individual saying, I don't agree with the board's decision that did this. Well, the board made that decision. You are part of that board.
Yeah.
It's, yes, collectively, I can see the individuality, you are still a resident, but the board made that decision. That's difficult.
Yeah, it's a tough.
And vice versa, we get the same, I have been involved in the same situation where county commissioners come down and speak at a planning and zoning meeting.
That's hard.
County commissioner is a resident of the county,
Yeah.
but
But they appointed the board.
Yeah.
so this is a giant can of worms.
I would agree with that.
I would ask us all to consider, even the Supreme Court of the United States has dissenting opinions
Mm-hmm.
in
That's
their
true.
opinions.
True.
We should too.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, in the staff report, when they present to the county commissioners or the city council, they should note that, okay, this member voted no and these were their reasons.
They could.
And then they can take all those.
Staff usually asks if you want to make comments, please
Mhm.
provide those comments, they will be passed along.
Yeah,
Yes, they won't agree with that, as long as that meeting and those essentially says not to.
yeah.
Right. It can even be in your minutes, the minutes too.
Title 18, counties as far as the open meetings go, when there's dissension,
Mm-hmm.
once it goes past the planning commission, just kind of going through that, you may have to call for another public hearing.
Yeah.
So before I would jump off that cliff and say, any planning commission member after they voted, and they wanted to dissent to that. I would kind of letting them not much through in conflict with statute at that.
Yeah.
I'd say you could always reflect it in your minutes too, the discussions that happened and why was against it.
Final decision matters over who dissented and why.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that this is a good discussion. Good job,
Yeah.
guy, everybody. Something to think about as you drive home this afternoon. Maybe we can go ahead, maybe we can't. Broke it.
You turn it off.
I don't know what I did. How about next slide? So meeting expectations, as we said, read your packet, please read your packet. Run the meeting fairly, keep it in line. A good chairman keeps, doesn't lose control of the meeting. Keep all communication through the chair and not everybody talking out all at once. Avoid bias and conflict of interest and keep your meeting going in a manner that's efficient, fair, courteous, responsive, and impartial, and make sure your decisions are based on findings of fact. And don't invite any engineers. This is kind of just reiterating what we've talked about. You guys, the role of the commission and decision makers is to take into account this health, safety, welfare of the entire community, not just those people that show up at a meeting. And just because there's a whole group full of people that oppose a project doesn't mean you have to automatically deny it. That's that making those tough decisions and taking the heat when there's a whole room full of people opposed to it, but your findings and the evidence presented to you says this needs a recommendation of approval. And again, making sure whatever it is, your recommendations is supported by findings of fact, and that it meets your standards. And I guess I wanted to add this one in because we've
haven't really talked about it much.
No, and I've encountered it in the last year about not being afraid to table a case or continue it. I think a lot of planning commissions sometimes feel like they have to make a decision right then and there, yes or no, and keep the application moving forward through the process. But if they're lacking information or you want to see some additional information or they need to make some changes and they've agreed to it, there's absolutely nothing wrong with tabling a case.
Yeah, I just say, I thought that's, I'm the only best place to play.
Chia, what did you have? Go ahead.
Well, this is this is a remedial question, but it's a fact. And bottom line is dress code. And, there's an example, and I'm just gonna say it, because I don't know how else how to frame it. There's a scenario of a newly appointed commissioner and comes to a public, not only a meeting, but a public hearing, dressed in like sweatpants. We could also have some other examples. but, you know, and the sweatshirt, and it was just like, you know, oversized. And it was, I would think that just in one person's mind, there's self-awareness. But and when you're representing, I just find it maybe, I don't know how you deal.
Improfessional.
There's one deal with something.
I'd probably say if it was me, I would approach it. Is it the chairperson? Hopefully it's not the chairperson, but otherwise I'd say, you know, it goes back to meeting expectations and maybe, you know, asking your chair to meet with them, or you and your chair meet with them and just say, you know, hey, we're up here we're supposed to be representing the community and making decisions, and we want to look professional and competent and.
Yeah.
I would say it is.
In private, yeah, I wouldn't do
Right,
it at
not
the
at the
meeting in
meeting.
front of everybody, but yeah, yeah.
Well, one more page, but no.
I would say I guess that's what my advice. I would ask the chair to go with me and address them.
Okay, one last question.
Oh. Oh.
No, so maybe continuance, you needed one meeting and then the applicant's attorney dropped it, then it's paid for Teton County 8 point something that says you are required to take the vote. And that's what caused the absence of this last part of the conversation. I had no idea that rule existed. The county attorney and Chris said, yeah, it's in our package, and we were required to go and cut, and it was in the conversation, which could have got one more meeting, was cut off, and we were forced to vote.
Chris, can you, that's just part of your LDRs?
There is something in the LDRs that says that the applicant gives us something in writing. And I think that they have to have one hearing, then read it together. But then after that, I think they demand in writing that at the next available meeting.
If they've been,
Next meeting of which the public notice requirements can be, that way itself is up for discussion. But they can basically say, just give me a yes or a no.
This is after it's been continued once?
I think.
Like you get continued and then the next.
There's no limit, this applicant wanted it to go forward. I thought as a commissioner, I don't think the staff would object if we did one more, we're hitting spring break. But if they vote this rule, I don't think any of the commissioners knew it existed. I certainly didn't, and we were informed by Chris, the county attorney, they had a right under the rule to vote. So they essentially vote closure.
Well, in that case, you can vote no, and then they gotta start over from scratch. I think you start over.
Conversation, one more round. For everyone to get to yes, that might not be bad, but it's a contact sport sometimes.
I'd say that goes back to two is of reading and knowing your rules, right? Because I'd say that's probably a Teton County specific thing.
Yeah.
Your LDRs are also like 500 pages, 600, so.
Oh.
And to go to closure.
Oh,
okay.
It's buried.
They have strict.
Buried somewhere. And it's not in the LDRs, just, it is. Okay. Your LDRs are long though.
Okay. Probably.
Yeah.
No scenario.
No, we won't do that. So we're running up on the end of our time, so always remember, read your case sheets, show up to the meeting. Staff, we want to talk to you, so ask questions. If you can't show up and you don't have time, resign. People are gonna be more mad if you don't resign and just don't show up than saying, I don't have time to do this, or I don't have interest, resign. And be advocates for a better community. And we can do this training or any type of training on any topics. Not just myself and Angela, but all the board members. So if you ever want us to come to your community and do training with your whole board, if you're not all here today or whatnot, get a hold of us and we can get some Wild Pass board members to put something together and come help you.
Yep.
That's what I got.
Okay, we're gonna take a short break till about 20 after. And then we will do the city and county roundtables. So the city will be up front on this side, and county will be in the back on that side. So that's how we'll separate. And Heidi, you're in charge of city unless Clara makes it back, and then Tess will be in charge of county. So we'll see you at 2:20. All right, thank you to Tess and Clara for leading those breakout groups. It sounds like we had some really good conversations, and I hope they continue through our listserv and other means. Our last presentation will be Preserve the Past, Plan the Future, Historic Roots, Modern Routes, and Powerful Partnerships by Clara Chafin and Heidi McCullough.
Should be good.
Okay.
There you go.
What button do we push this for?
Forward and back and lasers and.
All right, ready, here we go. Okay.
So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Clara Chaffin. I'm the Community Development Director at the City of Douglas. And this is Heidi McCullough. She's our planning technician. And she's our historic guru. So I wrote her into these all the time. Okay, so why on earth should we care about planning with preservation or thinking about preservation or anything historic in our community? This is a question that actually came up recently in one of our community engagement sessions. We've formed a new group called One Douglas, and it's a partnership amongst a bunch of different agencies, our economic development agency, the school district, the hospital. We have people there from real estate agencies. We have people from the business community. We have the historic preservation, Main Street Douglas. So tourism, we've brought all these people together so that we can all plan with purpose and not duplicate each other's efforts. But at this meeting, we get this question, and we're sure that you all have had this question before. When you do historic preservation, that slows down the process. It stops development. Why do we care? Why should we do this? What's the point of it? You all are too picky. Like, these are things that we get all the time. And so
Developers, and you guys are just gonna tell them they can't do anything with these buildings and that.
Yep, you're working against us. So we wanted to make sure that we could answer that question more effectively and more efficiently when it came up. And so we really got to thinking about it and decided that we needed to do a presentation on it. So why do we care? Character matters in your community. It absolutely matters. You think about your community identity. Where did that community come from? What is your historic relevance? Why does your community exist in the first place? What are the stories of your community? The things that people talk about and share all the time. And then think about the property value. There's the monetary property value that we all are like, oh, yay, money, right? But then there's an emotional value to that as well. As you see historic properties or well taken care of properties, you feel differently about them than you do, say, a metal building or an industrial park. And then there's curb appeal. Then we have the neighborhood attraction equation. So, there's a bunch of things that come into what makes a neighborhood attractive. You want that attraction and retention. Things like parks and schools, the neighborhoods themselves, your downtown, art, activity spaces, entertainment, amenities, all of these things are part of the equation of a neighborhood. And attraction to that neighborhood. You also have your sense of community. That's really important. It's a qualitative kind of thing. It's not a quantitative thing. And then there's social cohesion, which is really that satisfaction in your community versus a preference for being in that neighborhood. Do you want to talk about historic districts? Sure.
Absolutely. So historic districts are important, and they're a little bit different than maybe some of your other districts that you have. They tend to have more businesses and startups in them. They're often denser with a blend of homes and local businesses that make them more appealing for the live-work environment. This is one of the topics that was on the sticky notes that we didn't actually get to. And a lot of your historic buildings, especially in your downtown, have a second story that is already made for residential. So they're already made with a retail and a residential element in them. And in our universal housing crisis, that's something that can be activated or can be utilized. The historic districts are usually community driven and collaborative efforts between your nonprofits, government, and many of your other agencies. They do focus on local needs and wants. And legacy. This one, is a big one. What are we leaving for the future? Are we educating our citizens and, conveying that history, where they came from, where the city, why does Douglas exist? Why is Riverton here? That's a legacy for the future.
Clicker. Okay, so we are, oops, clicks. So we're going to go through a couple of bullet points here. So we're talking about, planning with that preservation purpose. So the first topic we really want to go into really quick is the partnerships that are necessary for this. And we're going to talk about both government partnerships and private partnerships. I'm going to have Heidi talk about the private partnerships on this one.
And she's passing this one off to me because I wear almost all of these hats.
Yes.
I am on the Historic Preservation Commission. I'm on our Main Street. I am on the county and state historical societies. I have nothing to do with SHPO. So that's the only one up there that I don't.
Work with them.
I do work with them as part of the Historic Preservation Commission and being a CLG. But you don't have to do all the historic preservation work or research or any of that yourself. There are these other entities that are already doing it for you. So use them as a resource. Work with your Main Street. They are working on your downtown. They probably have a downtown or are going to recommend a downtown or a Main Street district in your downtown. The state and local historical societies may have vested interests in some of your businesses or some of your buildings already because they're trying to preserve the history of those buildings. But if you have a CLG, if you have a Historic Preservation Commission, either at your municipal level or your county level, they are also doing this work for you. They may have historic districts in place already or be working towards that goal. We have also worked with property owners that own some historic properties either in your downtown or in your residential districts. And Clara worked really closely with one and she's going to tell that story.
Yeah, story time. So we have a bar in our downtown. It's called the College Inn Bar. If you ever come to Douglas, you absolutely have to go there. It is incredible. It was a kind of seedy bar for a while.
It was a biker bar.
It was a biker bar. In fact, they actually brought a motorcycle in and did a burnout in the building on the historic
piles.
So there's a spot there and a story. When I first moved to Douglas in 2014, I was told, don't go in there. It's not safe. The owner decided he was going to sell the property, put it up for sale. We had a lot of odd interest in that property. People coming to the city planning department and talking to us about it. We had people who wanted to buy the property just to take the historic bar out. And this bar back is just absolutely incredible. Came in, it's almost the entire length of the front side of the bar. It's all solid wood, really neatly carved. There's murals. It's just absolutely beautiful. They just wanted to buy the property for that. And then we asked, what are you going to do with the building? And they was like, oh, we'll shutter it. We don't care about the building. We're just going to shutter it. It's like, well, that's not really what we want in our downtown. So we, as the planning department, started to really actively search for an appropriate buyer for the property. We had, we also, the Historic Preservation Commission that we have, the staff liaison to that is always within our department. And so at the time it was Sherry Mullinex, and now it's Heidi. And so we, utilize that connection with Historic Preservation Commission. We started actively searching for a property owner that would care about the integrity and the historic aspects of this place. We did have another one come forward, wanted to change it into a bakery. We worked with them a little bit. It fell through. Finally, we had JC come into our office. Spunky young lady comes in talking about history, has a passion for history, has never run a bar, but was kind of curious about the property. We talked to the real estate agent. We got into the property. We were able to show him around. She couldn't quite pull together the funding for it yet. In the meantime, the owner has passed away. There's like this, how are we actually going to sell the property? There was questions about the liquor license for it. So there's a lot of things happening. We're talking to state, SHPO to see if there's grants available to help them out. Well, one thing leads to another, and the more we shared about the property, the more history we dug up about the property, the more excited JC and her husband Scott got. And the more they were just absolutely determined to save this property. The College Inn Bar is the oldest bar in Douglas in the same location. And that was really one of the most important things to preserve too for them. They wanted to see it remain a bar. So time goes on, they found some investors. They went ahead and purchased the property, and then they had to start the renovations of the property because
The cleaning.
was pretty dirty. They got in there and we found as many historic pictures of the property as we could, and they just started going at it and cleaning it out. It was a bar that they was allowed, smoking in there. Like we said, motorcycles were allowed to run inside the building. So they had a lot of work to do to clean it up, but they kept it back to, and they brought it back to its historic, look and feel. They kept as many of the historic materials as they possibly could. They found hidden gems, like these swinging doors that have glass in them, stained glass in them, just absolutely beautiful. The original owner had purchased spare ones, knowing that glass breaks, and it was still in the box. It's still packaged with
in straw.
In the straw. It is just so cool.
100-year-old straw.
So they have this on display upstairs. They learned a lot about the history of the bar, where the upstairs was used as renting rooms for various purposes. The downstairs, there's these booths that are just really, really cool. But at one point in time, they had these curtains and a little bell. So as a lady, you could go in and you could sit behind the curtain with your little bell and get service and not be judged for being in a bar as a female.
Before it was legal for women to be in a bar in Wyoming.
They have the old coal chutes. I mean, just really, really cool. They worked incredibly hard, and the more they worked through that, the more paperwork they found, the more pictures they found. There's a board that there was an election, and they were following the election on this board in chalk, and so they've
hash marks with the election results, how many votes each person got.
It's just, they've preserved that. They've hung it up, so it's for display now. One of the things they had to do is replace the roof. The city provides facade grants, and at that point in time, we said, if you don't have a roof, you can't save your building. So we allowed roofs as part of the facade grant application, and so we were able to give them $5,000 towards replacing their roof. So really big deal. And so they've done a ton of work, but what I really want to get to the point here is that by engaging with that property owner, by telling the story of the property, by explaining the meaning of that property to the community, its historical significance, we were able to save the property, and it has now become one of the most visited bars. People like to rent it out. They can rent out the upstairs. It's always busy. There's always activity going on. And it's become a vital part of our downtown because of our new owners. So that's us three. Okay, so we talked about partnerships and the government partnerships and that private partnership story. Now we would like to talk about adoption of plans.
Oh, me again.
That's you again.
So we do have a downtown historic district. It's an overlay district that sits over our downtown. And with that, we have downtown design guidelines. We do regulate what is allowed in that district, what you're allowed to do to the exterior of your building. That's the only thing that we have any concern about. We don't care what you do inside, but the outside, we want you to keep it as historic as possible. We have language in our downtown master plan about historic preservation. But just like this whole topic came up during the course of our comprehensive plan, these are things that you need to have the historic preservation conversation when you're putting your plans together, whether that's your master plan, your comprehensive plan, your downtown master plan. Historic preservation is important to whatever level you want it to be, but it should be part of the conversation. And if you want to go as far as regulating what people can do with their buildings in the historic district, or just making sure you're protecting those things that are important to you and your community, that needs to be part of the conversation when you're doing plans.
I'm going to talk a little bit about updating those plans. So as you can see on here, the downtown master plan, well, you probably can't see that. It was adopted in May of 2015, so 10 years ago now. It is incredibly important to continually update your plans. Times change, the downtown changes, your historic buildings change. There could be terrible accidents, fires that might change what's important, what's not important. A building might, become not structurally sound anymore, one that you were trying to save, and it's just not possible to save. So you have to consider that your community is constantly changing. The people in your community are constantly changing. Your electeds are constantly changing. So what is important is also going to change.
Let me just interject something here really quick. A really scary fact. Things that are 50 years old are now considered historic. So your buildings that were built in the 70s, you now have to consider those a historic building. Yeah. Even if they're really ugly and have like the mansard front on the front, and you really don't like them, they are now historic. So it's something to consider, that even the buildings you may not consider historic because they're not 100 or 150 years old, you may have more historic buildings in your downtown or in your town than you think.
They're eligible to be historic.
Yes, they're
eligible to be historic. Yeah.
They're eligible to be listed on the historic register, but anything 50 years old or older is eligible.
Yeah.
So that's something to keep in mind when you think historic. It's not necessarily a 150-year-old building or a 100-year-old building.
Yeah, absolutely. And you need to go through and decide what of those new buildings that are now historic should be contributing buildings in your districts. Do you want to add those to your contributing building list now? So each year, more and more properties become historic per that 50-year mark. So again, another reason to constantly be reviewing and updating these documents. For things like the design guidelines, we found recently that there's been new technology that's come forward. So things, and these are all internal, but things like there's paint now that you can use that adds fire rating. There are press panels now that people can put on the ceilings that also add fire rating. So if you have a commercial use on the ground floor and a residential use on the next floor up, you have to have that fire separation. Well, there's press panels now that actually give you that fire separation or gives you some of that rating. So this new technology that keeps coming forward as people keep inventing these really cool products, you got to make sure that your plans and your codes and your documents don't prohibit people from using these, because sometimes they're much more cost effective and they continue to keep the integrity inside the building of that historic building. So you need to keep a kind of a close eye on what are those products, review those products, they've been tested, and make sure that your codes don't prohibit you from being able to use them. So with that, we're going to segue into the adoption of codes, and we're going to talk a little bit about building codes, and then we're also going to talk about land development codes.
So we talked a little bit about this with the city group that we just had up front with the existing building codes. And it is part of the ICC code book. It is a separate, it's its own book like the electrical code or whatever, and it is specifically for existing buildings. And it's for adapting those specific buildings not having to bring them 100% up to current code, but being able to work within a system where you can adapt things without having to completely gut and redo the building. So some of this is going to involve really working closely with your building official, because building officials have opinions about code. And some building officials love this book, and some building officials hate this book.
So yes, story time. So the Community Development Department at the City of Douglas consists of 4 people. Myself as the director, Heidi as the planning technician, and then we have a building official and a co-compliance officer in our department as well. So the building official is one of my employees and is a very black and white building official. Which I have found tends to be pretty normal of building officials. They like the black and the white.
Rules are the rules.
But the existing building code is gray, and they don't like that. It's hard to interpret that. And there have been a few times where a property owner and the building official haven't seen eye to eye. And we've had to come and do a little bit of mediation in my office. And I've had to help our building official see the gray. And know that that's okay. It's been written, it's been tested. There's a reason why we have an existing building code. And then most recently, we've had our city council really calling out our contractor code and saying, you know, the building official is just too strict. We need to do something about this. And I said, well, you know, as it's been stated before, our purview is the health, safety, and well-being of our residents. And so that building code is there to protect our residents, right? But sometimes there is room to keep safety in mind while also compromise. So when something is coming forward, especially if somebody's coming in with a historic building, bring your building official into that conversation at the very beginning. Don't just hit them with it when they get the building permit. Have them come into your office, sit down with that property owner, go tour that property, start thinking outside the box. Because if they're in on it from the beginning, and if they can provide ideas or solutions, then they are a part of the project versus just outside of the project reviewing it from an outside perspective. And I have found that has really helped with our black and white building official.
Maybe. We're getting closer.
Oh, and then you have legislation trying to
Eliminate.
all of that.
Yeah.
Right?
Super.
Did that make it anywhere?
No, we don't.
No.
It didn't get introduced.
Who knows about the stairwell bill? Stairway to heaven.
I haven't read, I just saw it. Put it in the. I mean.
And it was a big question as to why, how, what is this from? Because it came from Tebow County.
Darn Teton County, nothing but troublemakers up there.
It's like a 3-story building, you should have to.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't. They're wrong.
Right?
Just.
More than like.
Yeah.
Not.
25 bills in the city. You'll have a federal there to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Old buildings.
Beautiful. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Take my paperwork.
You know, the thing on it's possibly creating and then.
All right.
It's statistically not significant, but it depends on family member, it's very.
Right.
Yeah.
It's personally significant to those folks.
Yeah.
But I know what family will live.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, we'll go back.
We're back.
So some of the other benefits of historic preservation, some of these we've touched on in the other slides, but there's a few of these that I wanted to just go over specifically. So number 3, local districts encourage better quality design. If you look at what people are putting up where there are no regulations or very few regulations, cheap and easy today is a pole barn. We're seeing a lot of them. They're going up everywhere. Is that what you want in your downtown? Is that do you want to limit where those things go? Do you want to dictate what kind of buildings are going to be your legacy?
Yep.
So in this case, better design equals a greater sense of cohesiveness, more innovative use of materials, and greater public appeal, all of which are shown to occur more often within designated districts than non-designated ones. Number 5, local districts are energy efficient. So many old buildings are actually way more energy efficient than what's being built on the market today. They're designed with energy conservation in mind. They were built before there was air conditioning. So a lot of your 100-year-old buildings were built to mitigate the heat. They have, cross ventilation. They have natural light. They have climate appropriate materials. Preservation commissions are also increasingly improving their design guidelines to make it easier for historic building owners to use renewable energy technologies. They will, this is kind of a no-brainer, but it's way greener to keep a building and fix it than tear down a building, put all those materials in your landfill, buy all new materials and build a brand new building. You're using a lot fewer materials, you're using less energy, and you're not filling up your landfills. And the older buildings were built with better materials, a lot of them. We don't want to talk about the Douglas brick.
No.
But, and I'm sure everybody has their own version of that, the locally made brick that's now dusty.
Yeah.
But, I just watched a presentation on this the other day where a lot of them were built with the old growth wood. The grain on that wood is much tighter and it's more stable, it lasts longer, it's more durable. The stuff they're building with today bends easier, warps easier, it's not nearly as stable or strong. And the last one on this list I wanted to talk about was number 7, historic districts can positively impact the local economy through tourism. So tourism is one of the top 3 in Wyoming, right? We have energy, agriculture, and tourism. Heritage tourism is a thing. I know people that travel the state and only stay in historic hotels. That's what they do for fun in the summertime. They travel around and look at historic downtowns. They go and walk historic downtowns and check out all the little shops. Maybe they're a railroad fanatic, and so they're going to look at all of the little original depots that are still around the state. Historic tourism can be a boon for your community. You have history in your town. You just need to preserve it and promote it. Let's see, this actually has some facts in it. So, an aesthetically cohesive and well-promoted district can be a community's most important attraction. According to a 2009 report, 78% of all U.S. leisure travelers are cultural or heritage travelers who spent on average $994 on their most recent trip, compared to $611 spent by non-cultural and heritage travelers. So this is something to think about if you're trying to, promote your downtown or your community in general. What makes you special? What is your history? What makes you different than everybody else? We talked about a little bit earlier in a couple different discussions and earlier about activating your second stories. So I have a story that I went to a Main Street conference last year in Alabama, and Wyoming Main Street does this cool thing called Best Practices. And so the Main Street Now conference takes you to some big city that's bigger than all the towns in Wyoming combined, and they send you through all of these sessions, and that's cool. But Wyoming Main Street takes you for the first 2 days before the conference. They put you on a bus and they take you around to little towns that are the size of the towns in Wyoming. And one of the towns we went to, and forgive me, I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, so it was about 1,000 people. Cute little historic downtown. Their problem was they didn't have a hotel. Not one, not a single hotel. So what they ended up doing is their downtown had all historic buildings, and most of them had a second story that at one point or another had been residential. And so they activated all their second stories and they made them all Airbnbs. And so instead of having to build a hotel, they got the property owners downtown, and Main Street had their office downtown, and they had 2 rooms above their building that they were the first ones to do it. But they, instead of having to build a new hotel, were able to make rentable rooms in their downtown for travelers and tourists that came to their town. I know everybody in this room has the same issues with housing that we have in Douglas. You don't have enough, you don't have affordable, whatever. So a lot of your historic buildings downtown have vacant second stories. Then maybe the property owner's using it for storage, or maybe it's just not being used at all. It's something you can think about. And again, with the existing building code and some of those things, they can be activated back into housing that you can use in your city center. So I think that's all that I have here. Ooh, planners like maps.
We love maps. So we go district crazy in Douglas, but we love it. So this is a list of all of our districts that we currently have. Our most recent district is the local Pioneer Cemetery Historic Overlay District. I don't know if all you know the story to this one, but I'll tell it to you briefly. A few years back, the Pioneer Cemetery, which is the original cemetery for the town of Douglas, it's located out on Highway 59. There's a lot of coal mines on Highway 59. Highway 59.
Oil field off.
Oh, oil field, yep. Connects up to Gillette. So lots of truck traffic, heavy truck traffic. It's a YDOT highway. YDOT called the city and said, hey, you've got this vacant parcel out on 59. We want to put a asphalt batch plant there for the next 5 to 10 years while we do renovations and work on Highway 59. And let me tell you what, my department went nuts because this is a historic site. And so we jumped in on it because the city administrator at the time and the city council at the time, they had no clue. And they were like, yeah, sure, why not? Not a big deal. They were just going to give it to them for free. And so we jumped in on it, worked with the Historic Preservation Commission and the state, and said, this is a historic site to our community. It is a vital part of our heritage tourism. And as we did more and more research on it, we discovered more things like, the actual extent of the wagon trails that we have going through there with the Child's Route and the Oregon Trail. And we had people come out and marking it. We actually determined how much tourism was going on out there. And so we were able to create very rapidly. We annexed the property because in the state of Wyoming, even if it's not contiguous, if the city owns it, you can annex it. So we very rapidly annexed it. We zoned it green space. And then we put this district over it. And in our code itself, I'm going to read this to you. We wrote down why. And we felt it was very important. You don't typically find that kind of language in a code. But with every single one of our districts, we do this. We put the why in there so that future planning commissions, future city councils, future staff members have an idea of why this code is in and why this property is significant. So we say that the Pioneer Cemetery Historic District is an overlay district encompassing the Pioneer Cemetery subdivision. The overlay district is established to acknowledge and preserve the character of the area as elemental in its role as a transportation corridor in bringing the early settlers west on the Child's Route of the Immigrant Trail, as denoted by the existing deep wagon route, still bisecting the parcel 170 years later, and for the part it played as the location for the first graveyard for the town of Douglas and its predecessor, the community of Antelope. The Pioneer Cemetery, located on Poverty Flats, an undisturbed patch of prairie that was originally within the boundaries of the Fort Fetterman Military Reservation, served both communities from 1886 to 1902, and is still the burial site of many of the earliest pioneers who labored to create enterprises and homes on this windswept grassland. That information is critical. Sorry?
In our code.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, we were very dedicated, and we've never moved an annexation, zoning, and ordinance so fast in our lives. And so by doing this, we protected the property, and something that is critically important to our community and our history, we were able to protect. We do the same thing with every single one of our districts. So if you're interested in kind of what does that language look like, feel free to reach out to us or just go look at our municipal code, because that information is, like I said, it's critical for the new planning commissioners, the new city councils, the new staff members, the owners of this property, the owners of the properties within these districts. That knowing the why, it will change perspectives.
would you hop into that one?
So success without impeding progress. This goes back to the very first question, which was, why is historic preservation important? And is the Historic Preservation Commission just going to prevent our developers from coming in and doing what we want from the economic development organizations, So some of the arguments are it's cost prohibitive. You can't find a contractor to work on that old brick. It's going to take too long. So some of those solutions, there's grants. There aren't a lot of grants for brick and mortar projects. They are few and far between. If your building is on the National Register, there are a few grants. If it's not, you may have to do what we've done, and we operate this through our community development or our economic development entity, but we do a facade grant. So we offer up to $5,000 for repairs or upgrades to the exterior of your building within, I think it's town-wide, isn't it? Yeah, it's not just in the historic district, but you can absolutely use it on a historic building. One of the other things that you can do, and of course all of this is dependent on how the federal funding cuts go, because I think they're cutting some of the National Park Service funding that goes to the Historic Preservation Fund. But there is the opportunity to be the grantors in the Paul Brune grant. So your economic development department, your community or your historic preservation commission or your city can take on this and get money from the national government to, or the federal government to give out grants for brick and mortar projects for historic buildings in your town. And again, this is one of those you have to be on the National Register to get these funds, but your building can also be in the process of being listed. So you can work with your local SHPO office and your local Historic Preservation Commission to get that building on the National Register. So to the second one, can't find a contractor. There are resources out there. If you don't do building permits in your department, find your building department and see what the contractors you have that are listed. To varying degrees, this is successful. I actually went to a SHPO conference in Laramie last year. We were looking for somebody who did historic preservation, like saving historic buildings. And one of the contractors that was there giving a presentation on historic preservation, they'd worked on the Capitol building project. We had listed as one of our contractors, but he was only licensed for roofing.
Yeah.
So I had no idea that he was a historic preservationist and could help us with our project.
Yeah.
So, maybe reaching out to the Wyoming Construction Coalition, or if you have local contractor organizations, that could be helpful as well. All of the national historic or even state historic organizations have some resources for you as well. Reach out to SHPO. That's the State Historic Preservation Office. I know I've said that several times, but I'm not sure I said what it is. It's the State Historic Preservation Office, and they are located, they have offices, I think, in Laramie and Cheyenne. Alliance for Historic Wyoming is a nonprofit organization that also works very hard to help save historic buildings that are in jeopardy in the state. And they have lists of contractors and historic preservationists that can help you. NAPC is the National Alliance for Preservation Commissions. They're a national nonprofit organization and they can help you as well. National Historic Trust is another one. That's one of the first historic preservation organizations, and they work very closely with Main Street. So reach out to these organizations. They can help you find local or local enough, maybe Colorado, maybe South Dakota. You may have to bring them in from a little bit farther away, but most of these guys are super passionate about what they do and they want to help you save your building. But we'll move on to the next one. Prioritize and be realistic. You may not be able to save that building. You may not need to save that building. If it was never anything more than an office space and nobody interesting or important ever did anything out of that building and it's completely fallen apart, it's never been taken care of, make that decision. Do the research, make sure it's not historically important or, imminently important to your local history, and maybe it's okay to take that building down. We have something in our town that we lovingly called the Murphy's Wall because it was owned by a property owner whose last name was Murphy, and he hired a really crappy contractor. Okay, this is being recorded. I probably regret saying that. He hired a contractor who didn't get the appropriate permitting and got a demolition permit for some interior demolition. And over a weekend, this gentleman took down the entire building other than the front facade. All that was left was the brick front. So, of course, our building department went down and put a stop work order on them and, made them stop, but
Damage had been done.
yeah. And it didn't get much better from there. It sat for how many years? Around 7 now?
11 now.
11. It sat like that for 11 years.
11 years now.
It got, braced up from the back to try and save that front facade. But we're to the point now where we don't think that's going to happen. That all of the structural engineers and all of the experts we've reached out to at this point say it's got to come down. So we're hoping that some of the historic elements off the front, the character of the building, can be saved. Some of the terracotta and the different interesting pieces of the front of the building can be saved and hopefully reused in the next infill that happens there.
Same with the brick.
Yeah,
We're going to try.
and some of the brick. So that we can reuse that and maybe keep some of the character in whatever goes in there next. But, that decision had to be made. It has to go away. It can't be saved. So prioritize and be realistic. Adaptive reuse. This is something else that we talked about a little bit with the reactivating your second stories into apartments if they were just offices before, maybe. You can reuse buildings. This is something that's highly encouraged, and again, the existing building code is going to help you here. Turn that old bank into a restaurant. Turn it into, a youth center. These buildings that aren't being used, turn them into something that they never dreamed that they could be. These are quality buildings in your downtown. And if you can reuse them, it's cheaper and easier than, tearing it down and building something new. What do you got, Megan?
Maybe Chris and the Teton County people can talk about this a little, but how do you guys deal with so I got a case as a client earlier this year who wanted to take down a historic house that had been affiliated with the Ward family in Jackson.
Okay.
And they automatically in Jackson and Teton County do a 90-day stay.
Yeah.
But you have a historic structure, but nobody wants it. I mean, how do you balance fine, it's historic, we should save it, but it's gonna sit there and rot because no one wants it. Versus taking it down, and if nobody can't be moved or there's nowhere to move it.
And that's called demolition by neglect, where the property owner will just let it decay until it's to the point where nothing can be done about it.
Yeah.
A lot of places, we don't have this in place, but a lot of places will have that delay where for any demolition permit within a historic district, there is a 90-day waiting period. And that is for nonprofits or somebody else to step in to help.
I was on historic preservation and
Yeah.
to go out and photograph it and take a record of it.
Yep.
But how do you balance that? I mean, these people showing up at city council saying, you can't tear down this building, it's historic, people, do you have money to save it and keep it and pay off these people that bought the property?
No, that's a great question, and it's something that every municipality is going to come across at some point. We have one of those in our town as well that is one of our historic houses in our newly designated residential district. And the homeowners are not taking care of it. The roof is about to collapse. But we can't buy that house and fix it. And when it comes right down to it, and this house is not on the National Register, but even if it was, that does not prevent it from being demolished. It does not prevent the property owner from doing whatever they want to that property. It's private property. Being on the National Register only lists it as being historic for whatever specific reasons it was nominated for. And you can lose your National Historic District listing or designation if you change it too much or tear it down, obviously. But that's the only thing that being listed on the Historic District does. It just gives you the title of being historic on the National Register. Yes, this is a cool place that's historic for this reason.
For grants.
Yes, and it will help you be qualified for grants, but it does not prevent the property owner, if it gets sold, from doing whatever they want with it. Yeah.
I think one of the coolest things that I've seen, and I've tried to replicate it in other communities, this was back when I was in Jackson on the other side, was the Save the Block for Cafe Genevieve, which is downtown. It's a really cool
in Jackson's. Right off of the main street, there's a big park and there's a cafe there, and there was a proposal for like a massive hotel. And it got shut down, or it didn't make it through planning commission or something, and the property owner said, okay, community, you said this is really important, it's a historic structure. Here's what this is gonna cost for us to preserve.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Help. And they did, and it was this whole really interesting campaign with the Jackson Hole Land Trust and the Historic Preservation Commission and the property owner, where they said, we hear you, community, that you like this building, and it's a really important kind of piece of the community character that has a cost to it.
Yeah.
We would like you, here's what you need to do in order to help us do this. And it was, I can't remember how much they had to raise, but it put it back on the community to say, you said this is important, let's essentially put your money where your mouth is. And they started a campaign and they saved the block.
Yeah.
They saved the block for a reason.
And that might be where some of these partnerships we were talking about earlier come into place. Your county historic societies and your different organizations that do care about your history. Maybe they're the ones that need to step in and do something. Like you said, put their money where their mouth is.
But it came back to the public too. I mean, the public donated money and there was a whole campaign, and they said, if you can raise this much money to essentially buy down the price of the property, and words are gone. It's after 3 o'clock. The easements on the property.
Yeah.
And they did it, and it worked.
Yeah.
So it might be going back to your community and saying, you said this was important. How important is it?
Right.
Yeah.
No, great point.
Okay, implementation. We've talked about plans, we've talked about codes, education. We say all the time in historic preservation that if you don't educate your citizens on why something is historic or why it is important, and they don't know the story behind it, they're not going to care, or their kids aren't going to care. Because if nobody knows why it's important, then it gets torn down and it's not there. That legacy is not there for our future. Ironically, May is Historic Preservation Month. Happy Historic Preservation Month to everybody.
Yep.
So what we do in our community, between mostly all of this is our Douglas Historic Preservation Commission, which is a commission of the city. We do historic tours. We do walking tours of the downtown. We do cemetery tours. We have walking tour brochures for all of our historic districts. The Main Street organization also does a haunted history tour around October that talks about all of our historic buildings downtown and their ghosts that may or may not reside inside them. On social media, we do a lot of spotlights about our historic buildings, about our historic trails, about our historic trains. Douglas has a lot of really varied and really interesting history. We have military history. We have a POW camp. We have the first Triple Crown winner horse buried in our Washington Park. And so we have really interesting history. So we try and spotlight that a lot. We get a lot of, like we said earlier, the heritage tourism. People come to our town for a lot of different historical things.
Talk about brighter travel.
Oh, yeah. So we've partnered with Main Street. They have, and they've partnered with Brighter Travel, which has it's a website where we have all of our events, and they have started putting our walking tours on their website. So when you click into their downtown page, you can do the historic walking tour either virtually, or you can actually walk it by using your phone, just by either scanning a QR code that we have on our signage downtown, or if you're just on the website looking at the downtown businesses. So that's cool. That's been a great partnership for us. We do school field trips. We lead the third graders in a walking tour of our downtown and out to our Pioneer Cemetery every year. We pick the third graders because they do a session on Wyoming history in their curriculum anyway. And one of our previous historic preservation commissioners wrote a book about, or a workbook about the history of Douglas. It's called Talk of the Town, and it focuses on our local, our first newspaper editor, Bill Barlow, and Bill Barlow's budget. And so it tells the history of Douglas, and it's got all sorts of little fun word searches and all sorts of things in there for kids. And every third grader in Douglas gets this book. And so, one of the things we started implementing this year is, all the rural school kids will come in and do a rural day up at our rec center. So Historic Preservation Commission went and, so we didn't have the time or the ability to take them downtown and do the walking tour with them. So we did a virtual walking tour and we printed out 3-foot by 4-foot posters about that size of all of our buildings, all of our historic buildings downtown. And we taped them up around the gymnasium. We walked them around and we told them all the stories about all of our cool old buildings downtown. So again, education. Not just the kids, but everybody in your town needs to know your history, needs to know why things are important. I'm going to tell one more quick story.
Yeah, how about it?
So we were talking about historic buildings downtown and people not knowing something about it, being able to tell your story. Well, our old City Hall building, which is now our economic development, it's our enterprise building where Main Street is housed in our economic development. It has a big marble sheep's head on the front, a ram's head right in the middle of the front. And people don't know why. There was a very specific purpose when they built that City Hall, they put that up there. And I don't have the numbers in front of me and I meant to write them down. So Douglas was a railroad town. The railroad came through and stopped at Douglas in 1886 and established our town. We were a boom town. It was before then, the closest railroad was down in Laramie and Cheyenne. You had to take the freighter road down through the mountains to either Rock Creek, which is now Rock River, or Medicine Bow. That was the closest railroad stop. So when we got the railroad, it was a big deal. So when the railroad came through, we had about 1,600 people that lived in Douglas, which for the time was a lot of people out in the middle of the bald prairie. Mm-hmm. Well, within probably 30 years, there was, just crappy Wyoming weather, which ran a whole lot of people off. The railroad, we were the end terminus, but when they moved it to Glen Rock and then to Casper, a lot of those people that came with the railroad moved on with the railroad. And so they moved out. And then we had several epidemics. We had typhoid and several other things that wiped out a big portion of our population. We went down to about 200 people from 1,600. Douglas almost disappeared. And so at that time, sheep ranching became a thing. And a bunch of sheep herders and a bunch of sheep ranchers moved into Commerce County and around the Douglas area. And they brought the population back up to about 800 people. And they literally saved the town. Without the sheep industry, there would be no Douglas. So when the new City Hall was built, they put a big ram's head right on the front to honor and respect the sheep herders and the sheep industry that saved Douglas. Yeah. But if we don't tell that story, nobody knows why there's a sheep's head. They don't know why it's important, and they're going to tear the old building down and nobody's going to care. Mm-hmm. And they're not going to know that story. So this is just one example of how your buildings tell the story of your town. So one of the other things, since I got completely off topic, which never happens when I'm talking about history, make sure whatever you're putting in your code is enforceable. Yeah. So if you're putting overlay districts and you're putting design guidelines on them, make sure that those things, oh, it isn't here. I was like, I thought we were going to talk about the review panel. We did. It's right here. So our downtown design guidelines for the downtown historic district has very specific things you can and cannot do with your downtown historic buildings. When you want to make changes to the exterior of your building in that district, you have to fill out a site alteration application. Mm-hmm. That application goes in front of a review panel. So again, I'm going to pull back in the partnerships. We have on that panel, we have 2 people from the Historic Preservation Commission, we have 2 people from our Planning and Zoning Commission, and we have 1 person from our Main Street board. So this is not Clara telling you that you can't change the windows in your building or you can't paint it pink. Mm-hmm. So this is many organizations that have a vested interest in the downtown that are making these decisions. And they are enforceable per our code. You have to abide by these. Or you can be forced to change it back, or you can be fined $750 a day until you do. Mm-hmm. So we get to be taken pretty seriously. But that's because we wrote it into the code. Yeah. And you have to do that. Code without enforceable penalties is a suggestion. And you can't do anything about it. So.
And that's it.
All right, that's it. And I know everybody wants to go home. So if you have any questions, we're open for discussion. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you to everyone for coming.
This weekend, I'll find some money from you and it'd be a summary of your bank account, and then I'll get the CM credits up this weekend, right, needs credit.
Okay, so CM credits will be up next week. Thank you to the city of Riverton for letting us use their facilities, and thank you again to our sponsors, Y2, Logan Simpson, and Staley Engineering. We really appreciate everybody coming, and what's that? Yeah, I did. Thanks the city of Riverton. So when you walk out, make sure you say thank you for letting us use the facilities, because they didn't charge us, so we really appreciate that.
Our pleasure.
So thank you, everyone.